He waited for White to deny it, to shut him up, but he just sat across the other side of the desk, staring at him. White had looked hostile from the moment Baines had knocked and entered his office. "John Hoyle told me that," Baines continued. "He also told me that the fact they were working on your inquiry had nothing to do with the fact that they visited me early this morning asking for Karen Sharp." White stirred a little, fiddling with a fat gold fountain pen, but still looking at Baines. The expression on his face was one of mild irritation. "I don't think that was true," Baines said. "I suppose you were told to say that, and I don't blame either of you for doing what you've been told to do. I know how these things work. I also know a little about one of the men you're working for. Enough to know he is not from the Home Office." White looked away from him, brow creased. "Did I tell you to knock off, Pete?" Baines thought about it. "No," he said. "I don't think you did." "Well, I am now. Go home, Pete. You're tired, I'm busy. I don't think ruminating about where people come from or who they work for is helping anything." "I don't know what they told you about me," Baines cut in, "but I imagine it included information that I had been in a relationship with Karen Sharp. I don't know how much they've told you about her." White took a noisy, sharp breath, sucked between his teeth. "But I can't see how me having had a relationship with her should mean I can't be trusted on this inquiry." "Nor can I, Pete." White looked at him again. "I can't see that it could have anything to do with it. After all, we're not looking for Karen Sharp, are we?" Baines nodded, then took the photo from his pocket and placed it on the desk between them. "This may sound crazy," he said, "given the lack of connection between your Home Office friends and this inquiry." White scowled at him. "But I think I might have noticed something about this photo." White rubbed his hands across his face. "Yes?" He sounded angry now. "If you have a look at this photo with a magnifying glass," White smirked, "you will see a small, distinctive mark on her right thigh." White pulled the photo over to him and looked at it. "So?" "It's a bullet wound. An old one." "You're a doctor now." "No, I've seen the injury before. It's very distinctive." White nodded, a look of disgust on his features. "I knew this was where you were going," he started. Baines cut him off. "I've seen it on Karen, sir. This photo is of Karen Sharp." White stood up. "You're sure about that, are you?" "Yes, I'm certain. I was there when she took that bullet." "Karen fucking Sharp. So that's who we're looking for. That's your theory, is it?" He walked over to the door and opened it, peered out into the corridor, closed it again, then walked back to his desk and picked up the phone. "I believe so. I assumed you knew already. I was—" "Sherlock fucking Holmes!" Baines closed his mouth and looked at him. "Your problem, Pete," White said, "is you don't know how to take a hint." Baines waited as he dialed a number and waited for a response. "I thought you had more sense," White said, looking out of the window. Baines wasn't sure who he was speaking to. "I thought you could be trusted to be discreet." "Are you talking to me?" "Is there anyone else in here?" White replaced the phone. "He's engaged." I only want to know what's going on, Baines said. I think I should be told. Why? White stared at him. There was a pinched look to the sides of his mouth. Why should you be told anything? Why you? Because you had a fucking relationship with Karen Sharp? Baines opened his mouth and thought better of it. Suddenly, White looked tired. I can't tell you anything, he said. He ran his hands through his hair. I need to ask. He sat down again. Ask Sutherland, Baines said. White turned his head sideways and moved his mouth. He looked like he was about to spit on the floor. That's right, he said. Ask Sutherland. Meanwhile, you get out of here, and you say nothing about your theory to anyone. You understand that? Of course. Of course? Why of course? Do you have any idea what's going on? Not for sure. You don't have the faintest idea. We're looking for Anna Hart. That's what you know. You talk to no one, Pete. Is that really, really clear? Baines stood up. It is. He turned to leave. I'll call you, White said, when I know what to do about you. Keep your phone on. Baines turned back to him. What to do about me? What does that mean? White leaned back in his chair. I think you're straight, Pete, he said. That's what I've told anyone who asked me. But others are not so sure about you. They think you might be harbouring grudges. It would have been best for you if you had just kept out of all this. Harbouring grudges? What the fuck does that mean? And who the fuck are you talking about? White smiled. You have a temper, too. That doesn't help. Baines swallowed. I'm sorry. Doesn't matter to me. He waved a hand. But just think about what might be going on. He looked up at him expectantly. Baines frowned. I have thought about it. Just say, Anna Hart was in danger because her cover was gone, White continued, voice lower. Just say that was what was going on here. You would have to suspect, wouldn't you, if that had happened, that her cover had been blown from the inside? Baines frowned. From the inside, White repeated. From in here, right here, by someone who knew her well. Baines took a breath. Are you accusing me? I'm not accusing anyone, but someone has fucked her good and proper, and everyone has to be suspected. You know that. There are people running this thing now who would happily accuse you, Pete. Are they accusing me? White sighed. Of course they fucking are. Why do you think I'm telling you this? That's ridiculous. I haven't seen her. I know, that's what I've said. But until we know what we're doing, I would advise you to keep a low profile and your mouth shut. Baines looked at him for a while, saying nothing, holding his temper in check. Just tell me one thing, he said finally. Does this mean that Rachel Hart is married? There was nothing wrong. No police sirens, no police cars, no nosy neighbours, no suspicious males, no Stein, Akhtar, or anything else that would warrant her sitting on the horn for so long. She was still pressing it as Anna got back to the car. What? What's up? Anna asked, breathless. But there was nothing. She was worried Anna had been too long, worried something had happened to her. She tried to hug her as she got in, but Anna pushed her off. Her heart was thundering in her chest. She had run all the way back to the car, terrified of what she would find. "You have to stop this!" she shouted. "You panic too much! You have to toughen up, Rachel!" She drove furiously for 5 minutes, taking the car out of Pudsey and back to the Stanningley bypass, saying nothing more. She was frightened if she opened her mouth, she would shout at her again. But the damage was already done. She had upset her. And the kid had been nothing but concerned about her. It was totally unforgivable. At the roundabout for the ring road, she turned back and pulled into the car park for the new Marks and Spencer. She parked in amongst other cars and stalled the engine, cursing. Rachel wasn't looking at her. "I'm sorry," she said after a while. "I'm really sorry. I got a real fright back there. I heard the horn and thought something must be happening to you." "Well, I heard nothing and thought something must be happening to you." Rachel's eyes flashed at her, full of anger. "I know, you're right, I'm sorry. I should not have shouted. I'm really sorry." They sat in silence for a moment. "Are we finished now?" Rachel demanded. The apology hadn't worked. "Can we go to the police?" Her voice was loaded with resentment. "No. We're going to see Diana Hanley. We have to." "You promised me." "I did not." "You said that would be it. You said after the last thing you said—" "I still don't know what's going on," Anna said. "I didn't promise anything." "You said we would stop this." Rachel's voice was going up. "You said we could stop." Anna ignored her, fiddling with the wires beneath the wheel, trying to get the cars started again. "I can't do this anymore," Rachel said. She was going to cry again, but she was angry too. "You can." "I can't. I'm hungry." Anna straightened up and looked at her. She had almost stamped her foot. "You're hungry?" "Yes. You've given me nothing to eat." It was true. "You're right," Anna said. "What am I thinking of? I'm sorry. You must be starved. I'll go and get you something to eat." "We've got no money." "I'll borrow something." "You mean steal?" "I mean borrow." "She wouldn't do that." "Stop it." "It's true. Anna Hart would never do that." "Remember what I told you? We can't let this drop. Not now." "I am remembering. You're the one who has forgotten." Anna bent over again, trying to ignore her. The car started. "You know she wouldn't do this," Rachel said. She was pleading with her now, not shouting. "She's learning," Anna said, starting to reverse out. "She has to learn." "To start cars without keys. How would Anna Hart know how to do that? How would she learn?" "She just has." "She wouldn't do any of this. She wouldn't stab a man. She wouldn't steal a car. She wouldn't break into a house." "Stop it. Stop it now." Anna pulled the car out, heading back to the bypass. "You said you would get me food," Rachel said. Her voice was subdued now. She was trying not to cry. "Not here. I'll stop somewhere else, after we've spoken to his sister." "You're being horrible to me." "And you're being a little bitch." She drove to the ring road, Her heart was beating furiously, her mind full of confused thoughts. She was being horrible to her. She knew it. She was doing everything she shouldn't be doing, everything Anna Hart wouldn't have dreamed of doing. She was losing control. "Anna wouldn't speak to me like that," Rachel said, very quietly. She kept driving, not looking at her. Welcome back to the real world, she thought. "I wish Nick was here," Rachel whispered. "It's because of Nick that I'm doing this." "No, it's not. It's because of you." Suddenly, Baines didn't feel tired at all. He walked to the Wheatwood canteen and ordered a tea. He needed to slow his brain. Everything was coming at him too fast. He stood at the window and sipped the liquid, not tasting it or looking at the view. How long before White got through to Sutherland? He needed to know now what was going on. He put the paper cup down and cracked his fingers methodically, one by one. His heart was racing. Already he knew too much. He needed to distract himself. He found Jane Ferguson and forced himself to explain to her what they had been doing down at Millgarth. "I'm going to stay on," he said. "At least until we get the video footage bottomed." "I'll give you 2 of the team now," she volunteered. "You can take them back to Millgarth with you." Obviously, she wasn't in the loop. He drove back to Millgarth with 2 female detectives called Kerr and Walsh, concentrating on the road. The women were meant to replace the team he had worked with through the night. They were very young. He filled them in and asked them if they had ever processed video material before. They knew the basics. Back at Millgarth, Paul North, predictably, opted to knock off straight away, yawning his disapproval of any suggestion that they might work longer than their allotted shift, which was already long past. Hayward said she would do a few more hours. Chris Greenwood wouldn't hear of quitting until he had covered all the CCTV and video angles. Baines asked Hayward to pick up the 2 tasks he had left with North, chasing photos of Hanley to compare to the video footage and tracking down his medical records. Then he took the 2 new detectives into Greenwood's video cave, and they sat down to watch what Greenwood had unearthed while Baines was at Wheatwood. It would keep his mind occupied at least. He checked his mobile for a signal as he entered the room. White still hadn't called. "This bloke," Greenwood said, placing his finger on the image. "This bloke is interesting." He had managed to scrounge a better TV monitor. The image was larger, but more blurred. Greenwood had frozen the feed. Baines leaned forward and looked. He was viewing the vestibule camera from Spencer Tower. The time at the bottom read 10:25, 30th of the 12th, 99. The morning of the day before. "The time-lapse is 4 seconds, Greenwood said. "It takes at least 15 seconds to cross through the path of the vestibule camera, so it should catch everyone. This man is entering the building here. 10:25 yesterday morning. Watch him." He played the film. "He's distinctive," Baines said. The figure Greenwood had pointed out looked to be easily over 6 feet and strongly built, with a bald or shaved head. He was wearing a short leather jacket. "That's why I noticed him," Greenwood said. "Wouldn't someone so obvious take more care with cameras if they were about to kill someone?" The DC called Kerr asked the question. Greenwood shrugged, as if the query were irrelevant. "He's looking at the board which lists the companies in the building," he said. The man stood in front of the board for the time it took the recording machine to switch twice to the vestibule camera, then disappeared in the direction of the security desk. "Did he sign in?" Baines asked. "As you can see," Greenwood said, "there were several people in and out at that time. We seized the reception logs this morning, and 4 people signed in around 10:30. I rang and asked the security company how accurate the timings were. They said not very, so it's hard to pinpoint which might be him if he signed. So, 4 possibles, I think. They're meant to be getting the guy who was on duty to call me to see if he remembers this man. Did he come out again? Baines asked. 2 hours later. Greenwood skipped the tape forward. He had noted all the timings on his pad. They watched the same man reappear from the direction of the security desks. There was a good shot of his face, peering directly up at the camera. Greenwood paused it. "He knows he's being watched," he said. "He's quite happy to be on camera." "Why shouldn't he be?" Baines asked. "For all we know, he's a nobody." "Just wait," Greenwood replied, winking at him. "He's an ugly fucker," said the DC called Walsh. "Is that acne on his skin?" "Acne scars," Greenwood said, "plus some other scarring here." He pointed to above the eyebrows. "He looks battered, like a rugby player or a boxer." "That image is good enough for a still," Baines said. "I'll try to get one when we're done here," Greenwood said. "If you change your mind about him being nobody." "Do we know whereabouts he went in the building?" Baines asked. "Like I said, if he signed in, he could be one of 4 people. As they sign in, they're expected to note where they're going, but security doesn't ring up to check." "Did any of them sign to go up to Hanley & Co.?" "No." Baines pushed his chair back slightly. "That's it?" "No." Greenwood bent towards the floor and changed tapes. He fast-forwarded the next tape to the early hours of that morning. "This is the underground car park camera," he said. The numbers at the bottom of the screen read 0327, 31st of the 12th, 99. Baines watched as 3 figures passed quickly through the camera's field of view. Greenwood rewound the tape, then paused it. "Where's their car?" Walsh asked. "They can't have come in one. If you enter this car park in a car, you must pass straight across the camera. The camera is mounted behind the entrance, pointing away from it into the garage, so you can't see the doors themselves. But it's my guess that these 3 must have come in via the doors to the underground garage on foot." "How?" Baines asked. "The security companies say users are issued with infrared devices to trigger the doors from outside. They must have used one of those." "So they knew someone on the inside," Walsh said. Baines looked more closely at the paused image. "Is that your rugby player again?" "I think so," Greenwood smiled. The image was very poor, but it certainly looked like one of the 3 was tall, muscular, and bald, wearing a dark jacket similar in length and cut to the one they had observed previously. "This man is Asian, I think," Greenwood said, pointing to a shorter male, 3/4 in view, in profile. Baines squinted, looking at him. "It could be Akhtar," he said, surprised. "Akhtar?" "Hanley's business partner. I spoke to him earlier. Do you have any other images of him?" Greenwood smiled again. "I do." He changed the tapes. "None of those 3 leave Spencer Tower via the main vestibule or garage. But this is from the junction of the Hedgerow and Albion Street. If you were to leave Spencer Tower via one of the side doors, the doors covered by the broken CCTV links, and walk straight to the Hedgerow, you would be there in less than 5 minutes." He messed around with it, fast-forwarding, then rewinding, until he had it where he wanted it. The tape was a very rapid time-lapse, which Greenwood appeared to have spliced into one tape. The delays made the figures passing across the junction appear stilted, like something from an old movie. The image was black and white. "Right there," Greenwood said, playing a passage again, stopping it, rewinding it, then playing it yet again. The movement was so fast, he had to point out what he wanted them to see. 2 figures crossing the hedgerow here. Note the group of youths coming in the other direction, already watching what is going on up ahead. My guess is the first firefighters were arriving. This is timed at just after 4:20. Baines focused on the 2 Greenwood had pointed out. Yes, you're right, he said. That's them. The same bulky, bald individual, crossing quickly, head down. Beside him, the same Asian man. 3 in, 2 out, he added. Probably at around the right time to have been involved. That the 3rd is missing means nothing, Greenwood said. He might have turned north on Albion Street. I haven't covered everything yet, but the 3rd guy wasn't very distinctive. What happens when they get across? Baines asked him. Greenwood played it again. They reach the other side and split up. The Asian heads off to cross Albion Street. The tall one follows it down towards the railway station. But he switched on a machine lying on the floor beside the video machine. The image on the screen was replaced by a much clearer still. This is from the cameras pointing down East Parade. They're run by a private company and recorded digitally onto CD. The image is good. This is our man here. He ran the image and pointed him out. My guess is he's gone down Albion Street, then cut across to Park Row, down Greek Street and onto East Parade. Watch. He disappears down the snicket that leads through Park Cross into Park Square. The timings would match, and this is definitely him entering East Parade at 4:27. Notice the car keys. Baines nodded. The man was clearly visible, pulling something out of his pocket, then swinging it from his fingers. He walked off camera. We lose him? Yes, half the cameras in Park Square are down for repair. He's not on the images I have. It's a one-way system out of Park Square, and other cameras might just cover one of the exit points, but I haven't got that far yet. But how would you know what car to look for? Greenwood raised his eyebrows. Because I do have him in Park Square from earlier on in the day. He changed videotapes again. Back to video. The usual crap quality from Park Square. But here he is, I think. They watched a grainy black and white image of a tall man getting into a dark-coloured BMW SUV and pulling off. Greenwood paused it. That was at 12:23 yesterday afternoon. He left Spencer Tower just after 11:30. The image is useless, Baines said. We can't get anything from... Not from that, Greenwood said. But he turns onto St. Paul's Street. The same digital system at East Parade picks you up as you come out of there. He paused childishly, looking over at Baines. And, Baines said, if it's him, then I got a nice shot of him at the wheel, and I got the plate, HTZ 1342. It's registered to Hertz Rent-A-Car. Did you call them? I did. He looked down his pad of notes. It was rented 10 days ago, in person, from their offices at Manchester Airport. The customer produced a South African passport and driving licence to verify ID, and paid with a credit card. They gave me the number. His name? Joseph Stein. Nick had told her that his sister Diana had lived in Portugal for nearly 10 years. She had a business over there, breeding Lusitanian stallions. She had a husband, but rarely saw him. He lived in Chelsea. Her children went to a public school in Yorkshire. They had a place in Cornwall, where they occasionally got together as a family. But Diana had other more absorbing interests in Portugal, including, Nick said, a man much younger than herself. Nick's relationship with his sister had seemed peculiar, and she asked him little about it. He had a habit of changing the subject whenever Diana was mentioned. She had visited Nick once during the time they had been with him, but had pointedly refused to stay at Black Car Hall, so Anna had never met her. Nick had seemed relieved by this, though it had been difficult to work out why. It was tempting to think that he was slightly frightened of his sister. When they spoke by phone, the conversations were always short and to the point, and usually about money. Nick usually came away looking distracted and confused. Nevertheless, he wasn't openly critical of her. Off a small country lane running round the back of Woodhall Hills golf course, Diana's stables occupied about 30 acres of good fenced grazing land, on the slopes of a valley between Leeds and Bradford. Nick said his sister visited the place about once a year, and she had insisted on staying there, the one time she had visited Nick during the last 18 months. If she were here now on business, as White had suggested, then she would be staying in that cottage. Carverley was a small village about midway between Leeds and Bradford, to the northwest of Pudsey. The land Diana Hanley's stables occupied was prime development area, a shrinking oasis of countryside sandwiched between the county's two major cities. It took nearly 20 minutes to get there from Pudsey. By the time Anna was leaving the ring road, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and her daughter had said nothing to her throughout the entire journey. She drove at a careful speed up Priesthorpe Road. In fact, nothing more than a narrow lane with an intermittent surface, and quickly checked the long lane that led to the stables as they passed it. There were no police cars in sight, no cars at all, no sign of anything suspicious. She parked further up Priesthorpe Road, between a waterworks ditch and the lane to the stables. She didn't want Diana Hanley to have any warning. Outside, it had stopped raining, and the temperature was quickly dropping. She thought it might snow soon. The cloud cover was dirty, indistinct and low. Her daughter was staring out of her window, arms crossed. Ahead of them, 3 workmen were sitting around the van parked up on the verge by the waterworks ditch. The sign on the van said Yorkshire Water. Eating from packed lunchboxes, drinking from a thermos, talking amongst themselves. The hedges were steep to either side, though bare of leaves. "Look, Rachel," she started. "My name's not Rachel." She swallowed. "I have to call you that," she said. "It's not my name." "I'm sorry about everything," Anna said. "I really am." Rachel ignored her, didn't even look at her. "I didn't promise anything before," she continued. That got a response. Her daughter turned on her, ready with accusations. She held up a hand to silence her. "But I am promising you now. This will be the last of it. If I go in there, and she says she has seen Nick, and he is—" She looked away from the child. "If she says her brother is dead, then I'll go with it. We will drive up to Eccleshill and go to the police, okay?" Rachel stared at her, as if she were trying to work out whether she could trust her. "I promise you," Anna said. Reluctantly, Rachel nodded. "Can I have a hug now?" Anna asked. "Before I get out?" Rachel put her arms around her and squeezed, but Anna could tell her heart wasn't in it. She was angry. Anna knew how it was. It would take time before she calmed down. She was like her mother. "I'll leave the engine on," she said, "for the heating. If anything bothers you, even if you think I've been in there too long, you can get out and go to those workmen." She pointed up to them. "Tell them you need the police, okay?" She leaned down and kissed her quickly, then opened her door. She stepped out onto the verge, feeling the cold grip her beneath the overalls, then leaned back in. "We had a better time before," she said. "When Nick was around. At least we didn't argue then. We have to try to get back to that, to find him and get on with our lives, just as we were. That is what is going to happen, Rachel. I promise you that."
Rachel nodded, unsmiling.
"Meanwhile, it's back to normal," she muttered.
Anna closed the door and set off. The lane to the stables turned between 2 hawthorn bushes, then ran between long hedges to a yard enclosed on 3 sides by farm buildings. Through an archway, Anna could see horses in the fields beyond, blankets on their backs, motionless, breath coming out of their noses and mouths like steam. There was a single car parked up in the yard. She didn't know it. She could see no sign of life from the other cottage, occupied by Lisa Beadle, Diana's farm manager. She paused and let the familiar surroundings sink into her, remembering. The last time she had been here was perhaps the happiest time of her life. Nick had brought that to her. The place was different now in winter, but the memories were still hers. She knocked on the door of Cleveland Cottage, a low 17th-century stone dwelling originally built to house poor farm labourers. She recognised the woman who came to the door from photos Nick had shown her, and from the resemblance of certain facial features. She was dressed in what looked like riding gear, with boots and a body warmer, her hair untidy, her shirt sleeves rolled up. She looked as though she had been interrupted, pulled away from something urgent. On seeing a stranger at the door, she brought her attention to focus, with innocent puzzlement at first. Then alarm. Her eyes found the injuries on Anna's face, saw the blood clotting in her nostrils. But the concern didn't last long. The expression changed quickly as she recognized the person beneath the bruises. From some source or other, Diana Hanley had seen Anna Hart before.
"Yes?" "Diana Hanley?"
"Yes."
"I'm Anna Hart. Can I come in?"
She watched the woman struggle to find the right facial expression.
"You're Anna Hart?" "That's right. I live with—"
"Of course. I think I recognize you from photos Nick sent." She risked a smile, but it wasn't very warm. Then she glanced back into the interior, as if there was something, or someone, there. Anna very much doubted Nick had sent her anything.
"What on earth has happened to you?"
Hanley asked, focusing again on her face, but still blocking the entrance.
"Are you okay?"
She had a strong public school accent. Anna wondered how bad she looked. She could feel the swelling around one of her eyes throbbing, but not with pain. More than anything, if she allowed herself to attend to it, she felt hot, almost feverish. By contrast, the temperature outside felt severe. If she was kept at the door for much longer, her teeth would begin to chatter.
"I'm alive," she said. "But it's cold out here. Can I come in?"
Hanley moved aside, still trying to smile. Anna could see her thinking frantically.
"Of course. Please come in. I was just about to—"
She stopped, in the process of turning to walk into the gloomy interior. Anna stepped inside.
"But what happened? What happened to your face?"
Anna waved her hand dismissively. "It's not important." Hanley didn't look convinced. Then her face dropped.
"Oh, my God," she said. "Perhaps you don't know. Do you know about... Have you—"
She looked genuinely at a loss. Behind her, Anna could hear a newscaster's voice coming from a TV set.
"Have I heard about Nick?" she asked.
"Yes."
"I've heard what the police have said. That's why I'm here."
"You've been to the police?" Hanley glanced at her wristwatch. Yes. They told me you had identified Nick's body. Anna heard the newscaster say something about Nicholas Hanley. She saw that his sister heard it too. They paused, both looking at each other, but both listening for what would come next. Police have issued this photo of Anna Hart and seek help from anyone who may have seen her. There was silence, presumably as the photo appeared on the TV screen. A silence grew between the two women as well. Anna stared at Hanley, waiting for her to break it. "I thought you said you had been to the police," Hanley said at last. She was trying to control her voice, but she sounded suspicious and a little frightened. She looked again at her watch. "Only just. They probably put the appeal out before I saw them. Did you identify Nick's body?" Hanley looked at the floor, biting her lip. "Where have you been, Anna?" she asked, as if they were sisters or friends. Again, she couldn't prevent a nervous glance back into the interior of the cottage. Anna closed the front door. "Did you identify his body?" she asked again. "Everyone has been worried about you." "Did you identify his body?" Hanley nodded, then brought a hand up to her face. Still looking at the floor, she looked as though she wanted to cry, but there were no tears in her eyes. Anna began to walk into the cottage, but Hanley looked up quickly and stepped sideways, barring her way. Anna frowned, staring at her. Hanley remained where she was. "What did he look like?" Anna asked, deliberately not looking past her through the open living-room door. There was something there Hanley didn't want her to see. "Look like? What do you mean?" There was a trace of panic in her tone. "Where was he? Where was the body?" "I thought you had been to the police. Didn't they tell you?" "I didn't ask. Where was he?" "On the ground, in Leeds. That's where it happened. I don't know—" "Who was there?" Hanley shrugged. "Does it matter?" "Were the police with you?" "Obviously. They were—" "How many?" She glanced past her into the living room. There were boxes and bags strewn across the floor, papers in piles. She was packing. Why? Anna looked back to her, face impassive. "I don't know," Hanley said. "It was upsetting. I wasn't—" "Are you going somewhere?" "Going somewhere?" "You're packing." "Well, yes. I mean, no. I'm looking for things." "What things?"
"Paperwork. I need to sort things out for the lawyers. The police told me to—"
"I should be doing that. I was his partner."
Hanley looked up at her, mouth firmly shut. Her eyes met Anna's, then averted. She took a breath. "Perhaps you should be, but you weren't here." The words were forced.
"I'm here now. Can I come through, see what you've been doing?"
Hanley shifted slightly, uncomfortable. Anna watched her thoughts forming. "Where have you been, Anna?" she repeated, looking again at her watch. Her mind was elsewhere.
"Are you expecting somebody?" Anna said.
"No, I'm not. I was just... It's just that—"
"I hope I'm not interrupting anything."
"It's not that." She looked at the front door behind Anna, then back at her face. Her expression hardened. "The police are looking for you."
"I know that."
"Where were you?"
"Don't you know already?"
Hanley frowned. "No, how would I know? The police told me nothing." On the TV,
Anna heard the announcement again. Her own name, then Rachel's, followed by the number to call.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
I make a joke, you laugh too loud, but I feel so small in this crowded crowd. I wonder, would you even care if someone else saw my value there? I try to fight to find my place, but all you notice is a pretty face. I'm not your doll, I have a soul. Why can't you see me as a whole? Touch me beyond the surface, hear me, I'm more than your purpose. I'm screaming, but you're not listening. I need someone who sees my meaning. Touch me, not just my body, feel me as someone who's worthy. As someone who's worthy.
Look, there's no point in pretending, Hanley said. We were never best of friends, you and I. We never met, Anna said. No, I mean, that's not what... Her lips compressed, her eyes looking anywhere but towards Anna. That's what I meant, she said eventually. We have never got on because we have never spoken. That isn't going to change now. I've just lost my brother. I'm not at my best. My head is full of things. I'm not sure what I'm meant to be doing. She began to move sideways, towards a small table and a telephone. They are still asking for you on the news, she said. Her hand closed over the handset. I think I should tell the police you're here. Anna stepped over and placed her hand on top of Hanley's, gripping it firmly, holding the handset down on the cradle. Not just yet, she said. She was standing close to her now. She felt Hanley freeze, then move to pull her hand away. She held on. The woman was lying. She knew it. She forced control upon herself, shutting her eyes, but she could feel the anger rising. I am Anna Hart. She heard the words repeated like a mantra. I am Anna Hart. Was she speaking aloud? Hanley was raising her voice, pulling at her hand, trying to free it. Anna wanted to squeeze the fingers, break them. She resisted, eyes still closed. She placed her free hand flat against Hanley's shoulder and pushed until she was back against the wall by the table, her left hand still pinned to the phone. Hanley tried to resist, but she was off balance. She was saying, You're hurting me! Please stop it! You're hurting me! Over and over again. Anna held her against the wall, counting to herself, ignoring the noise, then slowly eased the pressure on her fingers. She opened her eyes. You're lying, she said, voice flat. There's something you're not telling me. Hanley shook her head vigorously. Anna let her hand move from the phone, then took a deep breath. But let's not do it like this, she said. She stepped closer still and saw the alarm in Hanley's eyes deepen. She was rubbing the hand Anna had grasped, as if the bones were broken. Anna looked down at it. The fingers were white, bloodless. You'll be fine, she said. It takes more than that to do damage. You must have got worse nips from your horses. What do you want? Hanley asked, voice shaking. She was still pressed flat against the wall. Are you mad? Coming in here and doing this to me? Have you taken leave of your senses? Anna moved her hand from her shoulder and leaned it against the wall, inches from her head, blocking her in. She looked into her eyes. What do you want here? Hanley asked again. I want to know what's going on, You know as much as me.
I doubt it. Why are you here?
This is my property.
Not here. England. Yorkshire. Why are you over here?
For the stables.
When did you get here?
What is this? Why are you questioning me like this?
She pushed forward suddenly, slipping under Anna's arm. Anna let her go. She could walk straight into the main room now.
My brother has killed himself. I am not in the mood to...
Let's see what you've been up to, Anna said, silencing her. She stepped into the main room and stooped down to look at the nearest pile of paperwork. She could see the images on the TV out of the corner of her eye. Hanley was objecting. Anna ignored her, letting her eyes take in the detail of what she was looking at. Property details, copy deeds, bank records. The place was the same as the place Akhtar had in Pudsey. She looked over to the huge fireplace. There were logs, paper and firelighters placed in the grate, a box of matches on the hearth. She stood up.
Planning a fire?
She asked. Hanley was standing by the entrance to the next room, jaw working furiously, still rubbing her sore hand. She was caught between fear, the need to express outrage, and the struggle to look as if she were grieving for a lost brother. None of her reactions were natural.
When did you get to Yorkshire?
Anna asked her again.
I've been here weeks.
Weeks? And we didn't know?
I told Nick. I've spoken to him nearly every day.
Anna nodded, searching her eyes. Could that little bit be true? You said he killed himself. Who told you that?
The police. I don't know anything about these things.
She looked at the floor. How? What did he do?
He set himself on fire and jumped from his apartment in Spencer Tower.
She said the words in a rush, as if they genuinely would hurt were she to think about them. Anna knew his business had property there. She hadn't known it was an apartment. It confirmed what White had told her. Why was he there? Hanley shrugged.
I have no idea.
Did you speak to him yesterday?
Yes, in the afternoon.
At home? At Black Car Hall?
No, he was on his mobile.
Did you know what he was meant to be doing this morning? Hanley looked up at her, a different expression in her eyes.
Of course. He was meant to be with you.
Where?
Where? What do you mean? He had planned for you three to go away somewhere.
Where?
I don't know. How would I?
He didn't tell you?
No, why would he? I didn't ask.
The phone began to ring from the hallway. They both stepped towards it, Hanley almost running. At the last moment, Anna paused and let her pick it up. Hanley turned from her, frightened she would snatch the thing. Instead, Anna just watched her.
Hello? Yes?
Hanley turned to look at her as she listened.
Yes. Who are you?
Anna could hear a voice speaking on the other end. It had an official tone. She reached her hand to the cradle and cut the connection. Hanley spun on her, for a moment looking as if she would lash out. Then she remembered her fingers. She stepped back and looked at them again. There were tears in her eyes. Anna took the phone off her and replaced it on the cradle.
Who was it?
She asked.
The police.
The phone rang again. Anna picked it up this time, holding a finger to her lips to indicate that Hanley should be quiet.
Hello? Who am I speaking to?
A male voice at the other end. Official, vaguely familiar. Was it White, the one she had already spoken to? Sutherland? No, someone else.
This is West Yorkshire Police. Is there anyone there? Hanley was opening her mouth to shout something when Anna cut the line again. "You were going to say?" Anna said. Hanley looked at the floor. "You were going to shout something, weren't you?" Anna said. She could feel a tension building behind her forehead. "That would have been silly." She looked for the line connecting the phone. "They will know something is wrong," Hanley said. "They will come here now." Anna found the connection and jerked the line from the wall. She looked around her. Maybe there was more than one line in, or more than one connector cable. "You're fucking with me," she said between gritted teeth. She didn't know how to handle the woman. She wasn't telling her the truth. But what could she do about it? She could feel the anger rattling round inside her, with nowhere to go. She wanted to ask the woman more questions, but didn't dare to now. If she didn't get out of there soon, she was going to go too far. She leaned against the wall and kicked at the phone connection box until it was unusable, concentrating her anger into her foot, making each blow deliberate, excessive, loud. Hanley stood back a few paces, watching her, lips trembling. "I know you're up to something," Anna said. "I know something is going on." Hanley was right. The police would be sending someone round. She had to get back to Rachel. She moved over to the door, carefully walking around Hanley, keeping her hands to herself. She opened the door a crack and peered out. The stable yard looked the same. She stepped out, closing the door without looking back. Greenwood had more footage to trail through, but he didn't need help. So Baines took the 2 new DCs back up to the CID room and asked them to work their way through 2 lines as quickly as possible. Firstly, check all hotels in the area for registrations for Stein. Secondly, try to get detailed recent history for his credit card from the credit card company. "I thought we were supposed to be concentrating on finding Anna Hart." It was Kerr who raised the objection. She was an angular, bleached blonde woman, probably not more than 22 years old. "And I thought we were meant to be working to Sergeant Ferguson," Walsh added. She looked to be of similar age, though in the car on the way down she had done nothing but speak of her 2 kids. "Jane gave you to me," Baines said, "and sometimes, to find something, you have to go around the houses a bit." He left them to it and walked to the canteen. It was past midday. White still hadn't called. Baines had neither slept nor fed himself since before midnight. He felt wide awake, filled with nervous energy. It wasn't just Karen they were looking for, it was Mairead too. All his emotional control had vanished the moment he realized that. He felt like he had when they had been together. He felt like the kid's father. He had no hunger, but decided to force himself. He had to preserve energy, and for that he needed food. He stood in line behind about 20 uniforms and selected the vegetarian option from the trays of frozen produce listed under today's menu. He ate meat, but didn't like the look of the roast pork. Slices of tired grey meat swimming in puddles of grease. The veggie option was bad enough. Overcooked cheese and tomato pizza with soggy chips and processed peas. The woman serving him made cheerful jokes about the pitiful quality of the food. She slopped a brown gravy all over his chips, without asking, which he suspected was made with the juices of the pork. He sat down by himself near a window, and for a while contemplated the traffic. His eyes were jumpy, shifting focus, stinging around the edges. He couldn't concentrate on anything for long. Finally, his gaze settled on his own reflection. A head streaked with grey hair, deep lines cut into his forehead and around his eyes. He was 40 years old, but thought he looked 10 years older. Every morning there were new grey hairs appearing. His goatee was shot through with white. Years ago, a therapist had encouraged him to look at himself in the mirror, to consider how he appeared to others. His most common expression had been a frown, intense black eyes, full of anger, staring out of an unsmiling face. Nothing much had changed. He looked away. These days he tried not to think about things like that, about his life and where it was going. The therapy hadn't solved anything. He had started it in 1989, after the death of his daughter. But it had done nothing to suppress the grief, the sense of helplessness, the guilt. For years he had walked around with a headache so bad most people would have been hospitalized. It was instructive what you could get used to. He had persisted with the shrink because a Federation lawyer had said it would look good for the disciplinary proceedings. He had crossed many lines during the last self-destructive months of 1989. But only a couple of errors had blown up in his face, and in the end, nothing had come of them either. The Force protected its own. He tried not to think about it, but the truth was he had been treading water until Karen Sharp appeared. Karen and Mairead. They had pulled him back from something, given him something to care about. Then they had dropped him right back into it. He caught sight of his eyes again. There wasn't any sense to what he was doing, filling his waking hours with activity, keeping himself occupied. He didn't care about crime, didn't worry about victims, didn't give a shit whether he got a result or not. Not really. Not like some of the people he worked with. The bit of him that kept going was like some automated survival machine. Karen had taken the rest away with her. Best not to think about it. He forced himself to think about Alan White's game plan instead. White had rostered nobody to cover the work Baines was getting Greenwood, Kerr, Walsh and Hayward to do, yet those lines were crucial. He thought that was because White had listened to what this Sutherland wanted. They needed to find Karen, fair enough. But they weren't necessarily adept at putting investigative lines together. Chris Greenwood, just by doing everything they would ordinarily do with this kind of death, had unearthed someone who might be responsible. If that was so, and Stein really was suspicious, then finding him was the best chance they had of getting to Karen and Mairead, provided the death of Hanley was indeed connected to their disappearance. But what possible sense did it make to kill Nicholas Hanley, and then, 2 hours later, to kidnap Karen and Mairead? Was it about Karen's false identity being blown, as White had hinted? What had she been doing? Baines had left it to Chris Greenwood to call Jane Ferguson with the information about Stein. But would she do anything with it? He checked his mobile as he watched Jody Hayward enter the canteen, look for him, and walk over. No missed calls, no messages. Liz would be on her way now, travelling south. He tried to imagine the two of them together for the new year. What would they have done? He liked Liz. She had helped him. But she wasn't Karen.
"I found his doctor," Hayward said, sitting down opposite him.
"You're too clever by half," he said, picking up his fork. She frowned. "Sorry," he said. "It was a joke." He put a chip into his mouth. It was tasteless. He chewed it, swallowed, then put the fork down again and pushed the plate away.
"You're not going to eat that?" she asked. "I'm starving."
"Help yourself." He slid the plate towards her.
"I love these pizzas,"
she said. She began to cut it up and eat it, chewing with enthusiasm. He watched with detached interest, wondering how she managed to look as though she never ate anything. "You must burn a lot of nervous energy," he said. Yeah. Why is that? She spoke with her mouth full of food, little bits of it spitting out and landing on the table between them. He looked away.
What have you found out about his doctor?
She finished chewing. He has a normal GP, up in Reeth, near his home. I only had to make a few calls to find him.
That's not what his sister said.
She shrugged. What did you think of her?
Not my type.
Nor mine, stuck-up bitch. What's his wife like? Chris says you've got photos.
She's not his wife.
He dug in his jacket pocket and passed her the photo of Karen/Anna.
She's been living with him just over a year, according to the sister.
He felt something pulling at him as he spoke. But the sister also said his doctor was in London, Hayward said, which was certainly untrue. Maybe she's lying to us. Is there a will? She was looking at the photo, holding it less than 6 inches from her face. She clearly needed glasses.
Yes, according to his business partner. We haven't found it yet, he said.
Did you think that the sister might have something to gain?
His turn to shrug. Akhtar had told him Hanley had left everything to his sister, but he didn't really care. That wasn't what all this was about. He was sure of that. It's not my inquiry, he said. There's 30 detectives up at Wheatwood to think about that sort of thing.
She looks like Karen, Hayward said, still looking at the photo. He frowned at her, his heart beginning to thump.
Karen?
Karen Sharp, your ex. He took the photo off her and pretended to look at it. Don't you think? Hayward asked him, smiling.
Maybe, he said. He looked up at her, face bright red. But so what?
Hayward held up her hands. So nothing. Just a comment. That's all. He put the photo away, wanting her to get up and go now, so he could be left alone to think about it. Why hadn't he recognized her the first time he had looked at the picture?
Good work on the doctor, he said. But what about the photos of Hanley? I asked you to...
North Yorks have got some from the house. They are backing them down.
Good. In that case, you can probably knock off if you...
The doctor is also giving all his medical records to North Yorks, so we should get those at the same time. I got the blood type, though, to speed things up. He's type O.
Who is type O?
Hanley.
Did you tell the inquiry that?
Is it important?
She looked reluctant to tell Alan White anything. I already got the type from the stains we found at the flat, Baines said. The Socco sent them off immediately. The type from those on the balcony is O, but the stains on the inside are AB. You need to tell them, so they can expedite the DNA. 2 different types. It might mean the perpetrator left blood.
His phone started to ring. He almost upset his chair as he stood to pull it from his pocket. He saw Hayward staring at him as he answered it.
Yes?
Baines?
Yes.
Alan White. Where are you?
Milgarth. I'm with...
Sutherland is there now. He's waiting for you at reception. You need to speak to him, urgently. Even before she got to the car, she was thinking to herself that it was too late, that she could do it no longer. The need to react, to do something, not to be passive, was too much. There was too much to hold down. She couldn't be Anna Hart, not in this kind of situation. Rachel was right. Rachel. Why couldn't she see her? She had a clear view to the car as she came out onto the lane. She had 200 yards to cover, but as soon as she stepped from the lane and focused her eyes on the rear windscreen, she realized she could not see Rachel's head in the front passenger seat. She caught her breath and controlled her first impulse, to run to the vehicle, to panic. Probably Rachel was lying down. She quickened her pace. In front of the car, the workmen were in their hole now, digging. The car looked the same. Or did it? What was it she was noticing? The doors were closed, the windows slightly steamed up. But the engine was off. No fumes coming from the exhaust. She had left it on for the heating. She began to run. There was probably no need to worry, but she needed to know quickly. She reached it out of breath, sprinting the last few yards, then pulled the driver's door open. Empty. She stood back and looked up and down the road. Her mind was a total blank, like the space in front of her, staring at her, jumping into her eyes. She bent into the vehicle and looked at it again, where Rachel had been sitting. There was nothing. She felt something struggling to escape from her throat, a scream. She swallowed it. She popped the boot and walked around to it, adrenaline rushing at her neck. It was empty. She ran to the front passenger door and opened it, expecting to see Rachel somehow sitting there, alive and well. The empty space rose up towards her, like something tangible. A noxious, visible thing, laced with ugly premonition. She dipped her head inside it and looked ridiculously behind the seats. She could feel the pure, empty, vacant space, where her daughter should have been. It was suffocating her. She stood back and sucked at the freezing air, scanning the fields around her. Nothing. Small flakes of wetness settled on her cheeks. It was snowing. She ran to the waterworks ditch. There were 2 men in the hole, one at the side of it. 2 Asians, 1 white, all middle-aged. They stopped working as she ran to them, watching her, the one with the spade leaning on it. The hole was awash with ankle-deep freezing water, the ditch itself waist-height. She could see the snow curling down towards it. Where the flakes landed, they were lying, not melting. She could hear herself shouting questions. "Where is she? What have you done with her?" The one by the side of the ditch began to move towards her, as she strode to their van and opened the doors. Tools, nothing else. She turned quickly to face him. He was speaking to her. She took a breath again and tried to listen. He was saying something about a car. "What?" she demanded. "What are you saying?" "We thought it must be the kid's dad," he said. "Do you want us to call the police?" From the hole, the white one shouted over. "It was a dark blue Volvo, one of the new models." "What?" she said again. She could hear the words, but they weren't registering. "Tell me again," she said. "Tell me it all again, from the beginning." "Are you the kid's mother?" The one in front of her was asking the question. "Yes." "Well, she didn't look bothered." "She looked like she knew him." The one from the hole again. She stared at him, then looked back to the one beside her. Her ears were filled with a thumping noise. "You tell me it," she said, placing her finger in the center of his chest. "Just you. First. Tell me what happened, quickly, from the beginning." "Do you want me to call the police?" he asked again. She bit her lip, controlling herself. "I am the fucking police," she said. "Now, tell me what happened." He told her. She rehearsed the detail to herself as she ran back to the car, as she sat within the interior and struggled frantically to get the thing started again. Only 5 minutes ago, maximum, a dark blue Volvo saloon had pulled up in front of her car. A man had got out, walked straight to her car, opened the door, and said something. Rachel had got out, running to the man, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him. The man had spoken to her, kissed her, gestured to his own car. Rachel had pointed to the lane Anna had walked down. They had discussed something. Then Rachel had run to the man's car and got in. He had not carried her. He had not threatened her. She had walked, no, run to it, of her own free will. The man had got into her car and stalled it. Then he got out, looked over to them, walked back to his own car, and drove off, over the crest of the hill and down towards Bradford. Half a minute later, she had emerged from the lane. She needed to find them. Her fingers were freezing now, making the task of starting the car more difficult. She cursed and split 2 nails, one so badly it started bleeding. There was no pain. Her whole body had been numb since the morning. The car started. She drove at full speed up the lane towards Bradford, bumping the suspension through the potholes without even noticing. They had described the man as of average height, shorter than herself. He had been wearing a Barber jacket, thigh-length, ordinary trousers, and dark shoes. He had average-length brown hair, walked normally. Nothing unusual about what they could hear of his voice. His face looked normal. Average, normal, average, brown, ordinary. The description was useless. She had to find the car. They had at least a 2-minute lead on her. She turned left on Woodhall Lane, a proper 2-lane surfaced road, without thinking about it. Overtook 3 slower vehicles, accelerating on the downhill stretch, until she saw the junction with a larger road drawing closer. Leeds Road. She screeched to a halt at the junction. Which direction would they go? Right to Bradford, or left to Leeds? She had no idea. She forced herself to stop the vehicle, to stay at the junction, to think about it. She could take a chance, take any direction and follow it to a conclusion. But when would that come? And what was the conclusion if she didn't catch up with them? She felt the panic wriggling inside her, as though it were alive, forcing its way out. The alternative was to try to piece together what she knew, try to make the choice intelligent. Who would Mairead have willingly got into a car with? Suddenly she was crying. A car sounded a horn behind her, and she tried to pull quickly towards the verge to let it past, but the tears flooded her eyes, blinding her. She hit the curb and a road sign before she could recover. She braked and stalled. She felt the reality of the situation swamping her. They now had more than 3 minutes on her, and there were innumerable possible directions they could have taken. 3 minutes in the opposite direction, back towards Carverley from the junction of Woodhall Lane, would place them on the way to Leeds by now. She could not find them by herself. She could not do it. She banged her fists off the steering wheel and stared out at the swirling snowflakes, the cars streaming in front of her on Leeds Road, the slush already turning black beneath their wheels. Everybody going about their business, oblivious. She began to sob uncontrollably. Mairead! She had thought it without realizing. That was her real name, not Rachel. The whole thing was over. Within the space of 12 hours, everything had spun out of control. She pushed a fist into her mouth, leaning forward over the wheel, feeling the sobs heaving up within her chest. She didn't know what to do. The tears ran over her hand, down the sleeves of the overalls. She bit down onto her knuckles, stifling the strangled scream that was pushing up against her throat.
She could hardly breathe. Chasing around, hoping to find them by chance, was useless. Mairead had got into the car of her own free will. Why? That was the heart of it. The workman had said they had thought the man must be her father. Her father. This had all started over 20 months ago, because her father had sent a letter. Was it possible that he was here? Was it possible that James Martin had somehow found them, despite everything? James Martin. There wasn't anybody else it could be. There was nobody else Mairead would hug, nobody else she would run to and kiss. She brought a sleeve across her eyes, soaking the tears away. She had to get control of things. There had to be a way she could find out if Martin was here. She reached beneath the steering column and tried to start the car again. It wouldn't work. She tried for nearly 5 minutes, her frustration and anger mounting. It was useless. The hopelessness was crushing her, interfering with her breathing, clouding her vision, making her fingers shake. She didn't know what to do. There was nothing she could do. There had to be another way. She needed a vehicle with keys, but there was nothing parked up near her. She wiped her eyes again and tried to think. She was being foolish. It wasn't just James Martin she had to consider. There were others. Mairead would go with Pete Baines, but the description didn't match. Pete was a Sikh. The workman would have seen that. But Pete could have got someone else to go to her, someone to help him. But then she wouldn't have hugged that person. Mairead would hug Liz Hodges, but she was very distinctive, tall, black, female. No mistaking her. Who did that leave? She felt her heart leaping and racing. Nicholas Hanley. Boring, normal, average, ordinary Nick. He fitted the description. She opened the car door, stepped out, and let the cold strike her face. A car swerved past her and the open car door. She saw an angry face behind the wheel. Why hadn't she thought it at once? Nick! It had to be him. Even the Barber jacket the workman had mentioned. She looked back up the road she had driven down, squinting into the thickening snowfall. She needed to get back up there, to Diana Hanley, quickly. Frances Doyle stood directly beneath the no-smoking sign in the interview room and lit a Marlborough. "It says no smoking," Kirk said, right on cue. "If you don't like it, you can leave," Doyle replied, not looking at him. "I can't leave. Mr. Sutherland told me to speak to his man. So put up with it." He took a drag, inhaled, savoured the stench, exhaled into the corner above Pete Baines's head. Baines was sitting behind the interview table. Doyle thought he looked very confused. "I was told Sutherland was coming here," Baines said to him, squinting through the smoke. "He changed his mind," Kirk said. It was true. Sutherland was behaving strangely. He had taken a call on their way and left the car immediately to catch a cab going back in the other direction. Doyle had no idea why. Worse still, as Kirk had pointed out, he had instructed Kirk to question Baines. But Doyle had no intention of letting him do that alone. "Your name is Kuldeep Baines?" Kirk asked Baines. The room was hot and stuffy, so much so that Doyle had taken off his jacket. Kirk, leaning across the table, so that he was only a foot or so from Baines's face, still had his on. He was a big man, and there were beads of sweat running down his forehead. Doyle could smell him.
"That's right," Baines said. He was still trying to work out why he felt like a prisoner. "So why call yourself Pete?" Kirk asked. Baines shrugged. "It's a long story, but to disguise your ethnicity?" Doyle was surprised Kirk could come out with a word like that. "White people gave me the name," Baines said, face hardening. "They couldn't pronounce Kuldeep." Doyle thought that was enough already. He stepped behind Kirk and pulled out the chair opposite Baines, forcing Kirk back. He sat down on the chair. "I'm sorry about this, Mr. Baines," he said, "but things are difficult at the moment." Behind him, Kirk started to splutter something. "Can you get us some coffees, Kirk?" Doyle asked him, without looking back. "Mr. Sutherland said that—" "But he's not here, is he? He told me that—" "Who's in charge here, Kirk?" He turned slightly in his seat until he was looking at him. "Who is in charge, right now, in this room?" Kirk chewed his lips. Doyle turned back to Baines. "Until recently, we employed Mr. Kirk as a driver. I'm sorry if he offended you." Baines frowned, unsure what to say. Behind him, Doyle heard Kirk slam the door as he left. He smiled at Baines. "I don't suspect you of anything, Pete," he said. "All right if I call you Pete?" Baines stared at him. "However, I would like to know why you didn't let on you knew Anna Hart was Karen Sharp as soon as you saw her photo." Baines groaned. "Is that what this is about? Because I didn't recognize her?" "Didn't you?" "No. I don't know why. I don't know how it could have happened." "I do. I saw Miss Sharp in the flesh when she was Anna Hart. She was good at it. Not just a matter of changing her hair. More like changing her whole personality." He tapped ash onto the floor. "So why suspect me of anything?" "I don't. Mr. Sutherland is the one who is suspicious. You let Imran Akhtar walk this morning. He was worried about that too." Baines threw his hands up. "I had nothing on Akhtar. He was a witness. What was I meant to do? Is he involved in this?" "We'd certainly like to speak to him." "I took details off him. You should—" "We've tried. He's AWOL. Disappeared as soon as you let him walk. You also let Hanley's sister go. Tell me about her." "Hanley's sister?" "Yes, Diana Hanley." "She's his fucking sister, for Christ's sake. What could she have to do with his death?" Doyle shrugged. He wasn't about to tell Baines too much. "I took her details too," Baines said. "Ring her. Get her back in." "We tried her phone already. She hangs up on us. We've sent someone round to retrieve her." "Sutherland thinks I blew Karen's cover because I let 2 witnesses walk? Is that what's going on here?" Doyle stood up, taking a last suck at the cigarette before dropping it to the floor and grinding his shoe into it. "I don't know what Sutherland thinks," he said. "But I believe what you told me this morning, that you haven't seen or heard from her since the 28th of March, 1998. "The 24th of March. "Exactly." He tried to smile at the man, but all he got back was a deep-cut frown. "I can usually tell when people are lying to me," he added. I don't think you're lying, Baines. Besides, you gave us Gats. You wouldn't have done that if you were behind all this. Gats? Jan Gats. You know him as Joseph Stein. There are other names, too. He's a contractor. He felt a ripple of fear just talking about the man. What kind of contractor? Doyle looked at the worry etched across Baines's face. Baines definitely needed to know as little as possible, but he also needed to know enough to keep him quiet. That would mean frightening him. Stein is a Rhodesian originally, domiciled in South Africa. He worked for the police there in the 80s. Then he vanished. There are warrants out for him in 3 African countries and 2 European. Warrants? What for? At least 1 for murder. What kind of contractor? Doyle found another cigarette. A high-level contractor, he said, lighting it. He noticed his hands were shaking slightly. It had been that way ever since Baines's team had told them about Stein. He served time as a mercenary at one point. What kind of contracts? Baines' voice was wobbling now. Anything that earns well. At the moment he's attached to 2 brothers from Pakistan, investment bankers. They have their own banks, offshore havens, that sort of thing. Ahmed and Mohammed Roof. He blew out the smoke and watched Baines for a reaction to the names. There was none, but then the names were quite common. Have you heard of them? He asked. Baines shook his head. They're big. Property all over the place. English public school education, Oxbridge, the polo circuit, high society. They wouldn't spit on the likes of you and me. So why do they need a contractor? They have a couple of sensitive businesses. Banking scams? That's what this is about? No, it's a bit worse than that. I said they own banks, but there's no money in banking. He smiled at Baines again. Still no response. Not real money. They deal in brown powder. Heroin. It's produced mostly in Afghanistan. You have to pay to have powder factories in Afghanistan. That's why you need to own a bank. You have to pay the Afghan government? Yes, you could call it that. You have to pay the Taliban, or others. Fundamentalist Arab interests. He saw Baines thinking about it, still not there, still not grasping the size of it. So, what was Karen doing? What has this got to do with her? Was she dealing with these 2? We wish. She was dealing with Nicholas Hanley. The dead guy? Yes. He was her target? Yes. How is he connected to Stein and the Roof brothers? Doyle sat down again. We're not sure. That's why we put her in. But he is connected to them? Yes. So, is Karen in danger from this guy Stein? Doyle looked at the desk. Has he kidnapped them? Baines demanded. Has he taken Karen and Mairead? All we knew was that her cover was in danger. Has this guy got Karen and Mairead?
We tried to pull her yesterday. We sent coded priority messages all day. She didn't respond. Did you put her up for this? Did you send her on this with an 11-year-old kid? Baines's voice was rising. Doyle frowned at him. She did that herself, without authority. She also moved in with Hanley, without authority. You know what she's like, Baines. Don't shout at me. So, has he kidnapped them? Kidnapped? Doyle looked away again, wishing now that Kirk would hurry back with the coffee. Yes, at least, we hope so. You hope so? Yes, instead of doing what he has done to Hanley. The blood drained from Baines's face. He stood up and paced to the end of the room, agitated. Assuming the scene Alan White is working is genuine, Doyle said. Then they weren't killed with the taxi driver. That's a good sign. Baines started chewing at his fingernails, still pacing back and forth. Why? He asked, thinking aloud. Why the need to kill them? If the cover was gone, that would be enough. Just that? Just that. I fear you haven't understood the size of it yet. There are very determined interests at work, behind the roofs. They need very considerable wealth to operate. They don't hesitate when it comes to protecting that wealth. They don't think like us. They're fundamentalists. Do you understand? Baines was only half listening. The other half was trying to work out the connections for himself. Why kill Hanley? He asked. We don't know. A sterilization exercise? Doyle shrugged. Sterilization? Baines looked shocked. Yes. They discover a leak, so they clean up everything, just in case. That's why the priority now is to find Stein. He may be the cleaner. Baines sat down again. I want to be on that team, he said. I want to help. Doyle shook his head at him. Too dangerous. You could let something slip. Let what slip? That she's Karen Sharp, a police officer? What harm would that do? We should be broadcasting it through every available... That Stein doesn't know who she is might be the only thing that's keeping her alive. We have to assume he is questioning her about it. If we go public with her ID, we blow her only chance. We have to be extremely careful. He considered telling him about the phone call she had made to Alan White, but that seemed too complicated. There is some hope, he said instead. 2 traffic officers think they may have seen her on Abbey Road this morning. They got the make of vehicle and were doing area searches down there now. They saw a woman driving a car. There were 2 rear-seat passengers, 1 a child. The woman had a bloody nose. And they let her go? Fucking idiots! They didn't know about the alerts. Baines sat back in his seat. He started drumming his legs against the floor, eyes roving across the ceiling and walls, full of frightened energy. Doyle looked up into the pall of smoke gathering above them, then reached back and opened the interview room door a crack. He knew what Baines would be thinking, what the next question would be. He had been through the same process himself. It doesn't work, Baines said finally. Why would they kill Hanley if they didn't know for sure who she was? Because they didn't mean to kill him. Because he died during a
process. He saw Baines's facial muscles freeze. We have to assume they were questioning him. Like they are questioning Karen and Mairead. Karen began to run. At first, the snowflakes stuck in her hair and on the sleeves and chest of the overalls. But very quickly she became so hot, they melted as they landed on her. Her shoes weren't made for wet weather, still less for running or running through slush. On a stretch of slippery pavement, at the junction of Woodhall Lane and Rockwood Road, she almost fell. She cursed Anna Hart and her expensive tastes, ignored the pain in her legs and chest, climbed a fence bordering the golf course, and started to cut across the fairways. Very quickly, she reached the fields at the other side. The ground became more treacherous, wet with new snow, but with hard furrows in the soil beneath. She slowed down. It had taken her just over 5 minutes to drive the distance she was covering. If she was careful, she guessed she could get back on foot in about 15 minutes. The route led sharply uphill, to a line of trees to the rear of the stables. She had a view through the falling snow nearly all the way back to the road where she had originally parked, leaving Mairead to her fate. The thought broke her pace, flooding her mind with guilt. Despite everything she had been taught, despite everything she knew, she had left Mairead alone in a stolen car. She should never have done that. Even Mairead had known better. If she had listened to the child, this wouldn't have happened. The whole idea of going to Diana Hanley had been senseless. She was involved. Karen knew that already. All it had achieved was to warn her. She had perhaps a mile to cover. Athletes could run a mile in under 4 minutes, she remembered. But within 5 minutes, she was gasping and slowing. She hadn't run so hard in over 18 months. The muscle in her right leg was weak. She could feel it pulling and tightening under the mass of scar tissue, threatening to lock into a cramp. Just short of the trees she stumbled and fell headlong, rolling through the thin covering of snow. She paused and tried to catch her breath. Through the trees, she could see the dark outline of the farm buildings. Already the daylight was fading. She pushed herself up and began to run again. The trees gave onto hedges and fences. She was about to take the shortest route to Hanley's cottage when she saw a shift in the pattern of light ahead of her. She stopped, dropping to one knee behind a crumbling stone wall. As her breathing slowed, she could hear something. She got up and ran in a low crouch to the end of the wall. From the other side of the wall, she heard animal movement. She looked quickly. There were 3 or 4 horses, penned in a small enclosure, blankets on their backs. They looked nervous, uneasy. She ducked back down, crossed the gateway into the enclosure, and came up behind Lisa Beadle's cottage. She passed windows opening onto a kitchen and a dining room, all empty, then stopped again. From the other side of the building, from the yard, she could hear the sound of police radio sets. She backed out past the enclosure again, then came around the side of the main stable block, walking quickly. As she approached the rear entrance to the stable, she saw blue bands of light stroking the snow in front of her. Inside the stable block, the air was warm and close, rich with the odours of dung, horse sweat and tanned leather. She moved in front of a row of stalls, hearing the horses react to her presence, a ripple of movement running along them as she passed. Mairead's horse was here somewhere. One of the animals began to neigh and snort. She found a ladder leading to the upper level and climbed it as quietly as she could, still trying to get her breathing back to normal. Lying flat on her stomach, she edged forward until she could see through the main barn doorway straight into the yard beyond. There was a single parked police car. Its emergency lights were spinning silently on the roof, and a uniformed officer was leaning against it, talking into a radio set clipped to his shoulder. She tried to listen, but he was facing away from her. Almost immediately another one joined him and pointed back towards the entrance to Hanley's cottage. They both looked around them, then got back into the car and reversed out of the yard. She came down carefully, then left the barn the way she had entered and walked quickly around the block to the rear of Hanley's cottage. She peered through windows at the scene she had so recently left, searching in vain for a sign of life. There was none. She found the back door and tried it. It was bolted. She kicked, and it gave way at once. Without pausing, she stepped in and listened. The place was empty. Hanley was already gone. She moved quickly through the 3 or 4 rooms, checking everything she could see. Everything was exactly as it had been 15 minutes before. Diana Hanley must have left the place the second she had walked out. She stood in the front room and looked at the piles of paperwork on the floor. The emptiness closed about her. Mairead was gone. There was nothing in here that could help. She sat down on the floor, face quivering. She didn't know what to do. She could have stepped out, spoken to the police. She buried her face in her hands and rocked backwards and forwards. Why hadn't she spoken to them, asked them for help? A low-pitched moaning noise began to come out of her mouth. She could hear it in her throat, feel the air escaping through her lips. She couldn't go to the police. Not yet. She didn't know what was happening. She didn't know who had her daughter, whether Hanley was alive or dead, whether her cover was gone. She knew nothing. If she went to the police, she would be delivered straight back to Sutherland. Sutherland had been there when she had spoken to White, there in the background, behind it all. Sutherland couldn't be trusted. If it suited his purposes, he would burn her, happily. Maybe he had already done that. If her cover was gone, then it was because someone had chosen that. It had to be someone on the inside. She had seen it happen before. She knew things about powerful interests. Maybe someone had been bought. Maybe she knew something damaging. Maybe it just suited them for other purposes. She had no idea. She felt a dull, aching pain growing in her chest. She slipped over sideways onto the floor and curled into a tight, fetal ball. She wanted it all to go away. If she went to the police, it would all be out of her hands. At best. But at worst, she would be stepping into range. She had to do this alone. She had encouraged Mairead to trust Nick Hanley. She had lied to her, implicitly, never telling her Nick was a target. If he had pulled up in a car, she would have run to him, kissed him. Anna Hart, the name brought bile to her throat, had loved the man. It was too fucked up to think about what she, Anna Hart, had done with him. That wasn't her. She had not been there when that had happened. She began to gasp, her face flush with blood, pinpricks of light dancing behind her eyelids. She was having some sort of panic attack. It was doubling her up, filling her with blind physical fear. She had to ignore it. She had to think. The police thought Nick was dead. But Diana Hanley had been lying. She knew that from the evidence of her own eyes. And Stein had wanted to know where Nick was. He could be alive. Mairead could be with him. But if Nick knew the truth about her, what would he do? She rolled to her knees and clutched the top of her head. It was too much. She couldn't think properly. There were too many things unexplained. She opened her eyes. She was crying and rolling around on the floor. It was ridiculous. She stood up, steadying herself against the wall, trying to stop it. Nicholas Hanley. Mairead would think he was safe, harmless, lovable, caring Nick. Anna Hart had told her daughter nothing of him, or of the world he was a part of. For all she knew,
He could be in it with Stein. They could be together. The whole thing put together, to get her to break cover. If that was so, then Mairead was with Stein now. Fucking Anna Hart! She hissed the words to herself, banging her forehead off the wall in front of her. She had to find them before Mairead let anything slip. She had tried to train her, but at the end of the day, her daughter was just a kid. In the incident room, they were struggling with quantity. Baines stood at the door watching them. Doyle had given in, but would only allow him to assist with the paperwork. He didn't want him out on the street or anywhere near the press. Didn't want his help locating Stein. Baines had to find a way to get round him. The searches were bringing in more material than they had bargained for. At least, that was how it looked. The room was gradually sinking under a mountain of records and papers, seized from Hanley and Akhtar's various business or home addresses. There were 4 detectives coming in and out with boxes and exhibit bags, another 4 trying to organise it all. Tom Ashton was lumbering about in the middle of them, sweating profusely, looking very irritable. Behind him, Baines could see a young, clean-shaven man in a smart black suit, who must have been one of Doyle's lot, talking quietly into a mobile phone, head turned away from the activity. The detectives had been briefed by Sutherland and were meant to be searching urgently through the material for certain items. Baines wasn't even sure what Sutherland was trying to find. Not necessarily anything that would lead them to Karen. Maybe, he thought, Sutherland was only interested in what they could find against the roofs. So far, the squad hadn't got much further than stage 1, sorting it all into piles. "Did you discover anything yet?" Baines asked the nearest detective. She was sitting at a desk piled to head height with brown file jackets. He didn't know her. "Are you here to help?" she asked, not even looking at him. She was methodically going through the files, writing a description of their contents in a notebook. "No," he lied. "Just to get an update." "You on the squad?" Still not looking at him. "Yes, I'm Pete Baines." She looked up, as if he might be holding out a hand for her to shake. He wasn't. "So, you're Pete Baines," she said, voice heavy with sarcasm. She turned her attention back to her notebook. "Well, so far all we've come across is evidence of high activity across various bank accounts during the last few weeks. And we were told where to look for that by our minder over there." She nodded her head towards the man on the mobile. "Moving money between accounts or out of the country?" "Some of it into Diana Hanley's accounts, a lot of it into offshore accounts. There seems to have been a lot of money moved." "What was in the office in Spencer Tower? The one they tried to burn?" "All sorts of stuff. Hard to say what's relevant at the moment." "So, what are you looking for?" She paused, turning a page of her book. "Properties which were actually bought by the business, or bought on behalf of another company or person. Identify that company or person. Those are the instructions." Baines frowned. "That's it?" "To start with." "How will that help locate Anna and Rachel Hart?" She shrugged. "I do what I'm told. I can't see how it would help find Nicholas Hanley's killer either, but I don't get told the big picture. I'm not a sergeant." She smiled at him. He suppressed an urge to ask more questions. Karen had feared Sutherland. It was possible Sutherland didn't give a shit about locating Karen, had decided she was dispensable. But it was unwise to jump to conclusions based on Karen's paranoia. This whole thing was personal now. It was eating away at him, twisting his insides with acid. It wasn't personal for either Sutherland or Doyle. But Doyle had seemed genuinely to want to find her.
Maybe there was a point to looking for bank transfer details, but he couldn't see it. From Chris Greenwood, still on, but working now for Will Price and the team looking for Stein, he discovered that D.C. Kerr had tracked down the hotel Stein had used. It was the Hilton in Bramley. Within easy reach of the airport, it was also only a 10-minute drive from Wheatwood. A detective was still at the place with a SOCO team. Baines decided there was no way he could sit in the incident room looking through paperwork. There was too much at stake. He drove to Bramley on roads full of dirty slush. It had snowed and melted already, but the sky seemed to have more to give. The detective Will Price had sent out was called Gary Clark. Baines found him in the bathroom of Stein's hotel room, crouched over and staring at the plug hole of the shower cubicle. The SOCO Baines had already spoken to about Spencer Tower, Elaine Merrington, was on her hands and knees in the bedroom. Baines didn't dare disturb her. "You lost something?" he asked Clark. The detective stood up. "Just trying to help the SOCO." "Don't," Baines said. "You'll fuck it up. Has he checked out yet?" "Who?" "Stein." "He checked out yesterday." "How long was he here?" 10 days. I've lined up interviews with some staff members who might have come across him. I asked for help with that, but so far... Do they have CCTV here? In the lobby and bar. I've got the last 5 days. They wiped the rest. Good. What have you found in here? Clark gave him a summary. It didn't take long. There had been nothing left in the room, and housekeeping had already cleaned it by the time they got there. The SOCO had found some good lifts, but they already had Stein's prints from Interpol. Did you go through the rubbish? Clark nodded. That was all I could do, really. But since I didn't know what might have come from here, it wasn't much use. I've bagged the lot, but there was nothing obvious. Did you check what calls he made? Clark took out a notebook and read a series of numbers to Baines. That last one, he added, also appears as a vague impression on the notepad we found on the bureau. His pad? It's a standard hotel one. I didn't find any crumpled sheets from it in the rubbish, but there was a faint impression of that number on the top sheet, visible, like he had written it on the sheet above and torn it off. We could put it up for an ESDA test if... Not much point, since you already have the number from hotel records. But it might show other things that I can't see. True. What was the number again? Clark read it again. I checked it already, he said. He's called it 3 times in 10 days. The last time was at 8:35 yesterday morning. They were all very short calls. It's in Carverley. I even rang it just to see. Whoever was there hung up on me twice. I've told John Hoyle about it. We should have Holmes running on this, really. Then they could have sent someone to go round there. We're getting confused already. No one knowing what everyone else is doing. I thought you were meant to be knocking off, for example. Baines nodded, distracted. The numbers sounded familiar. He wrote it on the back of his hand, using Clark's pen. Then stepped out into the corridor and called Chris Greenwood again. What was the number Diana Hanley gave me for her place in Carverley? Greenwood found it and read it out to him. It was the same. The last number Stein had called from his hotel was Diana Hanley's stables in Carverley, and he had done this before Nicholas Hanley had fallen to his death. Baines tried to think about that. Doyle had hinted there was a connection to the sister. It could mean that, or that she was in danger. Either way, she needed to be asked about it quickly. He tried the number himself. It seemed to ring, but nobody answered. Pacing the corridor, he called Greenwood again, and got Diana Hanley's mobile number. He punched in the numbers and waited. No answer. Behind him, he heard Clark coming out into the corridor. "The number is the stables where Diana Hanley was staying," he told him. "She gave me that number this morning." "Diana Hanley? Is that the victim's mother?" Baines shook his head. Clark had been right about the lack of coordination. "His sister," he said. "She's not answering. I'm going over there now." Lisa Beadle, Diana Hanley's farm manager, had a Range Rover, of course. That and at least one other vehicle, because the Range Rover was in her garage and she was out. Karen didn't even have to force a door to find the keys. She could see them hanging on a hook just inside the porch. She broke a window and took them. The snow had stopped by the time she made it back to the Leeds Road. As she started the long descent down into Bradford, she could feel her heart slowing, her breath gaining regularity. She knew what to do now. It was the last day of the millennium. The day Rachel and Anna Hart were meant to be jetting out of the country on a specially chartered flight. A tiny snigger escaped her lips, and she felt a knot of bitterness twist inside her. There were no early flights from Leeds Bradford. Nicholas Hanley had set them up. She had been so lost in it all, she had missed the obvious. She had trusted him, in some perverse way. But he had betrayed her. In front of her, the snow had turned to a black slush. The traffic out of town was heavy, the fumes from the bus exhausts staining the air a dirty brown. She had the Range Rover heating on full blast, but her limbs were still shaking, as if she were freezing. The clock in the dash said it was nearly 3 o'clock. Time was running out. The cloud cover was low and brooding, quickly growing dark ahead of her. It would be night soon. Everything had happened so quickly. "Please, Mairead, please," she whispered. "Please, just hang in there. I will come." The tower to Lister's Mill came into view, up in Manningham. Below it, the city fell in rows of mill terraces and Victorian slums into a narrow basin of converging streets and 70s concrete blocks. The city centre. She could see the clock tower of the town hall in the middle of it all, a decaying 19th century reproduction of something from 14th century Siena. The stonework long ago turned black by decades of mill smoke and smog. And beside that, the roof of Bradford Central Police Station, the Turls. She had not been here for over 18 months. She was coming back. The thought brought an acid taste to her mouth. She had only one lead, Akhtar. She had memorized a lot of information about Imran Akhtar during the last year and a half. Not because they had told her to, but because she had been suspicious of him from the moment they met. What Hanley had told her had confirmed her fears. She knew where Akhtar lived. She knew several of his bank account numbers. She even knew the names of his wife and kids, his sisters, his uncles. She had seen photos of them. Now was the time to use that information. Akhtar would lead her to Stein. Stein would lead her to Hanley. And Mairead would be with Hanley. Then Hanley would learn about loyalty. Karen had learned about loyalty at an early age. When she was little, they had thrown stones at her in the street, kids her own age. She could remember a half-brick hitting her kneecap one day, the initial blow, the numbness, and then, as she tried to walk, the realization that even though there was no pain and no blood, she was hurt quite badly. She had required an operation and had limped for a year after that. On her 13th birthday, the first time she was allowed home from Victoria College, where she had started that same year, A boy 2 years older than her had thrown a metal ball bearing the size of a golf ball from no more than 10 feet away. She had walked around a corner in the village, and he had been waiting. The object hit her right in the middle of the forehead and had produced a concussion requiring a 3-day stay in hospital. In those days, they didn't do scans for such things and hadn't even X-rayed her. Her father made light of it in the way that only doctors can, because he had seen too much trauma in his life to be able to see pain as anything other than an indication, even when the sufferer was his own child. For David Young, anything that wasn't immediately life-threatening was negligible. Helen Young. That had been her name then, the name with which she had been christened. Later she had agreed with James Martin, Mairead's father, to change it to Sinead Collins. Young could be either a Catholic or a Protestant name in Northern Ireland, but usually it was Protestant. The kids who had thrown stones at her were Catholics. She had picked her new name because of Sarah Collins. Much later, in a psychiatric hospital, when she could remember very little except her early childhood, and couldn't speak about that without crying uncontrollably, another doctor had told her that she had fallen in love with Sarah at a very early age. That might have been true. Certainly she had hero-worshipped her from almost the first day they had agreed to become friends. Agreeing to become friends was something only boys did back then, but Sarah would have flattened anyone who called her a girl. At 9 years old, Sarah was fiery, intense, taller than anyone else their age, and graced with blazing red hair, and skin so dense with freckles she looked permanently sunburned across her cheeks. She was feared by children throughout Cross, not only because it was rumoured her father was the local provo, but because she could fight. As she got older, they started calling her a tomboy, but only behind her back. Unpredictably, in a way only possible with children, Helen Young and Sarah Collins became inseparable. The relationship wasn't very balanced. Helen was the new girl and didn't know how to look after herself. Sarah knew the ropes and protected her. But it had a profound effect on Helen. It made Karen cringe to remember it. She had been so weak. Within weeks she was copying everything Sarah did, speaking like her, the foul South Down accent, intensely proud that she was her best friend. She had assumed Sarah felt the same about her. Cross was a village of no more than 60 households on the outskirts of Newry. From the outside it looked idyllic. There was a church, a village hall, a post office, 2 pubs, a chippy, and narrow streets of cottages dating back to the 16th century. The place was so small, you were never far from a landscape overrun with copses, hedges, and tiny, intricate green fields. But of those 60 families, only 8 were Protestant, and they all lived in exactly the same area, a small hill to the northern edge of the village. Castle, Sarah used to call it. Not for any similarities to Dublin Castle. She used to fall asleep during history lessons. But because the last house up the lane was a rambling ruin with collapsing gable ends. There were 8 detached houses on Newton's Lane, and the second from the end, a converted farmhouse, belonged to the Youngs. Sarah lived on the tiny, run-down council estate hidden between the centre of Cross and the main Newry Road. Like everywhere else in Northern Ireland, what was on the surface in Cross was only the beginning of the story. Helen's mother, Jane Nesbitt, was a house-proud, neurotic Free Presbyterian. Jane's father had been a labourer on an estate in North Belfast. All her family ties remained in the city, even after David Young saw in her something worth rescuing. He was from considerable inherited wealth, but his own misguided version of My Fair Lady was doomed to fail. Jane bitterly resented the move south, upon which he insisted. She gave in, and tagged along reluctantly. But she brought herself with her. A little bit of the upper Ardoyne in rural Down. The move meant her daughter would have to attend the mixed school, where she was to meet Sarah Collins. Even before there was any real sectarian violence in Northern Ireland, Jane did not approve of her only child speaking to "Taig brats from the estate." She made sure her daughter knew it, but by then Helen Young was too far under Sarah Collins' spell to listen. She learned to hide her loyalties. In 1970, a neighbour and friend of her mother's from Newton's Lane, a buildings contractor who had been working on Long Kesh Prison, was shot dead in Belfast. Almost overnight, the Troubles arrived in Cross. By that time, through Sarah, all little Helen Young's friends were Catholics. One by one, they were either told by their parents to keep away, or Helen's mother found out about them and banned contact. Jane had unsubtle methods of persuasion. In later years, she even managed to mix it with gin, to give Helen the true feel of loyalist authority. As the friends disappeared, she didn't replace them. But she persisted with Sarah, even after she was packed off to boarding school in Belfast. At school, it was Sarah she missed, not her parents. By that time, her mother couldn't look at her father without picking a fight with him. Already she was at the bottle before midday, so her absence was a relief, even for a 13-year-old. But Karen could remember many a night when stupid little Helen Young had cried herself to sleep because Sarah Collins was no longer with her. The pain lasted until her third visit home in the summer of 1975. She had written many times to Sarah since leaving Cross, but never had a single response. Too needy to read the signs. Her plan was to simply turn up at Sarah's house, as she always had, looking for her. On her first night back, though, her mother sent her to the chip shop. There was no food in the house, and her father was on call in Newry. Jane was drunk. Waiting in the chip shop queue, Helen Young was surrounded by a group of jeering teenagers, some older than her, some younger, most of them female, all of them Catholic. One of them wanted to fight her. She refused and tried to ignore them. Ahead of her in the queue, adults looked back with a mixture of amusement and approval. In the end, she had to fight them all. Or rather, she had to lie on the ground in a sobbing huddle as they stamped, kicked, punched, and spat at her. One of them finally broke a pop bottle on her head, bringing the ordeal to a bloody end. An ambulance came from Newry. It took a long time. Meanwhile, she sat dizzily on the chippy steps, bleeding profusely from a scalp wound, 3 teeth broken, covered in cuts and bruises, and trying not to throw up. The only adult who was nice to her, who called and waited for the ambulance, was Mrs. Kelly, who owned the chip shop. Mrs. Kelly was a Catholic, and there was a lesson in that, but not so memorable a lesson as the one given by Sarah Collins, who had broken the bottle on her. Akhtar lived in Heaton, not far from the house where Pete Baines had lived, probably still lived. Karen stopped the car at the edge of Lister Park and walked quickly uphill until she found the turn-off for Wilmer Crescent. Pete Baines was another no-go area. She waited at the corner for a few moments, scrutinising the parked vehicles. It took her less than a minute to spot the plainclothes officer in the blue Astra. It wasn't hard. She recognised him.
a DC from Holbeck called Fred Coe, one of those who had been around too long and was just waiting to get his years in. What was he doing here? She took a detour through the streets below Wilmer Crescent and came up through a snicket behind the Astra. Coe was placed near the entrance to the close where Akhtar had a small detached house. He would be able to see Akhtar, or anyone else, leaving or arriving by the front gates, but not if they were more careful. He wasn't making much of an effort to be covert either. She watched him reading a newspaper. He was inattentive, bored. She cut down the drive of a property behind Coe's car, made her way through rear gardens, and came up to Akhtar's house from behind trees. As she stepped onto his rear lawn, she could see his wife at the kitchen sink, Nahid Akhtar. The kids were Zaf and Yaz, 6 and 10 respectively. They went to Ashdown Lodge and Bronte House, both private schools. Nahid didn't notice her until she was almost at the kitchen window. Karen stood there, not 3 feet in front of her, and waited. Around her, the thin covering of snow was melting. She watched Nahid catch sight of her, register surprise, then frown. She didn't have a clue who she was. That was good. Karen mouthed, "Can we speak?" She watched Nahid take off an apron and step to the back door. "Who are you?" She stood in the door, wary but not afraid. She took in the bruising on Karen's face, the blood, then the overalls and the lettering on the breast pocket. She was wearing ordinary black jeans and a pale blue shirt. She was about 5 years younger than Karen, with long black hair and a pretty face, but she looked harassed, like a mother of 2 with too much to do. Karen stepped towards her. "I'm Anna Hart." The words were clumsy in her mouth. Transparent lies already. "We haven't met, but I know you're Nahid." She held out a hand. Nahid Akhtar looked at it, then looked back into Karen's face, perplexed. "Anna Hart? I've never heard of you. What are you doing here? How do you know who I am?" She looked back into the house. Karen could hear children shouting, playing, but the response seemed truthful, which was also good. If Imran Akhtar had not told his wife who Anna Hart was, then she had a chance of cooperation. "Is your husband in?" she asked, moving her hand away. "No. What do you want? Are you from the police?" The question was interesting. Karen frowned, trying to feign confusion. "No, I'm not. Is he in?" "No. I don't know where he is. Who are you? Why are you wearing those clothes? Has something happened to you? You have blood on your face." Karen sighed and looked sideways, unsure what to say. "Yes," she said finally. "Something has happened to me. I was raped this morning." She said the words dispassionately, then felt them tug at her. Her lower lip quivered despite herself. She tried to get her thoughts away from it. She saw Nahid Akhtar read her reactions and stop herself from saying something glib. Instead, she cleared her throat and took a step backwards. "Raped?" she said, as if she didn't know what the word meant. "Yes. Can I come in? I have only these clothes. It's cold." Nahid was caught between sympathy and uncertainty. "You were raped? I don't know what to say. Why are you telling me that? I asked you who you are." "I'm Nicholas Hanley's partner." The name meant something to her, but Karen wasn't sure what. "Do you know who Nicholas is?" "Someone Imran works with. You are a business partner? He has never mentioned you. How do I know who... Do I look like I'm lying? I don't know what you look like. I'm not a business partner. I was Nicholas Hanley's girlfriend. Nicholas Hanley and Imran are business partners. That's how I know who you are. It doesn't matter. If you were raped, you should go to the police. What has all this to do with me? There was too much information for her to deal with. Her voice was going up in pitch. Karen stepped forwards into the doorframe. Your husband knows who did it to me, Nahid. She spoke the words clearly, deliberately. That's why I'm here. I need to find him, so that I can find this person. You have to help me. Nahid took another step backwards, frightened now, unsure what to do. Karen followed her into the building, then paused. She had to get her sympathy. I'm sorry, she said. I should not be... She brought her hands up and covered her face. Nick is dead. The police have told me. Nick is dead. She sank into a crouch, resting her head in her hands. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. She dragged the words out in a whispered stutter, cracked with emotion. She began to sob, faking it at first, then realizing with shame that there were real tears running through her fingers. The emotions were something alien, swelling inside her. She let them come. Raped woman snaps under pressure. She could see herself doing it, breathing in big gasps, tears flowing freely, huddled on the kitchen floor, uncontrollable, devastated. She waited until she felt Nahid's hand on her shoulder, before she began to stop. When she finally looked up, her vision was so blurred she had to draw the sleeve of the overalls across her eyes to be able to see her. She could just imagine how bad she looked. Blood, tears, face contorted with grief and confusion. She could see it all, reflected in the woman's expression. She was crouching on the floor beside her, face lined with anxiety and pain, trying to soothe her. You should stop crying, she was saying. What has happened is over. You cannot be hurt in here. She was speaking to her, as if she were a little child. Karen tried to smile gratefully, struggling with a sudden feeling of contempt for the woman and her pity, though that had been precisely what she had sought to evoke. She followed Nahid Akhtar into a large kitchen, full of the smell of freshly baked bread. The trite domesticity made her nauseous. Or maybe it was what Anna Hart had been through, finally getting to her. She began to retch, and Nahid ran to her with a glass of water. She took it off her and gulped at it, like a thirsty dog. Nahid closed the back door, then the door into the main part of the house, the door leading to the children. She offered Karen a seat at a narrow breakfast bar. Karen sat shakily. I don't know what has happened to you, Nahid said. Her voice was wavering, frightened. Imran told me nothing of this. He did not tell me about Nicholas. He did not... Did you ever meet Nicholas? She shook her head firmly. I have nothing to do with his business. Nothing. There was a trace of determination to it, as if his business was something dirty. But if this man is dead, then I am sorry for you. They are saying he committed suicide, that he jumped off a building in Leeds. Karen looked up, making sure she had her full attention. He was on fire,
she said, dropping her voice to a terrified whisper.
He had set himself on fire.
Nahid covered her mouth in horror.
Things are happening,
Karen said.
bad things. I don't think he killed himself. I think he was murdered by the same people who did this to me. I have to find them. You have to tell me where Imran is.
I don't know where Imran is. Imran tells me nothing. The police were already here this morning looking for him. She stopped herself, almost biting her tongue off.
I'm not from the police, though, Karen said. I want to find him so he can help me. Do you know where he might be?
Nahid shook her head, glanced at her, then looked away.
I don't have a clue, she said. He doesn't tell me anything. His business is no concern of mine.
She sounded angry about it, but she was nevertheless lying for him. Karen was sure of it.
Did he leave for work this morning? You must have some idea where he is.
What has this to do with him? She turned on her, almost shouting. If you were raped, that has nothing to do with him. You are confusing me, coming into my home like this. The door opened, silencing her. A small boy with deep brown eyes and untidy hair walked in, glancing momentarily at Karen, before crossing straight to his mother. Nahid started to ask him to go away, to go and play with his sister, but he wasn't listening. He started to say something in Urdu.
No, you cannot. It's too early,
she answered him in English, but he kept repeating himself in Urdu. He stood at her side, holding onto her leg, looking up at her. Through the open door, Karen could hear the sound of a TV.
He is hungry,
Nahid explained to her. She was getting flustered.
The man who did this to me,
not in front of the child, please.
He was not your husband, but your...
Please. He is only 6 years old.
Your husband knew him. He was with him. I saw them together afterwards.
Nahid picked up the boy and held him, shielding his head from Karen. But her attention was divided. She couldn't cope. The boy struggled free and started to shout at her, stamping his feet.
That's why I have to find him,
Karen said. She got down off the stool. The noise was irritating her. She thought about grabbing hold of the kid and screaming at him. If she shook him hard enough, the mother would react. Would that get the information out of her? She had to do it some way. She wasn't leaving without knowing Imran Akhtar's whereabouts. She stepped towards them, flexing her fingers.
I don't know where he is. Please, leave us. Please, leave us,
Nahid was saying. The child noticed something was going on and fell silent. Karen stood in front of them both.
What did the police want?
She asked. She looked from the child to the mother, then placed her hands behind her back, out of the way.
The same as you. They wanted to find him.
There were tears in her eyes now.
Is he in trouble of some sort? Why would the police want him? I don't know. I don't know.
She began to cry.
I haven't seen him for weeks. He is not the same. Something is happening to him. I think he is dealing with men he shouldn't be dealing with.
Have you seen any of them? She shook her head. The little boy buried his face into the back of her legs and began to cry as well. Behind her, Karen could sense that the 10-year-old girl had appeared too. She glanced towards the door and saw her standing there, staring.
I have seen no one,
Nahid said. She leaned over the kitchen counter and buried her face in her hands.
He tells me nothing. He is like a stranger to me.
But he is in trouble.
The police said I should call them if he came. Call about my own husband. I cannot do that. I cannot.
Has he called you?
No.
But you did see him this morning. There was no denial.
Listen, Nahid, Karen said.
You are a good woman. I can see that. You are not involved in any of this. She reached out and placed her hand on the woman's shoulder. I don't care about being raped, she said. That is over with. But I am a mother too. I have a child, the same age as yours. She pointed back to the girl. These people, the people who are doing this, they have taken my child. Her voice broke suddenly, genuinely. She took a breath.
Please, help me. I don't know what they will do with her. I don't know what is happening, but I have to find her. I am desperate. She is my only child. Your husband is with these people. He knows where she is. You have to help me. You have to tell me where he is.
Nahid stared at her.
They have taken your child?
Karen nodded. She could feel her cheeks quivering, the lump massive in her throat.
Rachel. And Imran knew about this? He was there when it happened.
She looked straight into her eyes as she told the lie.
We were both kidnapped this morning. They raped me. I managed to get away. But they took her elsewhere. Afterwards, I saw Imran talking to the one who took her. I think it might be something to do with their business. With Nick and Imran's business. And why can't you go to the police? I have been to the police. They are looking. If you watch TV, you will hear the appeal they are putting out. But I cannot sit around waiting. I have to do something.
He is at his uncle's. She spoke the words with sudden decision.
He must be in trouble, because that is the only reason he ever goes there, to get advice. I have warned him about this. I have told him we will leave him if it goes on. He has gone too far. Did you see him today? Yes. He was out all night and came back this morning. His arm was bandaged. He had blood-stained clothes. He has been doing something. There was disgust in her voice. I know what he is capable of. She bit her lip and pulled the little boy towards her, protectively. He does not think of us. He does not think of his family. Below her, the boy started to sob. Does he keep any paperwork about the business here, in the house? Nothing. He would not want me knowing what he does. Which uncle is he with? Mohammed Hussein. He has a car business. They will be there. On Frising Hall Road? Yes. How did you know? That doesn't matter. When I am gone, will you call him? Will you warn him that I am coming? She waited for Nahid Akhtar to shake her head. Karen could not believe her. But the premises owned by the uncle were only a 3-minute drive away. She could pull the phones out and search for Nahid's mobile if she had one, or she could trust her and hope that made a difference. She began to walk towards the back door. You've done the right thing, she said, opening it. Nahid Akhtar nodded, her hand on her little boy's head. He doesn't mean to do these things, she said. He is a stupid man. He has always been like that.
He does what others tell him to do. You won't hurt him, will you?"
Karen smiled at her.
"I promise," she said.
Stein was already stopping the car at the Hartshead Moor services on the M62 when he heard the radio announcement start. At first, he didn't register who they were describing. A conspicuously tall male, very well built, either shaved head or bald. Then he heard the car registration number. It was the hire car he was driving. He switched the engine off and looked carefully around him. The car park was moderately full. Most vehicles were parked up and empty, but there was a steady stream coming in and leaving. One car passed right in front of him as the announcement was made. He glanced at the driver, middle-aged, uninterested, then looked away. Not that one. But it was inconceivable that there was nobody here listening to the same radio station. It was Radio Leeds, one of the main local stations. He heard the cop making the announcement give a police website address. There was a picture of the man they were looking for there, he said, and encouraged listeners to look at it and remain alert. The man we are looking for goes under several names, including Jan Gatz, Joseph Stein, Michael Steinmeier, Michael Getz, Jan Josephs, and Michael Kruger. All his names. They had all his names. Anyone with any suspicion that they are dealing with this man should contact us. A contact number was given. Under no circumstances should the man be approached or challenged. He may be dangerous. Then followed the appeal for Anna and Rachel Hart, that he had already heard several times. He switched the radio off. So, they had still not found the woman and the kid. He opened the car and stepped out onto the tarmac, noticing how he towered above the roof of the vehicle, clearly visible from all directions. The air was bitterly cold. Above him, the sky was prematurely dark. The few inches of snow beneath his feet had frosted over already. He started to walk towards the service buildings, head down, shoulders hunched. It was all he could do, duck his head against the cold, but move normally. The images had to come from some CCTV camera he hadn't seen. Hopefully, they would be poor quality. But poor quality or not, he needed to be out of this shithole and far away. Nicholas Hanley had fucked up his exit plan. He had fucked up everything, in fact. Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. The police had his image and his names, and they knew he was connected to the deaths. He didn't know how that had happened so fast, but it had. The most obvious source of information would have been the woman or her kid, but he knew now it couldn't have been them. The woman had been quicker and cleverer than he had allowed for, or Michael Kenny had been more stupid. The phone call telling him about Kenny's death at the abattoir had come just as he was approaching the place. Someone had contacted Mohammed Roof direct. Then Roof had called Stein. Stein had endured his anger, but left the arrangements to him. It was not his responsibility to ensure that everything worked as he had been promised it would. Kenny's name had come from Roof's people, not his own contacts. Hart and the kid hadn't gone to the police because they were with Hanley. He had guessed that long before Roof told him Hanley had called and tried to dictate terms. It hadn't surprised Stein. Roof had expected Hanley to set up two people he had lived with and loved, one of them a child. Stein had known Hanley would not do that. Hanley had even told him how much he loved the pair of them. Stein had felt nothing comparable in his life. He noted the fact dispassionately. But he knew from vicarious experience how much grit that kind of emotion could drop into the works. He pushed open the doors to the main vestibule and looked for the restaurant. People passed him, glancing at him, but no double takes.
He turned away from the restaurant into the shop and found a black woolly hat. He paid for it and pulled it over his head. At least that was one part of the description struck out, bald or shaved. From the entrance to the restaurant, he picked out Diana Hanley across the other side of the room, noted her position, and walked slowly back to his car. She was easy to spot. There was no one else around her, no one within earshot. She was sitting alone at a corner table in the window, smoking. Had she watched him pull up and park? He knew it was her, because Ruth had provided him with a picture of her not so long ago. Diana Hanley had been important in the past. There had been something intimate between Ahmed Ruth and her, but she wouldn't know what he looked like, unless she had been listening to the radio. He dialed her mobile number. "Yes?" She sounded anxious. From the car window he could just see her, inside the restaurant, ear pressed to the phone. "Diana Hanley." "Yes. Where are you?" "I'm here, looking at you." He let the words sink in. He watched her scanning the faces on the inside of the restaurant. "Not inside," he said. "Outside. I can't come in." "Why not?" "Haven't you listened to the radio recently? The police have put my description out. We can't meet in a public place." "We have to." A hint of desperation. "We can't. There's a cheap hotel attached to this place. Go there and rent a room. Call me when you're in." Silence as she thought about this. "I don't want to do that," she said finally. She was frightened of him. Something her brother had told her, no doubt. "Well, that's the way it has to be. If I get caught by the police, you get caught. Remember that. You identified his body. And I'd have to tell them the rest of it to save my skin. Besides, you called me for this meeting. I didn't want it. I can start my car, turn around, and drive away right now." "No. Okay, I'll do it. Stay there." She cut the line. As he waited, he thought about Ahmed Ruth and Diana Hanley, copulating, rutting like rabbits. The idea amused him, like all miscegenation. He had met Ahmed Ruth only once in Zurich, at a club there. Ruth had been as friendly and normal as you could imagine. No pretensions, no swagger. Imran Akhtar, the idiot they had made him use here, was meant to be related to Ahmed Ruth in some way, but he was cut from a different cloth. Ruth had been a well-groomed, clipped individual, tall and fit, with light skin, a finely trimmed beard and clever eyes. He had offered Stein a cigarette, a normal Marlboro, but Stein didn't smoke. He would have fitted well with the English upper classes. He had the voice, the clothing, expensive, understated, casual. The manners. It was easy for him, of course. He had been to some expensive private school over here and knew the codes. But Stein knew where his money came from. At the end of the day, the polo-playing playboy thing was just a diversion. Diana Hanley was about to discover that. Her credit with Ahmed Ruth had run out in one quick blast, over 12 short hours. It took her about 10 minutes to ring with the room number. He walked slowly over to the motel part of the area, entered the lobby, nodded in a friendly way at the receptionist, and carried straight on through, as if he were checked in. Hanley herself opened the door to him. She had a mobile phone pressed to her ear and was talking. He stepped inside and watched her, listening. "Of course," she said. "If you want me to come down, I will. But are you sure it's necessary?" She sounded like she was talking to someone official. He drew his hand across his neck to signal that she should cut the call. She moved her hand over the microphone and mouthed,
It's the police. He frowned. "Thank you, Mr. Baines," she said. "I'll see you then." She ended the call. "Mr. Baines?" he asked. "A policeman. He wants me to go to Wheatwood Police Station." "What did you say?" "I said I would, of course." He smiled. "But you won't." "Naturally not. You must be Stein." She held out her hand to him, trying to conceal her unease, to take charge of the situation. He looked down at it, but made no move to take it. She reached into a pocket, found a packet of cigarettes and lit one. Her eyes were bloodshot and strained. She moved her hand away, left the door, and walked back into the room, turning her back to him. Very brave, he thought. "How did you know who I was?" she asked. She stood by the bed. There was a black leather bag there. He closed the door and locked it, then walked over to the bed. He saw her looking anxiously back at the door. "I've seen a photo of you," he said, "playing polo with my boss." He saw her relax slightly, perhaps feeling a little safer. "What do you want to tell me?" he asked, though he knew already. She walked over to the bedside table and stubbed out the cigarette she had just lit. "I don't want to tell you anything. I've been asked to give you something, as a gesture of good faith. So Ahmed will know we are honourable in this business." She began to reach into the bag. Stein reached a hand across the table and closed it around her arm, gently. "I don't know anyone called Ahmed," he said. "I think you do," she said, face set. She shook her arm free. He smiled at her. "What do you want?" he asked. "That's not your business." Her voice was stuffed with contempt for him, or maybe it was just the accent. "My brother has already called your boss." "Yes, I know that already. But humour me. Tell me what you hope to get from this." "I don't have to speak to you. I'd rather not. My brother—" "That's not the way to negotiate," he said, interrupting her. He thought the situation was almost funny. "You should know better than that." "Don't presume to teach me anything." "There has to be give and take in a good negotiation." "This isn't a negotiation. I want nothing from you. I have brought this for Ahmed, not for you, to prove that we want nothing from him. You have only to take it to him." She took a brown parcel from the bag, A4 size, and threw it onto the bed in front of him. He smiled at her again, then sat down on the edge of the bed. He heard the springs creaking beneath his weight. He tore the seal on the parcel as she watched. He glanced at the contents. There was no way of telling if it was genuine, not here. But it looked like a high-value bearer bond. "Your brother seems to think this is a negotiation," he said, looking up at her. "No, there can be no discussion. The rest of these will be returned when we have guarantees for our safety and when we are out of the country." "I said, your brother seems to think this is a negotiation." "And I'm telling you that he doesn't. Can you understand that? When we have left England—" "We? Who would that be?" She frowned. "My brother and I." "Not Anna and Rachel Hart?" She made a little tutting noise, and even looked as if she would smile at the thought. "I rather doubt it," she said. "But your brother has asked for their safety. That is why I didn't kill them this morning." She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. He watched her frantically thinking it through, completely wrong-footed with surprise.
seeing suddenly that it might be true, that her brother really might feel enough for the pair to try to save them, without telling his sister. Something like panic crossed her features. "You didn't know?" he asked. "Think about it. There was no need for your brother to steal the bonds to guarantee his own safety. The people I work for had already given those assurances. We went to all that trouble this morning to make sure your brother would be safe. We found a replacement. We killed him. You identified the body. All your brother had to do was get on the plane and leave." "No, he didn't trust you." "That may be." He was right not to. Stein had told Ruth from the start that it would be easier to just kill Hanley. But it wasn't his own life he asked for when he called my employer. "That is nonsense. I do not believe it. Please, take the package and go, now." Her voice was wavering. "You have to leave. If you do not leave, I will call the police." "What would you tell them?" She stepped over to the phone and placed her hand on the receiver. She was uncertain now, thrown by what he had told her. She wanted rid of him quickly, no doubt so she could call her brother to check his story. "I have already told the police where I am," she said. "I told that officer I was speaking to when you came in." "So what? Is he coming?" "He will come, if I ring." "You're not going to ring," he said quietly. "And I doubt you have told anyone where you are." "Get out, Mr. Stein. Leave me now. I will do this if I have to. There are police cars stationed at these very services. They could be here in moments." He rolled lazily across the bed, reached out, and closed his hand around hers, crushing it against the phone. He squeezed until he saw pain flashing in her eyes, then stood up and closed his big, flat hand across her mouth, just as she started to shout. She was still trying to shout, as he bent his head forward and whispered into her ear, "I will kill you if you don't be quiet." He tightened his grip on her hand until he felt something crack inside it. Her face contorted with pain, her eyes big white circles staring up at him. He let go of her hand and waited for her to catch her breath, then took his hand from her mouth. She fell back against the window. "Let's get down to business," he said, stepping towards her. "Did you really think you could just bring me here and walk out?" She held her damaged hand and stared at him in sheer fright. He heard her mutter something about Ahmed Roof, but it was too unclear. He reached over and curled a hand through her tired brown hair, pulling her head back. She gasped, her face trembling. "Your brother has property that belongs to others," he said. "I need to know where he is." Diana Hanley had told Baines she was having a business meeting with a horse trainer at the services on the M62 at Hartshead. He didn't believe her. She was probably at Hartshead, he thought, but not for a business meeting. Her excuse for the location was that it was on her way back home, to London. He could get to Hartshead in 30 minutes if he used the light and horn, 40 if he didn't. But would she still be there? Was she there at all? Either she had been lying to him about that, or about something else. Perhaps something was wrong. It hadn't seemed as if she had been lying about the location. Her responses had been too quick, and if you were inventing a location, why choose a motorway service area? It was too silly. Baines stood in the main room of Diana Hanley's house and tried to ignore a mounting feeling of panic. He was clutching at straws, trying to do something, when there was nothing he could do. He felt strung out, not just because he was tired, but because he had been living on adrenaline, ever since he had found out that Karen Sharp and Anna Hart were the same person. He surveyed the mess left by Diana Hanley, and wondered if anyone would notice if he put his fist through something. He put his knuckles in his mouth instead. He had thought Hanley had been burgled. The back door had been forced and left open, and it looked as if someone had turned the place over. But no, she had told him she had left the cottage like that, and there was nothing for him to worry about. He hadn't believed that either. What was it? Something he had picked up in her voice? He sat down on a small chair in the hallway and stared at the telephone socket, his legs moving compulsively to some frantic, inaudible adrenaline beat. He had only noticed the socket after he had called her. The phone line had been ripped out and the socket crushed. That was why all his calls into the place had appeared to ring without answer. He could call in the problem, ask Alan White to get the traffic sergeant at Hartshead Moor to look for her. There would probably be 2 or 3 traffic officers nearby who were sitting around doing nothing. He could even call through to them himself, without going through White. That would be preferable, because White was just going to be annoyed that he wasn't doing paperwork at Wheatwood. But he could imagine their reactions if he called through with nothing other than a vague description and a hunch that she was lying. She wasn't, after all, a suspect in the case. Not officially. She was a victim. And he didn't even know what kind of car she was driving, let alone the registration plate. He looked at his watch. It was nearly 4 o'clock. Outside it was dark, with small flurries of snow falling through the air. The darkness made him want to shout out with fear. He was frightened for Karen, but more for Mairead. He had already tried the cottage opposite, hoping they would know what kind of car Hanley drove, but they weren't in, and there were signs that they too had suffered a forced entry, a broken porch window. He would have to call that in, whatever he did. He stood up and walked back out to his car. Diana Hanley had promised to go to Wheatwood Police Station immediately. He could always go back there and wait to see whether she did that. But that might be to let things slip. The man they were looking for, Stein, Gatz, Kruger, whatever name he was using, had probably killed her brother. Why had he called her? Baines had not told her of the evidence of Stein's call to her. A part of him suspected her of something. Whatever it was, the line had to be hunted down before it vanished. There was a connection between Stein and Hanley. And there wasn't time to take it back to White, run it through the inquiry, and wait to see what happened. He got into the car, started it, and reversed so that he could turn. The back of the car hit the wooden fence bordering the yard, with a loud splintering noise. He got out and looked at the damage, running his hand over his face. The fence was knocked down. The car was scratched and dented. He had known the fence was there. He was dog-tired. If it wasn't for the adrenaline, he would sleep on his feet right now. He looked up into the sky. The clouds were too dark to see anything. He had to do something. Drive over to Hartshead, check if she was there, then knock off and get a few hours' sleep. It wasn't on his way, but it was more in the direction of his home than a drive back to Wheatwood, where he should have been. Even if she was no longer there, he could look at the CCTV there and probably find out what car she was in. If she did turn sour on them, that would be useful later. He started to disentangle the broken fence from the rear bumper of the car, pulling at the cold wood with his bare hands. A piece was stuck there and wouldn't move. He kicked out at it. "Fuck you, Karen!" he shouted suddenly. "Fuck you for doing this!" Some time ago, they had given her a number to call, an intelligence clerk in Northern Ireland who would know about James Martin. That was after Martin had contacted her, telling her he was coming for his daughter as soon as he got out. Martin had spent the better part of the last 3 years in jail for terrorist offences. She had been living with Pete Baines when he sent the letters, but it wasn't the first time he had tracked her down. The time before that, he had been sent to kill her. Looking back on it now, it seemed like it had happened 20 years ago. But it hadn't. The consequences were still with her, in tangible form. She had a child, and Martin was the father. Thinking about him brought on powerful and conflicting emotions. Only living with Pete Baines had started to stop all that. Using the dead man's phone, she dialed the number of the clerk. Part of his task was to collate information on known suspects, tracking when they crossed to mainland Britain and back. She had used the facility twice before, so the man would know her. The question was whether he would know more. Would Sutherland already have warned him that she was AWOL? Given the inefficiency she had become used to, it was unlikely, but possible. "Len Freeman, can I help you?" The heavy Northern Ireland accent sent a little shiver down her spine. Once upon a time, she had spoken like that. "Mr. Freeman, it's Karen Sharp. I need an update on James Martin." "Anything wrong?" "No, just the usual." "Of course. Just hold a moment, please." The usual was shorthand for Karen and James's complicated and unhappy history. They had met when she was a stupid 24-year-old in Belfast. The stupidity had not been falling for him. She had been tasked to do that, but falling for the myths woven by the officer controlling her. Back then, that had been Harry Singleton, Sutherland's predecessor. Nearly 3 years later in London, the lies had come home to roost. In 1988, she managed to delight Singleton, make a lifelong enemy of the Provisional IRA, and slip straight off the edge of a psychiatric precipice. But not before she had fallen pregnant to Martin and given birth to Mairead. She could recall little of that time. She had been ill for many months afterwards, and too many memories had dropped out of existence while she was in hospital. She could not even remember Mairead's birth. But she knew that she had loved James Martin, really loved him. The thought of it made her cringe. She'd just gone through the same process with Nicholas Hanley. The same thing all over again. She felt sickened, disgusted. The last 18 months had the quality of a dream, as if someone else had been involved. But it had been her. She had been there, doing all that with him. She was like some kind of slut. "James Martin," Freeman said, cutting into her thoughts. "Yes, I remember the last time you called. He was living in Newcastle, County Down. Is that right?" "Yes. I haven't heard much about him since then." "I just need to know whether he's still there." "I understand. Let me try to find out for you." She waited as he clicked away at a keyboard, looking for information, or sending a message to Sutherland. Whichever it was going to be, she had to ride with it now. She needed to know where Martin was. In front of her, in a solitary industrial lot off the bottom of Frisinghall Road, she could see the office lights of the car parts business Akhtar's uncle owned. Occasionally, she could even see figures moving about inside. The place was closed, according to the sign on the door. But Akhtar's conspicuous Merc, along with his memorable personal plates, was parked up outside. The street lighting was poor, but all the same, she didn't dare leave the engine on. She had been waiting nearly 15 minutes so far. It had stopped snowing outside, but the air inside the vehicle was beginning to chill. "Was he early release?" Freeman asked. "I think so." "He was just out, I think, when you last called." "I think so, yes." She tried to keep her voice normal, unexcited. They had sent her coded text messages all yesterday, warning her to get out, telling her that it was compromised. Yet she had remained in place. Why? She had been confused. She had lived a normal, happy life with her daughter and Hanley. She had let that get to her, forgotten who she was and why she was there. When she had lived with Pete Baines, it had been different. She had argued with Mairead the whole time. Mostly she had let Pete look after her. But then, with Pete, she had been Karen Sharp. That was reality. Anna Hart had lived a normal life with Nicholas Hanley. Anna Hart had got on with her daughter like a house on fire. But Anna Hart didn't exist. Karen Sharp was who she was. There was something wrong with her. She could live a normal, happy life if she wasn't Karen Sharp. But when it happened in reality, as it had with Pete, she couldn't bear it. "I found him," Freeman said. "Yes?" In front of her, the side door to the building opened, and a man stepped out. "He's in prison," Freeman said. She eased the breath silently between her lips. The man began to walk carefully towards her, watching where he was placing his feet. "He's on remand," he added. "I didn't know," she said. It was Akhtar. She turned her head from him and tried to act like she was just someone taking a call on a mobile. "He assaulted a policeman." "Assault? That's not like him." Akhtar turned at the end of the lot and moved towards a car in front of her, a Ford Focus. "It's definitely him. I thought you'd be glad." "Thanks for the help," she said. She cut the line, but kept the phone to her ear. So it wasn't James Martin who had taken Mairead. That left Hanley. He had to be alive. Her head began to fill with anger. It could only mean one thing. He knew who she was. The thought squirmed malignantly. He had known about her and said nothing. Nothing had been as it seemed between them. He had been living a lie. But for how long? She felt an irrational, primal sense of betrayal. In front of her, the Ford Focus pulled into the road. She would find Hanley. She was sure of it now. All she needed was 30 minutes with Akhtar, alone. Stein sat down on the bed, resting his thighs. They were trembling, and he didn't know why. He looked around him, seeing the room for the first time. The place was tiny, barely enough space to set the single high-backed chair between the double bed and the television. The television was flickering in his peripheral vision. He didn't care what program was on, couldn't even focus on what they were saying. He just wanted the background noise. He had drawn thick drapes, designed to dull the constant hiss of the motorway, on a view of the rear of the service area and the steadily falling snow. It was night outside already. Too easy for anyone passing to see straight through. He felt confused, something that rarely happened, so it was hard to work out why. His thighs, and now his arms, were really trembling, his breathing rapid, as if he had just completed some strenuous physical effort. But he had done nothing. He worked hard at being fit. As a child he had been tall and big-boned, but not well-built. His size had been a liability. He was clumsy and uncoordinated with it, all bones, joints, and angles. The image he had of himself was of someone defective, a simpleton. He saw himself bumbling around their farm just outside Salisbury, always breaking things and being beaten for it. Deep inside, he registered a small internal flinch at the memory. His father had been a drunken bum who had blacked his mother's eyes, held knives to her throat, screamed at them all. He looked over to where Diana Hanley was bound to the chair. Her head was flopped forward, and her whole body was shivering. Below the neck, almost every part of her was streaked with blood. From some of the wounds, he could still see it pulsing out of her, running down her naked flesh onto the cheap hotel carpet. He had held a knife to her throat. He had blacked her eyes. He had only not screamed because it would be heard.
He tried to think about it. What had he done to her? The same things he had seen done to his mother. But this was different. This was business. So why was he sweating? He looked down at his legs and could see the stuff staining through the fabric of his trousers. There was so much he thought he had wet himself. It had been the same with the woman at the abattoir. So much sweat, his heartbeat racing. He had thought he was going to pass out, that he wasn't going to make it. If he walked over to Diana Hanley and pulled her head up, he would see that look in her eyes again. That was what had stopped him. It had been there with the man they had burned this morning as well. It was there with all of them. He felt sick thinking about it. He eased himself backwards onto the bed slowly, as if he might pass out if he moved too quickly. He began to breathe in short, staccato bursts. His hands covered his face. Everything was confusing him now. He could hear Hanley trying to scream, a tired, cracked, old woman's scream. But she was so weakened she couldn't even hold her head up to shout. And the gag was very tight, covering her whole mouth, suffocating her slowly. All that came out was a muffled, low-level noise, not enough to drown out the TV. Still, somebody would hear if they passed the door. He should do something about it, shut her up, or get out of here. He raised his head a little and watched her. Soon she would put so much effort into it, she wouldn't be able to get enough air through her nose. She would stop then. Why was she doing it anyway? She couldn't be in pain. Her body would be in shock now. There would have been pain at first, but even so, not too much. He knew the scientific facts. The incisions were too deep for pain. The blade went in underneath the densest concentration of nerves. Eventually, a feeling like pain would swamp her senses, but it wasn't real. He had been there. He knew. Living things, animals, humans, whatever, always screamed if you subjected them to this kind of thing. Animals were worse. They bucked and kicked, convulsed. He had seen it happen so many times. Too many times. He let his head fall back onto the bed and groaned. His head was filling with it now. All those images. He tried to massage the thing that was in his throat, blocking it. He could hear the groan coming out of him still, like the noise of a buffalo at night. He had been taught animal noises. His stepfather. His thoughts faltered. His stepfather. Long after his father had left. His stepfather. The thought wouldn't come. What? His stepfather what? He rolled onto his side, moving his hands to his temples now. A pain was building up there. His stepfather had been good to his mother. He had not hit her. And he had tried to make something of the scrappy bit of land they rented. But it hadn't stopped his mother walking out on them. That had been his fault, presumably, because he was so ugly and clumsy. Dolph. That was his stepfather's name. He had been a strong man, shorter than his father, but stronger in every way. It was his stepfather who had made him watch as he killed the roebuck, after he took them from the traps. He had held his head from behind, gripped tightly, his hands so huge he could close one of them over his whole head, holding it like a ball, squeezing so tightly that the blood supply was constricted, so that even as he watched he became light-headed and dizzy. The animal would kick and convulse, the blood welling, the eyes looking up at him. What had he seen in their eyes? Blankness? Were they blank, like people always said of animal eyes? Why had the animals looked at him at all? Watching him, watching them, his stepfather's voice gentle in his ear. Tell me when the light has gone. Tell me when the light has gone. That had been the point to it all, to look into their panicked eyes and be able to tell his stepfather when they were gone, when they were dead, when the light had finally left their eyes, like an electrical charge shorting to earth. Though nothing changed physically, though the eyes would still be looking at you,
the body twitching slower and slower, the terror changing into acceptance. You could still see the moment when they were looking, but no longer seeing. To get there, to make that moment obvious, the animal had to die slowly. So his stepfather had arranged that for him. He rolled suddenly off the bed, breathing heavily. He liked most animals. The only things he would happily kill were cats. Cats made his skin crawl. He didn't want to think about it. His stepfather had been good to him. He had taught him how to fight, how to train, to build up muscle, how to look after himself. It had been hard because those things were hard. He stood up and moved towards the woman. She had known, he thought. That was why she had held out for so long. She had known how it had to work. Perhaps, as a child, she had even been through the same things he had. Because she knew that even when she told him where her brother was, he would still have to go further. The only possible proof of her truthfulness was that she would die with it, and even that wasn't proof. You had to get the pain level up, to where it interrupted all other allegiances. That took time and care. What he had done to her would do it, but not immediately, not for the first 20 minutes or so. He had seen it before. The body went into shock if the injuries were severe enough. It took time for it to communicate the harm to the brain. Meanwhile, she was screaming and crying only because she was conscious, because she knew what was going to happen, because she had known from the start that he would not walk out of here and leave her. He picked the blade up again and moved behind her. He would do something about her eyes. There was no harm in it, no complication. All the movements were very simple. He pulled her head back and looked down at her from behind. He saw her eyes find his face. He watched her chest heaving as she went again into a blind, terrified panic, her limbs stretching against the plastic ties, her head tossing from side to side, a shout of some sort in her throat, begging him to do something. It was hard to distinguish the words. He would need to get her to the point where this struggling was impossible, then remove the gag and see what she had to say. She had already given him the address, but he had to be sure of it. He took hold of her head at the base of the neck and held it firm. The eyes were looking right at him. That look. Was it fear or helplessness? What was it? Blankness. Underneath it all, a blankness, as if there was really nothing there behind it. He placed the blade against her cheek, readying himself. This was hard to do, but it was something necessary. He had to remember that the struggling was automatic, that there was no real conception of death. No one could visualize their own death, not that clearly. "We haven't long," he told her. The words sounded thick in his mouth, because he had taken out his teeth. He moved the blade a little, and felt as giddy as the silly, awkward teenager he had once been. His legs felt weak, like they would give way. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I have to be sure I can do this." In the car park of the Hartshead Moor Services, Baines drove slowly through the lines of cars, looking for signs of Diana Hanley. Since he had no idea what car she drove, he looked only for faces at the wheels of the cars, not the cars themselves. She wasn't there. He parked some distance from the main building and sat for a few minutes behind the wheel, watching the snow curling out of the sky. Probably Diana Hanley was totally innocent of anything. He needed to remember that. The car park contained about 70 cars, and only a dozen or so drivers had been inside their vehicles, so it was possible she was inside the place. He got out and walked across a thin covering of snow to the entrance. As he was walking through the main doors, he saw a traffic car shoot down the slip to the motorway, lights already flashing. He stepped back out and hurried quickly through the snow to the small police building attached to the back of the place, housing the motorway traffic team. There were no cars left in the yard. He slipped his pass through the door and stepped in. The place was empty. It was fortunate he hadn't called. He walked quickly back to the main building. First he scanned the faces of the people in the shop, then stepped into the restaurant area. A dirty trail of water led from the hall towards the self-service counters, and the place had an air of neglect. Behind the counters, the staff stood around aimlessly, looking as though it would be a chore to serve anyone. There was a soap playing on some widescreen TVs hanging from the pillars and the ceiling. The noise of Australian family life, vying with the pop music, piped out of separate speakers at an uncomfortable volume. The eating areas were divided into sections, but the place was nearly empty. It took him about a minute to confirm she wasn't there. He stood looking at the shabby, fixed furniture, feeling his anxiety growing. He took out his phone and dialed her number again. She didn't answer. Probably by now she was halfway to London. He walked through the main doors and stepped outside, wondering whether it was worth going to the manager of the place and seizing the tapes from the CCTV. He only had her word for it that she had ever been here. He was relieved now that he hadn't bothered Alan White with this. The snow was coming down steadily, probably because they were at a higher altitude here. To the left of him, hidden behind a high embankment, he could hear the motorway traffic, a constant background growl. In the beams of the tall lights spanning the carriageway, the air was thick with a dense spray thrown up by the wheels, like the mist that hangs over waterfalls. He let the snow fall on his head, noticing the damp, icy touch of each snowflake as it stuck gently to his skin, then slid off. The flakes were very large. Mairead would have liked it. Where was she? He bit his lip and let his eyes stray over the cars again, methodically checking each one. The Christmas before, the one he had spent with them, had been clear, cold and sunny. Ditto the last one, though he had been working then. Usually it didn't snow at New Year either. If snow came, it was normally way beyond the festive period, in late January or February. English people were brought up to expect snow at Christmas. He didn't know why. He could only rarely remember a Christmas or New Year that had been white. Even the stuff that had fallen today was melting in Leeds and Bradford. It wouldn't last until midnight. Maybe up here, where the altitude was different, on England's highest motorway. That was what the sign said on the M62. His eyes stopped. What had he seen? He stepped forward, looking at the car they had settled on. A silver Mondeo. No, not that one. He moved back 2 cars and felt his heart jump. A black BMW SUV. He read the registration again. It was Stein's hire car. He ran over to it and looked through the windows. It was empty. He looked back towards the service buildings, a feeling of exposure coming to him. Maybe he was being watched, right now. If Stein were in there, eating or drinking, he would probably be alert for people approaching his car. Baines's eyes passed across each window, searching, but finding nothing. A shiver followed an icy drop of water from the nape of his neck to the middle of his back. He was moving back to the restaurant before he realized he had forgotten the toilets. He started to run and knocked into a truck driver as he went through the doors. The man threw back some kind of racial insult. The 2 middle-aged women and the ladies turned from the sinks and watched as he moved along each cubicle in turn, pushing doors in. He was in and out before they could say anything. The gents' was a larger area, but also nearly empty. He moved back into the restaurant. Had Stein been here the first time he had looked? He had not been looking specifically for Stein. He could have missed him, but it seemed unlikely given the description. He took a breath and moved carefully through the floor space, checking faces. No one there looked even vaguely like the man. Walking over to the windows, he placed his face against them, shielding his eyes from the reflections. Stein's car was still there, and still empty. He stepped back, frustrated. Had Stein abandoned it? He walked quickly back through the entrance hall, intending to go for the CCTV at least. On the way, he took out his mobile and tried the incident room. The line was busy. He tried to remember Alan White's personal mobile number. It was in his organizer, but that was in his car. He looked back towards it. And then his eyes saw the Days Inn motel sign at the far end of the building. His heart began to quicken. He sprinted towards the place, trying the incident room number again as he ran. The line was still ringing as he slammed through the motel doors and pulled up in front of a teenage receptionist. "A big guy," he said, out of breath. "Shaved head. Have you seen him?" She looked at him as if he were mad and stepped back a pace away from him. "I'm police," he said. The line was still ringing in his ear. He grappled with his left hand to extract his ID and flipped it at her. "It's urgent. Have you seen a big guy pass through here?" She frowned.
"Yes, about half an hour ago. Why?"
"Where? Where did he go?" His heart was thumping now. "Is he still here?"
"I think so. He went through there."
She pointed to a set of double doors.
"I thought he was checked in."
He cut the line on the phone and turned to run through them, then stopped, spinning back to her. "Do you have anyone staying here called Stein or Gatz?" She frowned and started to look at a computer screen. "Quick," he said. "Do you remember?"
"I only started a few hours ago. I don't know."
She was getting flustered.
"No,"
she said finally.
"No one by that name."
"What about Hanley? Diana Hanley?"
"Yes, I remember her. She only came a few—"
"What room?"
"Number 145. It's on the left at the end."
"Call the police," he said. "Do you understand?" He looked at his mobile. There was no time to try the incident room again. "You call 999 now. Say a police officer is in danger. You got that?"
"But—"
"Now. Do it." He started to run, his mind emptying. The doors flashed past him, the numbers moving quickly up. He tucked the phone into his pocket, turned a corner, and could hear it straight away, a muffled scream suddenly cut off. He felt his insides lurch and sprinted the last few yards. When he got to the door, he could hear a TV on the other side, but no other noise. He felt his head reeling with adrenaline and tried to get the mobile into his pocket, but dropped it. He stood back from the door and began to shout a warning, at the same time kicking at it with all the force he could summon. The lock gave at once, splintering. He shouted again, "This is the police! I am coming in!" The second kick sent the door slamming against the wall. He stepped forward into the room and took in the scene in front of him. He was looking down a short passage, leading past the bathroom and toilet to a main room. There was a TV on the cabinet in front of a double bed, a big wooden chair knocked over and on its side by the windows. A woman was sprawled on the floor at the foot of the bed. A man bent over her. Baines's legs carried him forward. He couldn't tell if the woman was Hanley. There was blood all over her. He couldn't see her face. The man was almost kneeling by her. He was a huge, lumbering shape. It was Stein, unmistakably. He had a hand reached out and was touching her neck gently, as if he were feeling for a pulse. As Baines came in, he didn't react at all. Then he looked up, unsurprised. He straightened. "Too late," he said. "She's gone." He spoke the words sensitively, as if he were a doctor who had just finished an examination. "There's nothing we can do for her now." Baines stopped and began to dig in his pocket for his ID. Stein started to stand. "Stay there!" Baines shouted. "I know who you are!" Suddenly he felt afraid. The man reached full height. He was too big to handle. Baines saw a long filleting knife on the floor by the woman. "Do as I say!" he shouted. "Get down on the floor!" There was blood all over the floor, but Stein looked spotless. He was wearing some kind of thin business suit, a pale shirt, a tie. He began to walk towards Baines. Baines got the ID out just as he was closing on him. "I'm police!" he screamed, then dropped the ID and lashed out at the man, both fists flying. His blows struck his face and chest, but Stein walked straight through them, not even pausing. His hand caught hold of Baines's throat, thrusting him back against the wall of the room. He said nothing. Immediately Baines started to thrash at him, kicking, punching, pulling at the hand, clawing at his face. Stein leaned back, out of range. Holding Baines's head against the wall, he began to squeeze his windpipe. Baines started to choke. It happened quicker than he thought it would. He could keep up the kicking and punches for only seconds before his strength was sapping, his vision blurring. There was no pain, just the feeling of constriction, of mounting pressure in his head. His sight went first, then his hearing. Moments before he blacked out, he could feel his body banging off the wall, trying to twist from it, still fighting. She had been injured many times over the years. So many bones broken, so many little scars. Most recently, in June 1997, she had taken a bullet in the thigh. She still limped from that, especially when she got tired. She was tired now. She had told Nicholas Hanley the scarring was from a car crash. The same incident had given her a blood clot on the brain, requiring surgery. She had a small plate in her skull, where they had opened it up, and a broken nose. But that was the third time someone had broken her nose. The first had been when Sarah Collins had attacked her, outside Mrs. Kelly's chippy. There had been many months in hospitals over the years. The physical stuff healed fast. The mental effects lagged. She had known a lot of psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, therapists, and quacks. She had spent so much time trying to piece together her personality that she had lost track of what the original looked like, if there had ever been one. The pain caused by Sarah Collins was still there, though. She was the first. Her loss left a hole, a gaping, gnawing gap. If she concentrated, she could still find it now, somewhere deep within her chest. The incident at the chippy cost her months off school, not because of the injuries, but because she swallowed a couple of bottles of her mother's pills afterwards. A cry for help, they said. Swallowing her mother's pills was one of the few ways to get her mother's undivided attention. Sarah Collins had taught her to be patient with revenge. That kind of patience was a civic virtue in Northern Ireland. When older boys picked on Sarah, she just took it. But she got them afterwards. No matter how long it took. She could bear grudges for years. For a long time, Helen Young wasn't strong enough. She planned all the others carefully, found out who they were. Most admitted it to her face. She watched them, thought about it, took her time. But not Sarah. It was another 6 years before she could think about taking her pound of flesh from Sarah Collins. The ringleader at the chippy had been Paddy Carroll, a boy 2 years older than her, a bit fat and a bit stupid. Helen waited for him with a half-brick behind a hedge he passed on his way back from school. He went down with the first blow. She turned him over and flattened his nose, then left him. She went through 5 others with the same kind of care. She identified them, traced their routes, waited until she had each of them alone. She was 14, and some were older than her, so she made sure she had a weapon. It was small, childish stuff, compared to what the adults were doing in 1976. She was 20 before she grew out of Sarah and her lessons. By then she was copying someone else, someone with more power. Sarah Collins, Harry Singleton, James Martin. All her life she had copied other people, modelling herself on them, looking up to them, wishing she were them.
Being fiery, attractive, and independent at the age of 13 didn't stop Sarah Collins from reverting to type. When Helen, now Sinead Collins, found her in 1982, she had 2 kids, a drunk, unemployed husband, and lived on one of the worst estates in North Belfast. She was a threat to Sinead Collins, someone who knew her real identity, so there was a legitimate excuse. Sinead had someone torch their semi one weekend, while they were all back in Cross visiting relatives. She had wanted to do something more physical. She consoled herself with the fact that none of Sarah Collins's possessions were recovered from the blaze. Sarah moved back to Cross after that, into the same estate where she had grown up. Probably she was still there now. As a child, Sarah had been interesting. It was easy to see how a weaker child might fall under her spell. She had been able to keep her emotions under control, pay out the anger slowly, using it. Helen had picked that up, and passed it in turn to Sinead, and then to Karen. Karen knew all about the uses of anger. She waited 5 minutes after Imran Akhtar entered the house, before leaving her car and walking up the front path. He had driven straight here, making no attempts to watch for people following, taking no deviations. He wasn't used to this. As she politely knocked on the door, she hoped that would make him sensible. The plan, at least to begin with, was just to talk to him. The house was at the end of a cul-de-sac in Undercliff, off Killinghall Drive, a lower-class mixed area. The entrance was screened from the semi next door by a huge Leylandia hedge. She looked behind her as she waited for him to answer. Because the house was tucked back off the road, there was no line of sight to the other houses in the street. She didn't know the address, and hadn't seen it during her daily trawls through Nicholas Hanley's paperwork. The lights had been off when Akhtar had arrived. He had switched them on when he entered. His car was parked up right outside the short driveway, blocking it. She guessed his uncles might consider this place somewhere safe, that he could go while they made the relevant phone calls and tried to find out what to do. Nick Hanley had told her Akhtar's uncles were from the same family as Ahmed and Mohammed Roof. They were the poor, dirty cousins in Bradford. But they were still cousins. Akhtar opened the door cautiously. There was a small porch above it, blocking his view from the upstairs windows, but she was sure he had tried to find out who it was before answering. He opened it stupidly, an inch at a time, waiting until there was enough room to see her face. He kept the light in the hallway off, making it more difficult to see anything in the darkness. He had his face almost flat against the wood, and there was no chain. She moved her head sideways, looking downwards, forcing him to inch it open even further. She waited until she could see enough to know that the eyes in the crack were his. They widened as he recognized her. Immediately he tried to close the door. She put her shoulder to it. The door slammed into him, knocking him back. She pushed it open and stepped through. He was staggering to his knees, moving back into the hallway, hand to his nose. There was blood running between his fingers. So far, so good. Nice and easy. She got in and got the door closed behind her. But as he came back to his feet, she saw him pull something from the back of his trousers. Before she could get halfway to him, he was pointing it at her. A gun. She felt a shock like electricity running through her. He was already trying to pull the trigger. She closed the distance quickly, kicking his legs away whilst he was still pointing it at her. He collapsed to the floor, rolled, but held on to the weapon. He hit a small table with a telephone, knocking it over. Beside the table, there was a wrought-iron lampstand, with no bulb or light shade. She picked it up with both hands, inverting it, and swinging it over her head. The first try caught his legs, and he shouted out. He was up, trying to get away from her, but at the same time trying to raise the gun. She swung a second time. This one caught his head. In the darkness she couldn't see where. He went straight down again, arms and legs splayed. She stepped above him and swung it once more, bringing it into the middle of his chest. She heard something snap, but the blow brought him back to life immediately.
He began to twist sideways, more clumsily now, without coordination. The gun dropped out of his fingers. She changed grip on the lampstand and swiped it sideways, striking him in the back of the head. His limbs jerked, but he was still trying to pull himself along the floor. She kicked the gun away and stepped closer. "Lie still, Imran! Lie fucking still!" She looked into his eyes. They were shocked, unfocused, and there were flecks of spit and blood all over his face. His mouth was wide open, a rasping noise coming from the throat. She hit him again, then crouched over him and checked. His eyes were closed now. He was out of it. It felt like a split second of time. One moment, Baines was wriggling against the wall, the blood supply to his brain cut off. The next, he was gone. A moment later, he was spluttering and choking on the floor, his eyes filled with stars. He had no consciousness of the gap between. He concentrated on trying to get air through his throat. Even when he realized it was working, that he was breathing, that there was no need to panic about it, it was as though someone had pushed a dry tennis ball into his larynx. He began to retch. He had eaten too little all day. Bile dribbled from his mouth to the carpet. He waited until he could see and hear again, then tried to turn his head. The headache was immediate, from one temple to the other, like someone driving a nail into his skull. He groaned and collapsed to the floor. Then he remembered what had happened. Where was Stein? He had to wait for minutes before he could move. This time he went slower. He pushed himself against the wall by the bathroom and let his eyes focus. The woman's body was still there, silent, immobile, naked, covered in blood. He looked towards the door of the hotel room. It was open. Through it, a long way away, he could hear someone shouting. There was a breeze on his face. He found the source. The curtains were blowing and billowing. The window behind them was open. Stein had gone. He had no idea how long ago. His ears picked out the words being shouted. It was the receptionist, or some other woman, shouting for him, asking if he was safe. He began to pull himself towards the door. He got to it on hands and knees and looked along the corridor. She was standing with her hands to her mouth at the door into the corridor, staring at him. He held up a hand to her, feebly. He didn't want her to see the woman's body. "Stay there," he tried to say, but instead he began to cough. He crawled into the corridor and pushed himself back against the wall. She took a few steps towards him, shaking. "Have you called the police?" he asked her, but the words came out broken and twisted. She didn't understand. "The police!" He had to shout to achieve a whisper. She got it this time. She nodded. "Good. Just wait." He let his head sink back against the wall and closed his eyes. Things started to happen quickly. First, a uniformed officer running up to him, checking him, stepping into the room. Then more of them, followed by the ambulance crews and detectives from the squad. By the time Baines could stand and move about, the place was full of uniforms and panic. John Hoyle arrived and started organizing everyone. The place was a crime scene, and anyone who wasn't essential was contaminating it. He cleared everyone from the hotel except witnesses, medics, and the 2 detectives he had brought with him. The exodus included all the guests from the hotel. They formed a small, sorry crowd just outside the entrance. Baines stood inside reception and watched the snow falling onto them. He spoke slowly to a medic, his voice a pained whisper. His throat was sore, his head pounding with pain, but his breathing had returned to normal. The medic gave him an injection of some kind, a painkiller, an anti-inflammatory, he wasn't sure what. Stein had nipped the blood supply to his brain, blacking him out. You had to know how to do it, how to squeeze the veins instead of the windpipe. Constricting the windpipe took longer. The medic explained it all to Baines. He listened with half an ear, knowing already what had happened. They wanted him to go to hospital, to check his brain, to do scans. He wouldn't let them. He could walk. He could talk. He could see and hear normally. The only problems he had were a splitting headache and a sore throat. John Hoyle stood in front of him and asked him questions about it. Baines answered truthfully, his voice getting stronger as he went along, the shaking in his legs easing. The medic put that down to shock. "You should have called Pete," Hoyle said. "You shouldn't have gone in there alone." His voice was low, serious. They still hadn't brought the body out of the room.
"Is it Diana Hanley?"
"Yes. She's in a bad way." Hoyle was speaking quietly. "He's done some nasty things to her."
"She's alive?"
"For now. They can't get her out of there yet, though. I'm not sure she'll last."
"What did he do?"
Hoyle shook his head. "Not sure. It's a mess." He looked away. "We'll wait for the report."
"I think he went out through the window."
"I see that. There are some prints out there in the snow. They head back to the car park. We've got people going through the whole service station now, getting everyone to check their car is still there. He either took a vehicle or ran on foot. His hire car is still out there." Outside, Baines could hear the beating of rotors in the distance. "We've got the chopper up with him for Red," Hoyle said. "If he ran, they'll find him. He can't go far."
"But what do we do when we find him? He's not just going to tell us where they are."
"We'll question him. We can't do anything else." Baines nodded. Hoyle put a hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay, Pete? Can you breathe?"
"My throat feels swollen."
"Your voice is funny. You need to go with the ambulance."
"It's just bruising. He cut off the blood to incapacitate me."
"He tried to kill you."
"I don't think so. He could have done that if he wanted."
"The girl on reception was quick. Maybe he was disturbed by her. She remembered your name from your ID. If she hadn't given it, God knows how long it would have taken to get here. She called, then shouted for you from the corridor outside the room. She might have saved your life." Baines nodded.
"I'll thank her."
Hoyle was too easy with the conclusions. Baines didn't want to think Stein had tried to kill him. He didn't want to think he had been that helpless, or that it had been that close. "You really should go with the ambulance," Hoyle said again.
"I don't want to. I need to keep working. Karen is—"
"Karen? That's still a dirty word, Pete. We can find Anna Hart without you. Get in the ambulance. Do as you're told." He walked off to talk to one of the other sergeants. Baines stood by the main entrance to the hotel. The snowfall was thickening, and he heard one of the uniforms say they were thinking of closing the M62. Whatever the medic had jabbed him with was taking effect, but not the way he wanted. His eyes were closing on him, forcing him to suck at the cold air to stay awake. He watched them, taping off the scene. A pleasant sensation was stealing through his limbs, relaxing him. The headache drew into the distance, then vanished. John Hoyle was still busy inside. Alan White hadn't arrived. He heard a sergeant report to Hoyle that no cars were stolen, and X-ray 99, the air unit, had found nothing. He waited until Diana Hanley was brought out, surrounded by tubes and drips, and put straight into the back of the ambulance. Then he walked back to his car. He sat dreamily at the wheel. It must have been some kind of opiate they had given him. He hadn't asked for that. There was a bottle of water behind his seat. He drank thirstily, then waited for his head to clear so that he could drive. He would have to go home now. The medic had finished him. Karen went through the house quickly. It was sparsely furnished, unoccupied. A sofa and chairs stood in the living room, but there was neither TV nor radio. When she took the telephone from the hallway and plugged it in, the line was dead. In the kitchen she found that the electricity and water were on, but that the fridge was unplugged and open. She took his gun, a Glock, modern, with 15 rounds in the clip and the safety still on, and went upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms, only one of which had a bed in it, but no sheets. In the bathroom she found toilet paper, a tube of toothpaste, and an old bar of soap. That was it. There were a number of ways she could do this. She had to think of the fastest. The light in the hallway was poor. She dragged Akhtar into the lounge, then knelt down beside him and felt for his vital signs. He was breathing, his pulse slow. When she peeled back the eyelids, his pupils dilated in response to the light. His heartbeat seemed strong enough, but there was already a swelling spreading across the right half of his face and head. His right eye was closed up. She checked his scalp for wounds and found large contusions in 2 places, but no cuts. She had split his lip, broken some teeth, and gashed his jaw, just beneath his left ear. The blood was coming out in a sluggish trickle. The cut was about 1.5 inches long. It wouldn't kill him. She pulled the belt from his trousers and wrapped it around his wrists multiple times, pulling it tight and tying it off. Then she pushed him onto his back and slapped his face. His eyelids flickered for a moment, but there was no other response. She tried kicking him gently, in the side, then on his legs. When she bent down to shout into his ear, his mouth closed slightly, and she saw a trickle of blood run away from it. What was the matter with him? She used the mug from the kitchen to throw cold water over his face. She went to the kitchen and back 3 times, but it didn't work. She squatted down beside him on the carpet. His breathing was now very shallow. She had been moving within a rarefied bubble since this started, too much adrenaline. But the bubble began to pop now. She began to get nervous. She felt through his trousers for his testicles and twisted them sharply. His chest moved slightly, but not the eyes. She tried nipping his nose with her fingers, closing his lower jaw with her other hand. Even after a minute without air, there was no response. She leaned forward quickly and placed her ear to his chest. The heartbeat was still there, but it was faint, stuttering. She panicked. He was the only link she had to Hanley and Mairead. She had not hit him that hard. She had not even badly cut him. This couldn't be happening. There was some blood staining on his chest, just showing through the sweater he was wearing. She remembered the blow to the chest. She took the sweater off and saw more blood running away beneath it. She unbuttoned his shirt and stared in astonishment at the injury. The edge of the lampstand had caved in 2 or 3 ribs right over his heart. There was a wound where it had struck, then a deep concave injury. The broken pieces of rib would be buried in his lungs, or worse, his heart. She quickly felt his neck with the tips of her fingers. There was no pulse at all. She couldn't believe it. She opened his mouth and placed her ear to it. She could feel nothing. He wasn't breathing. She could see his face beginning to turn blue. She started to give him mouth to mouth, working shakily, trying to move her hands gently on his chest as she compressed it. After a few minutes, she placed her ear against his chest, just above the wound. She pulled her face back quickly, stunned, blood all over the side of her cheek. His heart had stopped. She tried resuscitation over and over again, frantically trying to recall everything she had been taught 10 years ago. She tried it for so long, her mouth began to feel dirty and her wrists ached. But still he didn't respond. She stood up, not knowing what to do, the panic really racing through her now. She should call an ambulance. She had to try to save his life. She looked down at him, and for the first time could see it. He was inert, already inanimate. Moments ago he had been breathing. She crouched down and began to shout at him, picking the chest up by the ends of the shirt and shaking him. His body was completely flaccid. She stood back and began to cry. "It's like a game," her mother had told her. "A kiddie's game. You just pretend to be someone you're not. After a while, you get to like it." For a while, it had been simple and easy, just like playing a game. Mairead had liked it. But all that had changed now. She felt miserable and frightened. They were in a house in the middle of nowhere. She had no idea where she was. On the way, she had tried to see street signs or place names through the windows. But for most of the journey, it had been snowing, and the windows were steamed up. "Where are we?" she had asked, as soon as he had turned off the road and started bumping the Volvo down the dirt track. "Somewhere safe," he had replied. But he hadn't looked at her. There was something different about Nick. She didn't know what it was. She had been so relieved to see him, she hadn't noticed it at first. He had pulled his car in front of theirs, got out, and run to her. She had almost cried when she realized who it was. She had wanted to hug him, to kiss him. They had thought he was dead. She had started to tell him about that. But he interrupted her. "We've got to rush," he said. "Let's go. We're going in my car. Your mum's coming later." She had felt doubt right then. His tone of voice had given something away. She had told him where her mum was, objecting, but he said he already knew. He had already spoken to her, he said, on the mobile. "She's with Diana. She'll meet us in half an hour." He smiled at her, hands in the air. "What can I say?" he said. "I'm doing what she has told me to do. She says get you out of this car, warm you up, and we'll meet up later. You coming?" It wasn't unusual for her mum to change plans, to leave Nick to pick her up or drop her off. So she had got out of the car and run to him. It was almost automatic. They had been living with him for over a year. They knew each other. But halfway down the road, as he locked the car doors, she had felt the doubt again. "What's going on, Nick?" she had asked. "Nothing, Rach. You're safe now." And again, he hadn't looked at her as he spoke. She had tried not to think about it, to trust him, but the euphoria at seeing him hadn't lasted long. Her mouth was sore, her front teeth loose and wobbly, her nose throbbing and bleeding. She had a headache, and she was hungry and cold. The clothes she was wearing felt damp and awkward, and behind all this, there were the things that had happened to them. She didn't want to think about them, but she wanted to know what was going on. She had started to tell him about it all, speaking quickly, excitedly. She had got as far as them escaping through the Abbey grounds, when she realized he was shaking his head furiously, hands pressing into the steering wheel so that his knuckles were white. "I can't listen to it," he had whispered. "Please, Rachel, I can't listen to it." So she had shut up. Her mother had said there were only 3 rules. The first was, you are not lying. If you think of yourself as lying, pretending, making it up, then you won't be good at it, she had said. You have to think all the time that you are not lying, that this is who you are. The rule worked well. When, for instance, kids at school asked her about her 8th birthday party, she had said they spent it with Nick, but hadn't thought to work out how that could have happened. Instead of becoming flustered and trying to make more things up, she had just said she couldn't remember more than that. People forgot things. That was their problem, not hers. Rule 2 appeared confusing alongside Rule 1. If you have to lie, keep as close as possible to the truth. Never completely make it up. Never pretend you know something you don't. Mairead understood that well enough. She had only got into difficulty about her 8th birthday because she had made up something completely false about it. Rule 3, the golden rule, was an absolute. Never ever stop, unless I tell you it is safe. She had asked how her mum would know whether it was safe or not, but that had been more complicated. It's a trust thing, Mairead, she had said. You have to trust me on this. Sometimes people might try to trick you. Remember the rule. Never, ever stop. So she was doing that now. Nick had called her Rachel. Her mum wasn't here to tell her to stop. So she was Rachel again. Acting like Rachel wasn't hard. As far as she was aware, there was no difference between Rachel and Mairead except the names. For her mum it was different. When her mum had changed her name, she had become completely different. She looked out of the window onto a landscape steadily sinking under snow, and felt the tears starting again. She had spent nearly the whole day in tears, and her eyes were red and sore. He had said her mum would join them in half an hour, but it had taken them half an hour to get here. That was at least 2 hours ago. She was upstairs, in the room where he had said she should wait. Downstairs, she could hear him making calls on a mobile phone. Sometimes he raised his voice, and she could make out a few words clearly, but mostly it was just a mumble. She couldn't tell who he was talking to. They had travelled, she knew, by the motorway, the M62. She had even seen the sign at the top of the pass, England's highest motorway. That meant they were somewhere in Lancashire, she thought. He had turned off at the other side of the hills and taken roads she hadn't recognised, finally ending up on a twisting single-lane road. The snow had thickened as they got higher. Before they reached the turn-off to the dirt track leading to this place, the going had become very slow. Once or twice the wheels had got stuck and slipped. He had told her that the road ahead was closed because of snow, so wherever they were, it was isolated, cut off. At the turn-off, she had looked back through the rear window and seen the snow gathering in growing drifts jutting into the road. She had wondered how her mum was going to get there, but said nothing. By then she had known something was wrong. She was trying not to ask him questions. If she asked him questions, he might start asking her questions, or get annoyed with her. She had never seen him angry, and wondered if he could be, but she didn't want to risk it. She was so hungry, her head felt dizzy. The pains in her stomach had gone away, but she was thirsty all the time, even though he had given her a drink of water when she asked for one. About an hour ago. She looked around the room. He had not locked the door. It looked no different to the rest of the place, shabby, worn, falling to pieces. There were large patches in the ceiling where the plaster had come off. The floor looked as though it had not been cleaned in months. There was an old iron bed frame, but no mattress. The window she was sitting at had a deep sill, so she could tuck herself right into it. The pane of glass was cold against her arm, but she didn't mind that. The place was probably an old farm. There had been 3 or 4 buildings beside the one they had run to. She guessed it was a long time since anyone had lived here, but there was still electricity and water. She tried to think what Rachel Hart would do in this kind of situation. Not just sit around. She got off the sill, walked over to the door, and opened it. She was at the top of the building, and there were 2 flights of stairs leading back down, one at the end of a long, narrow corridor. She started to walk down the nearest flight. The stairs were uncarpeted and creaked immediately, but she ignored that. She was Rachel Hart. She had done nothing wrong. There was no need for her to skulk around. As she reached the landing on the second floor, she could hear his voice more clearly. She shouted out for him. He came moments later, looking flustered and slightly annoyed.
"I asked you to stay up there, Rachel. I have to make calls. This is important."
She held her ground, staring at him.
"You told me. Mummy would be here."
He stood in front of her, the mobile in his hand, obviously wanting to get back to it. She watched him struggling with something in his head, running his free hand through his hair, a pained expression on his face. Then he sighed.
"Okay," he said. "Let's go downstairs and talk about it."
The place was freezing downstairs. The snow had already piled so high against one of the windows that she could see it. The room would have been a kind of living room, when people were living there. There was an old table with 4 chairs, one of them with a broken leg, and in front of a huge old hearth and chimney breast, a threadbare green sofa. There was wood and paper piled up in the fireplace. She asked him to light it. He looked unsure.
"Is that a good idea? There's electric radiators in every room. I've switched them on. It will just take time to heat through. The fire will make smoke. People will be able to see the smoke."
"What people, Nick?"
He sucked at his teeth.
"You know already, Rachel. There are some nasty people out there. You know what's going on."
She looked away from him, biting her lip.
"I don't know," she said. "I only know what happened to us. Where is Mummy?"
He sat down at one of the chairs by the table.
"Sit down, Rachel. We have to talk about this."
"I need some food."
He looked panicky for a moment.
"I haven't eaten all day," she added.
"You'll be okay," he said. "You won't die."
"Is there any food?"
"I don't know. I haven't looked."
"What is this place?"
"Somewhere safe. I told you."
"Is Mummy coming?"
He said nothing.
"You told me she was coming," she said.
"I hope she is. Eventually. I don't know what to say, Rachel. I don't really know what's happening. Everything is very confusing."
"We were meant to be getting a flight out of here."
He looked away from her, guilt written all over his face.
"You were going to meet us," she said. Instead we had a crash."
She sat down on the sofa. She didn't know how much to tell him.
"Why do we need to hide?"
she asked instead. He sighed again.
"We've screwed some things up, Rach. Me and your mum. That's why we need to hide. We're all in danger. I'm trying to work things out. That's why I need to make the phone calls, why you have to let me do that. I'm trying to solve things, to get us all back together."
He looked at the floor as he spoke.
"Mum as well?"
"Yes, if I can. But you know there are problems, Rachel."
He looked up at her. He was 50 years old, about 3 inches shorter than her mum and slightly fatter, with grey hair that he dyed dark brown. Ordinarily, he shaved every day, except Saturdays and Sundays. Today she could see a thick stubble on his chin. In places the stubble was grey or white. His face looked tired, stressed, and slightly greasy, with dark rims under his eyes. She hadn't seen him like that before. Usually he was relaxed, always ready to make a joke, and tactile. He had hardly touched her since she had got into his car. He had only ever been generous, caring, and affectionate with her, had never shouted at her or told her off. He left that to her mum. She was sometimes quite poor at judging what adults were feeling, sometimes spot on. Right now, she thought, he looked hurt. She felt as if she must have hurt him, but didn't know how. "I don't know what problems there are, Nick," she said. "But I'm glad to see you. I'm frightened as well, though. I want to see Mum."
"Well, your mum should have thought of that, shouldn't she?"
He sounded bitter. She wondered what he knew about them. Would it matter if he knew they had changed their names? "Is she coming or not?"
"I don't know."
She started to cry. She didn't know what to say to him, didn't know what he knew, didn't know what she should do for the best. There was nothing she could do but cry. He came over to her and hugged her. But as she cried into his shoulder, she could feel that he was hugging her differently.
"I love you, Rachel," he whispered into her ear. "You know that, don't you?"
She nodded, still crying.
"If I ask you a question, will you promise to tell me the truth?"
She nodded again, without changing position, her mind alive with danger signals. He was sitting alongside her on the sofa now. He pushed her away from him gently, so that he could look into her eyes. She looked straight back at him, wiping the tears away.
"Do you know what is going on?"
he asked her. She frowned. The question was unclear. He rephrased it.
"Do you know who you are? Do you know who you really are?"
She frowned again, her heart beating faster. Rule number 3. The golden rule.
"You know what I mean, don't you?"
he said. He was speaking very slowly, very gently.
"If you tell me the truth, nothing will happen to you. I will still love you, Rachel. You are not to blame for any of this. What is between you and me will always be there."
He was staring into her eyes.
"Can you tell me who you really are?"
She let the tears start again, still keeping her eyes locked on his. "You're frightening me, Nick. What do you mean? You know who I am." She held his gaze as he chewed his bottom lip, frowning deeply.
"Tell me who you are," he said finally.
"You know who I am."
"Tell me."
She really began to cry. "I'm Rachel Hart, Nick. You know that." He gave in and let her hug him, but she could feel that he was still thinking about it, disturbed. They sat like that until she became aware of a scratching noise from the door. Probably it had been going on for some time. She moved away from him. "What's that?" she asked, glad of the distraction. She could hear a mewing now, a pathetic, plaintive noise. "There's a cat somewhere." They walked to the door together and opened it. A cloud of fine snowflakes blew into their faces on the back of an icy blast of wind. A small black and white cat ran past them and jumped onto the sofa. She ran to it immediately. It was freezing and looked half-starved, but pushed itself against her, arching its back, purring. "You have to find some food for it, Nick," she cried out. "Even if you don't feed me, you can't let an animal die." He stood at the door watching her. He looked sad and confused.
"I'll feed you both," he said.
Baines felt dead on his feet as he opened the door to his home. He stepped inside warily, expecting the place to have been turned upside down by the spooks, but there was no sign that they had been in. He switched the lights on in each room and looked around. Everything was as it should have been. Downstairs, he switched the lights off and sat down in the chair in the back room. There were too many thoughts flying through his head. He couldn't make sense of it all. He needed to eat something, check the time, maybe let himself sleep a little. After that, he could think. Through the patio doors, he could see straight down his lawn to the bottom of the garden, to where the swimming pool had been. He had got contractors to fill it in nearly a year ago. There was a rockery there now, looking bleak and brown,
like the pile of earth on a fresh grave. His daughter had drowned in the pool. Millie. She had been 3 years old and nearly 3.5 feet tall. That was 30th of July, 1989. A month later, to the day, his wife, staying with her parents at the time, had taken an overdose. They hadn't discovered her until it was too late. 10 years ago. Only meeting Karen and Mairead had given him enough strength to get the pool filled in. He had even started to think about moving out of this place. The house, a massive detached mansion in Heaton, still partly owned by his father's company, was far too big for him. But there was a cord fixing him to it, a chain of guilt. He needed to have the memories pushed into his face each and every day. Otherwise he would forget about them, forget what he had done, and get on with his life. But he didn't want that. It was bad enough that they were dead. He ran his hands through his hair. He needed to wash it. He needed to shave. He let his head sink back. Within moments, he was sleeping. He awoke because he could hear somebody crying. For a few seconds, he didn't know where he was. Not in his bedroom. His eyes picked out the detail. He was in the armchair in the back room. The patio doors were open, and there was a cold breeze on his face. He squinted into the gloom, turning his head slightly. And she was standing there, right in front of him. He didn't react. He thought it was a dream. She was dressed in some kind of overall, her hair cut short, like it had been in the photo of Anna Hart. Just standing there, her hands at her side, weeping. He stood up. "Karen?" She didn't reply. He stepped quickly towards her, frightened she would vanish. Then all at once realized he was awake, that it was real. "Jesus! Karen!" He stopped in his tracks, his whole body flooded with relief. "I need your help, Pete," she said, whispering. "Please. I need help." She was trying to control herself, but it was like something had broken inside her. She couldn't stop crying. He closed his arms around her. "It's okay, Karen," he whispered. "I've fucked everything up," she managed. "All my life. I've screwed up everything. But it's worse now." He didn't say anything. He held her tightly, pressing his hands into her back. She pushed her head into his neck and let it come out. She couldn't stop it. "I've lost Mairead," she gasped. "They've taken her. I don't know what I can do." He pushed back from her, feeling the fear grip him. "You've lost her?" He heard himself repeat it, but she was really sobbing now, pulling herself towards him and crying her heart out. There was a big white sofa in the room where they used to sit to watch DVDs, all 3 of them. She let him place her on it and switch the lights on. He sucked his breath in as he looked at her. He told her she was thinner, and she could see him trying to control his reactions. She knew how she looked, too thin, with dirty hair and a face covered with bruises and cuts. There was caked blood up her nostrils. As she cried, she could feel it running in streaks down her face. "What's happened to you, Karen? What happened?" His voice sounded hoarse. He sat on the edge of the sofa, a hand on her leg. She could see him inspecting her face and body, his eyes narrowing. "It doesn't matter," she said. "It wasn't me. All this..." She gestured with her hand to her injured face and body. "All this happened to someone else. Mairead is all that matters. You have to help me." "I will, but you need to tell me what happened." She started to tell him,
crying still, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. She had to stop every second sentence and catch her breath. She told him she had been working undercover for over 18 months. Mairead had been with her.
"I know that," he said.
"I was this stupid, upper-class bitch called Anna Hart," she said. "Mairead was Rachel Hart."
"I know."
She stopped. "How do you know?"
"I was on the squad, looking for you. The SIO told me."
"They knew it was me?"
"Just the SIO. He told me when I found out. We had a photo from your luggage. You were on a beach somewhere. It took me a while to realize it was you."
"Who told the SIO?"
"He has Sutherland up there with him."
She wiped her eyes. "If I tell you more, Pete," she said, "you have to promise me you will not go to Sutherland with it."
"Don't be stupid."
He reached his hand over and took hold of hers. He sounded offended.
"You know I wouldn't do that. We'll do what you think is best."
She told him about Nicholas Hanley, the trip they had planned, the taxi drive from the hotel, the gunman, the abattoir, the rape, the visit to Diana Hanley's, and Mairead's disappearance. She gave him the whole tale, trying to tell it dispassionately, looking at her knees as she spoke, not at him. The only thing she left out was Akhtar. She didn't know what to do about that. When she stopped, he looked stunned. "You have to help," she said again. She closed her hand over his. He couldn't speak. She could see he was struggling with his emotions. "You have to forget the detail, Pete. We haven't time for it. If you are on the squad, there are things you can do." He nodded, swallowing hard. "I've tried everything I know," she said. "I've run out of ideas. Maybe if you take the name of this man to your inquiry, Stein, maybe you will be able to get something from that." He shook his head grimly.
"We already know about him."
"You know about Stein?"
"Yes. His real name is Jan Gatz."
He stood up and rubbed his throat.
"I ran into him earlier,"
he said.
"I was trying to trace Diana Hanley. There's a connection between them. They agreed to meet at Hartshead Moor Services, I think. I walked in on their meeting."
He told her what had happened, pacing up and down as he spoke.
"He must have been trying to get information from Diana Hanley," he said finally. "They wouldn't tell me what he had done to her."
"Is she alive?"
"She was when I left, but she was in a bad way. Stein left her for dead."
"You should have gone to the hospital." He dismissed the idea.
"I'm fine. It's nothing. Not compared to what—"
He broke off, unable to voice it.
"We have to work out who has Mairead," he said. "That's the first priority."
"I told you who has her. Nicholas Hanley. That's why I went for his sister."
"He's dead, Karen. I've had a preliminary autopsy on him."
"Only his sister identified him. She was lying."
He frowned. "You're guessing that," he said. "He has a business partner called Imran Akhtar. He identified him as well."
"I know. I tried to find Akhtar. I spoke to his wife."
"The inquiry wants him too. We've lost him."
"Yes." She paused. She didn't want to lie to him. "I've lost him as well. It wasn't completely false. Akhtar was dirty, she continued. He was with Stein in Pudsey. They were connected.
You think Akhtar might be dead?
Dead? Why? She tried not to sound edgy.
You said he was dirty.
She looked away. You know what I mean.
Why do you think Hanley is alive?
Because Stein heard the radio coverage about him being dead, but was still prepared to do that to me in order to find out where Hanley was. He didn't do it for pleasure. She almost spat the words. Baines walked over to the patio doors, thrusting his hands in his pockets.
I feel sick, he said. I can't think about it.
It's not important.
It is.
He leaned his hands against the doorframe. She waited for him to control it.
I have Stein on CCTV from Spencer Tower, he said, turning to face her. He torched the place. That's almost certain. Akhtar might have been with him. There were images of someone who looked like Akhtar as well. Why would Stein be looking for Hanley if he thought he had just killed him?
Because he knew it wasn't Hanley. He must have known it wasn't Hanley.
So who was thrown from Spencer Tower?
I don't know. Does it matter? Someone else. You only think it's Hanley because of Akhtar and his sister.
And you think his sister is in on it. But Stein almost killed her. That doesn't make sense to me. None of it makes sense. They told me it was all about drugs money. Is that true? Why were you attached to Hanley?
He was laundering funds. They wanted me to identify the beneficiaries of high-value property transactions, which they thought were laundering operations. They told me it would be easy, no risk. She laughed bitterly. No risk. An easy job. I must be fucking mad.
Did you find out?
Yes. He was layering funds for two brothers from Pakistan, Ahmed and Mohammed Roof.
Deliberately?
She shrugged. Maybe he didn't realize at first. He knew in the end, though.
Stein is connected to the Roofs. They told me that.
Obviously.
And that's what this is about, he asked. That's why people are dying.
People die for less.
Less than what?
The Roofs are big. The funds Hanley was moving are only a small proportion of it. But it's not just the quantities. It's what they do with it. They have bigger people leaning over them. People who don't give a shit what they do. I should have got out when I found out it was them. She held her head in her hands. Some of the money was funding terrorism, extreme Arab stuff. They should have told me that before they put me in. Sutherland should have said.
Could Stein have been sent to kill all of you? One of Sutherland's men said he might be a cleaner.
She looked confused. I don't know. If they wanted to kill Hanley, why stage his death and set fire to the body? It sounds to me like they were trying to fool you it was him.
With his sister in on it?
Yes.
That doesn't work. If she was in on it, why would Stein then try to kill her?
Nothing works. If her brother was in on it, why would Stein be trying to find him? I don't know the answers. That's why I'm here. Because I'm desperate. She was close to tears again. He sat down on the sofa, a little further away from her.
But even if Hanley is alive, he said, why kidnap Mairead?
I don't know that either, she said. But we're wasting time thinking about it. You have to believe me. Mairead can only be with Nicholas Hanley. At first, when the workman told me about it, I thought she must have gone off with James. But then...
James?
James Martin. Baines nodded. He knew who he was. But I've checked that. He's in prison in Northern Ireland. Then I thought it must be you. A sob caught in her throat. You, her dad, and Hanley. are the only people she would run to like that."
"She was close to Hanley."
She nodded, unable to look at him. "I shouldn't have taken her, I know that."
"You shouldn't have gone at all."
"I know." She was silent, eyes downcast, her limbs trembling.
"So Mairead trusts him, is that it?"
She nodded. "They got on like you two used to. They got on great. She didn't know he was the target. She thought he was just someone I met at the gallery. She treated him like he was her father."
"And you? Were you close to him?"
His lips twisted as he asked the question. She shook her head. "Please, I feel like a slut." The tears were coming again. "I don't know what's wrong with me. You were right. I need help for it." He cleared his throat.
"I don't understand it," he said. "I don't get any of it. But I know what we have to do. You have to go to Sutherland. That's the only thing you can do."
She stood up at once. "You promised me."
"I didn't say—"
"I will leave here now. Right now. I came because you were the only person I could trust." She was shouting at him. He stood up next to her, placing a hand on her shoulder.
"I'm not going to do anything," he said. "I love you, Karen. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Not ever."
He touched her again on the arm.
"I won't do anything you don't want me to," he said. "You must know that. But you tell me what options we have."
The kitchen was as ramshackle as the rest of the farm. The gas supply was a canister which was empty. There was no kettle or pans. There were cupboards with broken doors, in one of which they found rusting crockery, a tin opener, old plates, and 3 tins of food. Fray Bentos steak chunks, Value baked beans, and Del Monte pineapple rings in syrup.
"It's a whole meal," Nick said. "Beans and steak, followed by pineapple chunks."
She felt sick thinking about it. "How do we heat it?"
"That's a good point." He searched around. "We could put them on plates in the oven. The oven runs on electricity, I think."
"Give the meat to the cat," she said. "I'll eat the pineapple rings." The cat's fur was thick and clean, but there was little fat beneath it, and they could see an indentation around the neck where a collar had once been. "The poor thing must have belonged to the people who lived here," she said as he opened the cans. "They must have abandoned it."
"It looks healthy enough."
"It's too thin, Nick. Open your eyes."
"There haven't been people living here for months. It hasn't starved to death. It must be living on something."
"Cats are survivors," she said, quoting her mum. "They know how to adapt." She started missing her then, and looked over to where Nick was forking smelly chunks of steak in gravy onto a plate. At her feet, the cat was going crazy, rubbing up against her, purring. She stroked it. "Why did they move out of here?" she asked. She had to get him to talk more. She had to find out where they were.
"I don't know," he said. "They sold up. Probably it was difficult to make a living up here."
"Did you buy the place off them?"
"The company did."
"Are you trying to sell it?"
"No, we own it."
"Why?" He turned round and looked down at her.
"Shall we feed the cat?"
he asked. The animal was excited about the food. It ran to the plate, sniffed, tasted, but it wouldn't eat the stuff. "It knows it's shit," she said.
"There's nothing wrong with it. Food keeps for years in cans."
"It was shit when it went into the can."
"Stop swearing."
She laughed. "Shit isn't a swear word, Nick. Fuck is a swear word."
"You know what I mean."
He passed her a plate with a few slices of pineapple on it, then washed a fork for her. There was no table in the kitchen, so she sat on the floor by the cat, which was still inspecting the meat.
"They get used to eating mice," Nick said.
He leaned against the wall. If you let them get wild, they learn to fend for themselves. Then they stop trusting the food you give them."
"It doesn't seem like a good survival technique," she said.
"Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Depends on the mouse population."
"Out here she won't have any problems?"
She forked a ring of pineapple into her mouth. It tasted sugary and soft, but not very much like pineapple. Nick watched her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He liked her, she knew that. Normally, she could get whatever she wanted out of him.
"Are you going to tell me what's going on?"
she asked. "I don't know what's going on," he said. "If I knew, I would tell you."
"We're not staying in this place tonight, are we?"
He looked around. "No," he seemed vague. "I hope not."
"Can they find us here?"
"They?"
"The people you're worried about."
His face darkened. "No, no one knows about this, except Diana."
"Is she coming over?"
He frowned at her. "You are your mother's daughter," he said. "I know what you're trying to do."
"Do you?"
Her front teeth were sore when she chewed. She opened her mouth and pointed to them.
"That man hit me this morning," she said calmly. "Right here. Not the one who died, but the big one. I've never been hit so hard."
He shifted position uncomfortably. His expression was full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Rachel," he said. "I haven't been thinking straight."
"It was interesting," she continued. "There was a lot of pain and blood at first, from the split lip and the loose teeth."
"Your teeth are loose?"
"Yes. Do you want to see?"
He turned away from her, as if squeamish. She knew he was blaming himself, but couldn't work out why. He paced over to the kitchen window and gazed into the darkness. "I should take you to a doctor," he said. "This is all ridiculous."
"After a while, I got used to the pain," she went on. "I started to think about it, instead of just reacting to it, and then it wasn't so bad."
He squatted beside her. "Show me." She opened her mouth.
"Don't touch them," she warned.
"Do they still hurt or feel loose?"
"Yes, but it's not important. They tighten up. Nadine Clough at school fell off her bike last month and almost knocked hers out. She could move them around like pegs. Mrs. Ashton said they would tighten up within days, and they did. Mine will be okay."
He stood up. "You sound like your mother," he said. She stopped eating. His voice sounded sad again. "I really loved your mum, Rachel. You know that." She nodded, wondering about the past tense. "I thought she and I were in love with each other. That's why I brought you both into my home. I've never felt for anyone what I've felt for your mum. My life was a waste of time before she came." He looked like he was going to start crying.
"She's not gone, Nick. She was looking for you. That's what we were doing. She thought you must be in danger. She was trying to help."
He turned away from her and stood by the cooker, breathing heavily. "She is gone," he said after a while. His voice sounded faint.
"I know the name of the one who hit me," she said. "He was called Stein. I heard the other one call him that."
He brought a hand across his eyes, trying to hide the action, then looked back at her. Behind him, through the kitchen window, she saw a pattern of light flicker across the ceiling. "I know," he said. "I know who it was."
How did he know?
She heard alarm bells in her head. The light outside turned into a beam.
"I think there's a car on the road,"
she said quickly, standing up. He looked behind, out through the window. "You're right. Quick, let's get upstairs. We need to know who it is." They ran through the front room and up to the first floor. There was a window from what would have been one of the bedrooms, facing out towards the track into the place. They rubbed the condensation from it and stared through, so close their faces were almost touching. They saw a car bumping up the road, turning slowly through the snowdrifts. "It can't be going straight on," Nick said. He sounded worried.
The road ahead is closed. It turned onto their track.
"It could be Diana," she said, "or Mum."
He glanced at her. "It won't be your mum," he said. "It could be Diana."
"Why not? Why not her mum?"
She moved away from him slightly. They watched the headlights pick out their own car. "It's a Land Rover," Nick said. It pulled up behind his own car and stopped. "I think it is Diana's car, the one she hired." He was squinting, trying to read the registration plate. The headlights went off, the engine stopped, and the driver's door opened. Someone got out. Without the headlights, it was difficult to see. The figure switched on a torch and shone it at the ground, then walked slowly towards the house, stepping carefully through the snow. Too big to be his sister. Mairead heard him catch his breath. "Shit!" She watched the figure walk into the light from the house. She felt very cold and very frightened.
"It's the man who hit me," she said.
The man who had hurt her mum. The man who had thrown the bucket of blood over her. She pulled away from the window. She couldn't even bear to look at him. Nick was rigid, silent. Suddenly he too moved away from the window. "How can he have found us? Shit! Shit! Shit!" He knew who the man was. He was frightened of him. She watched him walk quickly to the room door, then back again, hands flat against his face. He was shaking from head to feet. Downstairs, the man started to knock at the door. "I don't know what to do," he whimpered. "I don't know what to do." He was panicking, face full of fear. She started to cry.
"We have to run," she said.
"We can't run. We're in the middle of nowhere. He'll catch us immediately. I'll have to speak to him. I'll have to." He turned to her. "I don't know whether I can control this, Rachel. If anything happens, you will have to run. I'll try to hold him up. We're in a place called High Top. The nearest village is called Delph. It's in Lancashire."
"We have to call the police, Nick. You have to."
"No, we can't do that." He looked at her, face quivering. "You don't understand, Rachel. We can't call the police. Not yet." He walked out of the room, leaving her. She followed him to the stairs and crouched there listening, waiting to see what happened. She heard him cross the room and drag the front door open. "Hello, Nick." The same accent, the same high-pitched voice. She heard him step in. "I'm not disturbing you, am I?" "How did you... Why are you... How did I find you?" "Your sister told me. Shut the door. It's going to be a cold night." The door closed. "My sister? Where is she? Is that her car you're in?" "Yes, I'm returning it. I thought she'd be here with you by now. Wasn't that the plan?" "How did you get her car?" "I think I should be the one asking questions, Nick." "What do you want?" "That's not very welcoming. It took me quite an effort to find this place. You're a clever man. To a point." "What do you want?" Nick sounded desperate, his voice wavering. "Are they here?" "They?" "Don't fuck with me. Rachel is here." "Rachel? You mean Sharp?" "Yes." She felt her heart jump into her mouth. "You don't even know her first name, do you?" "Her name is Rachel." "Her real name?" "No." She looked behind her, along the passageway leading to the other side of the house. Could she run now, open a window, get out? They were high up in the moors. She had seen no houses on the way. How far down the valley to the nearest house? "Where's the other one? Her fucking mother?" "I don't know." "Don't lie." "I'm not. She's not here. You need to call your boss, Stein. You don't know what's going on here." She heard some rapid movement, a scuffle of feet on the floor. Then suddenly the cat appeared, bolting up the stairs towards her. "Fucking cats! I hate cats!"
The animal ran straight past her, along the passageway. "What was the plan, then?" The chairs by the table scraped on the floor. One of them was sitting down. "Just let me know, out of interest." "You need to call Ahmed Rufstein. This is out of your hands now." "Is that right?" There was a long silence. "Yes," Nick said finally. "We've been speaking to him." "We?" "Diana and myself." Stein laughed. "Is that a fact?" "Yes, we have an arrangement." "I've heard about it. So, where are the bonds?" "Not here." "No?" "No." "Where then?" "You don't need to know that." "I do, actually. That's why I'm here." Another silence. "They're with Diana. Are you going to call Roof?" "I don't think so. Not until I've some positive news for him." "What do you mean?" "Not until I know where they are." "They're not here." Nick's voice was rising. "So you say." "They're with my sister." "If that's true, then it will be a great pity." "Why do you say that?" The chair moved again. "You're well out of your depth, Hanley. You say the bitch isn't here?" "No." "And the kid's upstairs?" "Yes. Leave her out of it. I'm warning you." Another laugh from Stein. "You brought her into it, not me." "Where are you going?" "To check. You stay here." "You have to get my mobile. I lost it in the taxi, but Hanley won't know that. He will try to call me on it." Baines stood by the side of the bathtub and watched her. "You have to get my mobile," she said again. "Do you know where it is?" She was showering, the door to the shower wide open, as if she lived there with him, as if the last 18 months hadn't happened. "I know where it is," he replied. "It was taken from the rear of the taxi. Unless it's already gone to technical services, it's in a box in the incident room at Wheatwood. But that's not the right way to go about this." He watched her hand movements, rubbing the soap in, spreading the hot water over her bruised skin. She was moving urgently, concentrating, but unconcerned about his presence. He had been about to shut the door on her and leave her to it, but she insisted there was no time for that. So they were arguing about it still, as she cleaned herself. "You are washing evidence," he said. "You shouldn't be doing this, Karen." She laughed, the water running into her eyes and down her chest. "Evidence? This will never get to court." "You don't know that." "I do. Even if we caught up with him, even if we took him alive, I would never give evidence against him. You know how it works. Rape victims get mugged in court." "There's no other way to do it. If you do nothing, you let him get away with it. You have to report it. You have to—" "You want me to behave like some fucking moaning washout, weeping on a rape liaison officer's shoulder? You want me to place my faith and confidence in the forces of law and order? You're making me laugh, Pete. We know how that works. I'll deal with it myself." "You're a police officer. You can't—" "You're a police officer. I used to be. And all that means is we know how it works. Spare me, Pete. I couldn't give a shit about the world's rape victims. I couldn't give a shit about justice. I'm thinking of me. I wouldn't give him the pleasure. Anna Hart is going to have to live with this one." She spoke about Hart as if she was someone else entirely. "We are going to catch him," Baines said. "He's distinctive. He might not want to walk into custody." He recognized the way she was thinking. "We are going to take him alive," he said. "We are going to arrest him." She didn't reply, busy soaping between her legs. "You have to get my mobile," she said again. "Hanley will call me. He could be trying to call me now. He won't know I don't have a mobile with me." She had already tried calling Hanley's mobile number. The line was dead. Baines thought that if Hanley were alive, pretending he were dead, he wouldn't be so stupid as to have kept his own mobile. He would get another. "That's all guesswork, Karen," he said. "Maybe he knows about the taxi and the kidnap. Maybe he was in on it. You're making assumptions." "No, I know this man. He wouldn't hurt Mairead. He loves her. If he has taken her, it must be because he wants something from me. If he has found out who I am, then maybe he thinks I am a threat because of what I know about him. Maybe he thinks he has to do a deal with me. I don't think he would try to hurt me. He will call me. We have to get my mobile back." "He is already hurting Mairead. If he has taken her from her mother and is thinking of using her to get something, that's not how you act towards people you love. You're not thinking clearly, Karen. This man is wrapped up in money laundering for terrorists." "I am thinking clearly." She switched the water off and stepped out, dripping. He passed her a towel. "You don't know him like I do. He's a harmless idiot with more money than sense. He can't even lie properly. He has a moral objection to lying." She smirked at the idea. "He got pulled into all this by his sister. She was with one of the Roofs for a while. They met at a polo match in Bahrain. Roof asked favours, and she persuaded Hanley to handle property transfers for them. She didn't know what was behind it all. When it got too big, they moved in Imran Akhtar to watch over Hanley. Akhtar is related to the Roofs. It was a nice setup. Akhtar made sure Nick handled all the Roofs' deals. Who would suspect a middle-aged, upper-class white idiot of having his fingers in the terrorist pot? They could have got all that information by searching his premises. There's boxes of documents at Wheatwood now showing suspicious deals. There was no need to put you in there. The documents won't show anything. The deals are all layered. The paper chase leads back to anonymous IBCs or offshore banks. They didn't have a clue who was behind it until I went in. So, how did you find out? Nick told me everything about it. The Roofs, his sister, the lot. He couldn't wait to tell me. The thing must have been like a lead weight for him. He needed to trust someone with it, share the burden. I was willing. She stood forward, closed her eyes, and toweled her hair dry. He's not dangerous, Pete. He's doing their washing for them, that's all. He couldn't hurt Mairead if his life depended on it. He wanted to marry me, for God's sake. She stopped, realizing what she had said. Baines felt the look in his eyes, felt the hurt there, and looked away from her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't talk to you like this." "Why not? We're not together. We're colleagues now. That's it." She stepped towards him. "I don't feel like that about you," she said. "I never stopped feeling what I felt for you. That was someone else in there with him. It was Anna Hart, not me. You have to understand that." He sighed. She wanted him to touch her, to say something reassuring, but he couldn't. "That was you, Karen," he said. "Your psychological theories about it are totally screwed up." She looked at the ground, still standing right in front of him, naked, within reach. "Dry yourself," he said. "Then we can get you some clothes." "I didn't know what I was doing, Pete. I'm sorry for it." He stepped away from her. "So am I." She started to dry herself again. There were so many bruises on her body.
that he had to stop looking at her. "Have you had anything to eat?" he asked. She shook her head. "I don't need anything." "You look skinny, Karen. You should eat something." "I've lost weight," she said. "I lost a lot of weight when we left here." She looked around the bathroom and smiled. "Everything is still familiar," she said. "Even the smells." "I lost weight too," he said. He felt uncomfortable. He was trying to keep his eyes off her. She looked at him and waited. "Why did you leave me, Karen?" She shook her head slowly. "I don't know, Pete," she said. "I shouldn't have." "It's been hard without you." He felt stupid saying it. They walked through to his bedroom. It was unchanged from when it had been their bedroom. He pointed out her clothes, in drawers inside the wardrobe. He had moved them, but not far. "I have Mairead's stuff, too," he said. "All the things you left. It's still here." She picked out some plain underwear, jeans, a t-shirt, a fleece. "I left you to do a job," she said, "because they asked me to." "Is that how it happened? They asked you?" "Yes." She started putting on the underwear. "Look at me and say that. Tell me the truth." She didn't look at him. "Okay," she said. "No." "You asked them?" "Yes." "Why?" She straightened the bra and pulled the t-shirt over her head, her own clothes. She put the fabric to her nose and smelled it. "I did it because I thought James Martin was coming after us. If he found Mairead, he would take her off me. I had to disappear. It was the best way." He took hold of her arm, gently turning her towards him. "Look at me, Karen. You never used to lie to me. That wasn't the reason. You know it wasn't." She faced him in the t-shirt. He was standing very close to her. "No, that wasn't the reason," she said. She put her face in her hands. She was breathing quickly. "I don't know why I did it, Pete. That's the truth." "What was wrong with us? We were happy, Karen. We were perfectly happy. What was wrong with it?" "There was nothing wrong with it." She started to shake. "I just couldn't stand it. I don't know why, Pete. It wasn't you. You were the person I'd been most happy with, as me. But that's just it. I don't want to be me." He hugged her again, giving in. He squeezed her until the shaking slowed and she was able to look up at him. It felt like he was sliding into some kind of pit, but he couldn't get himself to stop. "You will do it to me again," he said. "If we were to get through this, if we were to start again, you would do it to me again, wouldn't you?" She shook her head, then looked confused and sat down on the edge of the bed. "I don't know," she said. "The truth is, I don't know. But I don't want to. And what I said I felt about you is what I still feel." "What?" "You know what." She started to pull the jeans on. He took a deep breath. "Assuming he's alive," he asked, "do you have any idea where Nick Hanley would be?" "There are so many places." "Abroad? Why not out of the country?" "I don't think so. Apart from the holiday cottage, he has no property abroad, no connections. His world is here. If he is in trouble, he will be hiding somewhere near. He will call me." "To say what? What could he want from you?" "I don't know." "We need to take it to the inquiry. There's so much new information."
We have to tell them what's going on. If we can't go to Sutherland, then we have to go to Alan White. Sutherland is running Alan White. You told me that yourself. Or even to Sutherland. Why not to Sutherland? You work for him, Karen. I worked for him. I'm out. The whole thing is fucked up. I should never have gone near him again. Stein is here because someone blew my cover. For all I know, that could have been Sutherland. That's crazy, Karen. He works for the government. You don't know what they're capable of. For what reason? For what purpose? I don't know. She began to raise her voice, face turning red. But they've fucked me in the past and would do it again. I can't trust him. He took a breath. He wasn't going to get anywhere pushing against it. She was being irrational, paranoid. Okay, he said. So someone on the inside might have betrayed you. That was then. Right now, they have a 40-man team looking for you and Mairead. We have to use it. We can't do this alone. How can they harm you if we go to them now? They could give my cover away and put Mairead in danger. I don't know anything yet. I'm praying she's with Hanley. But what if Hanley somehow is with Stein or ends up with Stein? What if Stein tortured Hanley's sister to find out where her brother was and succeeded? He will be there now with them. Mairead's only chance will be to deny everything, to act the part. If we take it back to the inquiry and someone blows her cover, then she's fucked. I know what you're saying, Karen, but they could do that now. They know who you are now. Why would you coming in make a difference? They could blow your cover right now if they were dirty. She had no answer to it. She frowned and started pulling on the socks and shoes. I don't know. You're confusing me, Pete. But that's just one reason. We can't trust them anyway. Why? Because they'll fuck it up. They'll find out where she is and put a helicopter over or a convoy of cars around the place. They'll put snipers up. They'll bring in too many people. They'll fuck it up. They always do. They'll advertise it like a football match. Nick will find out, or Stein. They'll panic, and accidents will happen. You can't trust them, Pete. Not 5, not 6, not the fucking police, not Special Branch, none of them. She stood up, fully dressed. Are you going to get my mobile, or not? He saw the kid running from him as he started to climb the stairs. He had gone halfway before he realized Hanley was coming up behind him. He stopped, took the gun out of the shoulder holster, turned and pointed it at him. You wait down there, he said. I can't, Hanley said. He was trembling like a leaf. I can't let you hurt her. I'm not going to hurt her. I'm going to check her mother isn't here. I've told you she's not. I don't lie. No? He stepped back down the stairs, waving Hanley in front of him, until they were both back in the main room. So why is the kid here? I was going to pick my sister up. They were there, outside her place. She'd left Rachel in the car. Until then, I thought you still had both of them. Stein smirked. You wouldn't have had to steal from your friends if you'd known they'd got away. He watched a drop of sweat run away from Hanley's hairline. You're a weak little fuck, Hanley. I knew you wouldn't be able to go through with it. I knew the moment you didn't show that you were going to try to save the bitch and her brat. You should have known better. I have spoken to Ahmed. I've spoken to him already. Ahmed Roof won't bargain for his own money. The bonds are his already. You think about that while I'm checking the kid. He turned to go, but Hanley actually reached out a hand, as if to stop him. Stein paused and looked at it, poised above his arm. What are you going to do? He asked. Go ahead. Touch me.
Let's see what happens. Hanley took his hand away. I won't let you hurt Rachel. His voice sounded like a squeak. Stein laughed. Does Rachel know where we are? I don't know. Have you told her? Hanley looked at the floor. Have you told her where this place is? Yes. Good. I'm going up now. If you follow me, I'll shoot her through the legs. Do you understand that? You can't be serious. Hanley's face was bloodless, staring at him in horror. I can do worse than that, Stein said. You know what I can do. She'll still do what I want if she's bleeding to death. Do you understand? You stay here and do nothing. And she stays healthy. You come up and I fuck her. Got it? He nodded feverishly. He was a small, pathetic man. He would have been bullied all his life if he hadn't had money. Where's your mobile? Hanley took it out for him. It's a new one. I got a new one, like you told me. Is there a landline into here? Hanley shook his head. Stein grabbed the phone, turned his back, and stepped onto the first stair. Hanley was still standing there, rooted to the spot, as he closed the door to the stairwell. The kid was in a room on the top floor, cowering in a corner behind a bed frame. He put the gun back in the holster when he saw that she was alone. No need to check the rest of the building. Her mother wouldn't have left her. He closed the door. Is your mother here? He asked, to be sure. She shook her head, eyes wide with fright. Come over here, he said. He sat on the wide windowsill. I'm not going to hurt you, or anyone, if you do what I tell you to do. She stood up hesitantly, bottom lip in her mouth, hands at her side. She was wearing the same clothes. He could still see the stains where he had thrown the blood over her. Come here, he said again. She walked slowly up to him, stealing a furtive glance at the door. Don't think to run, he said. You know what I can do to you. There's been a lot of mistakes made today. He could twist it out of her, but it would take time. Maybe she was frightened enough already. He had never seen a kid sweat like that before. What I did this morning was a mistake, he said. I'm sorry for that, for what I did to your mum and you. But it's done now. We need to move on and make sure it doesn't happen again. Do you want to do that? She didn't say anything, just stared at him, like he was some species of wild animal. I need to talk to your mother, he said, face to face. If I can do that, everything will work out. Do you know where she is? She shook her head. How did you end up here then? Tell me how you... What were the words he was looking for? Tell me how you lost your mother.
Nick came and took me.
Her voice was thin, slight, barely audible. A smell came to his nostrils, and he realized she had wet herself already. He looked at the stains spreading down her trousers. You should have said if you wanted the toilet, he said. He tried to smile at her, but he wasn't very good at smiling. She didn't react. Where did Nick take you from? He heard a scratching noise at the door. He glanced towards it and watched her do the same. Where did Nick take you from? He asked again.
From outside his sister's.
And where was your mother? The scratching was the cat trying to get in. He could even hear it mewing.
Inside.
Inside Diana Hanley's?
Yes.
And you? She looked at the door. The noise began to irritate him. The animal had tried to rub up against his leg downstairs.
He had kicked at it, but obviously it didn't learn. "And you. Where were you?"
"In the car," she said. "Waiting."
Good. Diana Hanley had told him all about Sharp's visit to her. So far it sounded like the truth. Diana Hanley had also told him Sharp wasn't with her brother. Past that, she didn't know any more, because her brother hadn't told her that he was trying to use the stolen bearer bonds to get Sharp and the kid released. "Did your mother speak to Nicholas Hanley this morning, after you left the abattoir?"
"No. She didn't have a phone."
He stood up. She backed away from him quickly. He could feel his skin crawling just thinking about the cat. He strode to the door and pulled it open. The animal ran past him, straight to the girl. She tried to shoo it away. She could sense the danger to it. But the animal was too stupid. He stood for a moment watching her, then walked over to them, taking out his mobile phone. "Do you know where we are?" he asked her. He tried not to look at the cat, still pushing itself against her legs. She shook her head. "Is that no?" he asked.
"No. I don't know."
Her face didn't alter at all. So she could lie. "Hanley told you where we are," he said. She stared at him, face straight.
"I don't remember."
"Is your mother a policewoman?" She frowned, then shook her head. "What's your mother's name?"
"Anna Hart."
He nodded grimly. She was terrified of him, but she was still lying. He sat on the windowsill again. "Sit down," he said, and pointed to the floor. She crouched next to the cat, but didn't stroke it. When it rubbed up against her, she pushed it away. She kept her eyes on him. "Would you like to speak to your mother?" She nodded, biting her lip. Tears came into her eyes. "Do you know how we can contact her?"
"No."
"Who would she go to if you were missing?"
"The police. They are probably looking for me."
He had heard another of the radio broadcasts not 10 minutes ago, as he had driven up the road. Sharp hadn't gone to the police. He didn't know why. They were still appealing for both of them under the names of Anna and Rachel Hart. "She could have gone to the police this morning," he said. "When you escaped, did she go to the police?"
"No."
He put his mobile on the windowsill and held his hand out for the cat. "Why didn't she?"
"I don't know. She did call them."
She coloured at once, realising her mistake.
"From a phone box," she added quickly. "She called them from a phone box."
"Is that right?" The cat walked over to him. He took his eyes off her and forced himself to look at the thing. It seemed to have no idea of its effect on him. He could feel his stomach moving, his mouth filling with bile. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. It was trying to get affection off him. It wasn't very different to the cat they had when he was little. He could see the kid watching him. "Cats make me ill," he said, still looking at it. "Physically ill. They make my skin creep." He had to speak through gritted teeth. The thing was slithering around him, leaving its hairs all over, purring. "Watch this and think," he said. He waited until it was between his legs, then bent down and closed his hand around its throat. Twisting it upwards, he tightened his fingers quickly, bringing his other hand up to hold its body. He could hear it trying to hiss and squeal. He could hear the girl gasping, but he had to close his eyes. He couldn't even look at the thing as he did it. He twisted its neck like it was a chicken. He heard the spinal column go, then the bones crunching as he rotated the head, pulling and twisting at the same time. When he had it through 360 degrees, he let the thing drop to the floor. He opened his eyes. The girl was still sitting there, rigid, both hands in her hair, face stricken, her mouth gaping. He looked down at the cat. Its back legs were kicking slightly, the head rolling around the floor, but the tongue was already protruding and the eyes were glazed. The same as chickens. It would be dead many seconds before the heart actually caught up and stopped beating. He wiped his hands on his trousers. They were bleeding where the thing had scratched him. He felt sick from touching it. He cleared his throat and spat on the animal. The girl flinched. "Does your mother have a mobile?" he asked. She closed her mouth, but couldn't take her eyes off the animal. He could see its chest moving still. He waited for it to stop, and her to look up at him. There were tears running down her cheeks, but no noise. "Does your mother have a mobile?" She nodded. "Do you know the number?"
"No."
She looked again at the cat. "Ignore the fucking cat," he said. "If you don't answer me correctly, I'll do the same to you." He had her attention. "Where did she get the mobile?"
"From the dead man."
"Of course." He picked up his mobile and pulled up Michael Kenny's number. "You call her, and you say exactly this. Are you listening?" She nodded. Her whole body was trembling and shaking. "You say where we are. You know where we are, right?"
"Yes."
"You say where we are, then tell her to come alone or you die. Say, 'Come alone or I die.' Got that?"
"Yes."
He pressed call and listened. The tone rang for 20 to 30 times before cutting off. Was the kid lying to him again? He tried again. The same thing. "Have you lied to me?" he asked. She shook her head frantically. "Come over here."
"I don't want to."
"Come here, so I can touch you."
"I don't want to."
He stepped towards her and placed a hand on her head. She was so light he could probably lift her off the floor by the hair. He eased himself to the floor, sitting down so close to her, his thighs were touching hers. She went as stiff as a plank of wood. "Think of another number," he said. She was shivering. "Where would your mother go? We have to contact her." He pulled on the hair a little, rotating her head sideways and back, so that her face was tilted back towards his. She was so close, he could have leaned forward and kissed her if he had wanted. She was making a bubbling noise in her mouth. "Concentrate," he said. "Where would she go?" She said something, but she was sobbing so much he couldn't make it out. "Speak clearly," he said.
"To Pete Baines."
Pete Baines? Where had he heard that name before? Was it another trick? Who is he?
"We were living with him before we met Nick."
You think she would go back to him? She tried to nod. He released her hair. "Okay. Number 2, let's try Pete Baines. If he answers, you don't speak to him. You only speak to her. Do you know his number? Do you remember it?"
"I think so."
"Tell me it." There was something wrong with her. It took him time to sense it. At first she had been so distraught he had seen only that. The emotions hitting her were so extreme, there was nothing she could do but tremble and cry. He had tried his best to console her, holding her, reassuring her. She had seemed like Karen then, a broken, stricken Karen, but still the woman he knew. It had been difficult beneath all that panic and grief to see the changes. But then she had wanted to wash herself. He could understand it from a simple level. She had been raped. She felt soiled, damaged. But that left out the urgency. He felt a dense black anger looking at her injuries, thinking about what had happened to her. But that was nothing compared to the urgency. His heart was racing with fright every second they were standing there, doing nothing. Mairead was out there somewhere. They didn't have a clue who with. She was in danger. Every minute that passed, the chances of her being harmed increased. There wasn't time to chat idly in the shower about Nicholas Hanley, or consider what had happened between them 18 months ago. There wasn't time to wash, to change clothes, to talk. They had information. They had to get it in, quickly. They had to get to the inquiry. She wanted him to recover Anna Hart's mobile phone, as if sitting around waiting for a phone to ring on the basis of some guessed theory would help at all. She was worried about Sutherland, about things getting screwed up. That was a part of her, and always had been. But this was at another level. This was paranoia, something clinical. She had no idea how to find Mairead, no idea at all. There was nothing they could do but go to Alan White. "This phone has been ringing," she said. She handed him a mobile. "It belonged to the guy I knifed, Kenny. He's tampered with it, I think, so it doesn't store any numbers. Someone just called twice, while we were in the bathroom." The guy I knifed. She said it with no emotion. He felt terrified thinking about it. What was he doing here, speaking to her? There were bodies all over the city. This Kenny was probably still rotting on some abattoir floor where she had left him. She had done nothing about it. There would be clues from that body, which would point back to the conspirators. They had to recover them and use them, link them into the rest of this. Even the phone, he dropped it suddenly on the table, as if it would burn his fingers, was full of forensic traces, and she was handling it as if it were a toy. "Karen," he started, "we have to talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about. We go to Wheatwood. You get Anna Hart's phone and copies of anything else that might help. We have to dig in and work it out. Even if he doesn't call, there will be links we can follow, just you and I. We will be able to find her. We've done this sort of thing before." She sounded insane. "There's 40 men waiting to do that," he said. He felt helpless. There was no rationality to her thoughts. But to call it in would betray her. She had been crying her eyes out minutes ago. Her mood had swung from grief to coldness. Fixated on the phone, she was moving around him as if all this were normal. She turned from him and opened the patio doors. "The car is out the front," he said. "We can't go out the front. There's an eye watching your place." "An eye?" "One of Sutherland's lot, waiting for me. I saw him when I got here. We will have to go out this way." "But my car is out the front." "We can take another one. It will be safer that way." "I don't have another one." "I didn't mean one of yours." His phone started to ring. Did she mean steal a car? He took his phone out, held it to his ear. He had to get her into Wheatwood. This had to stop. "Hello?" He froze, a child's voice. "Mairead?" She was over to him in a split second, pulling the phone from him. She took it so quickly he thought she'd broken his fingers. He watched her face blanch. She staggered, reached out a hand to the table. He could hear her gasping for breath. "Mairead!" she shouted. Her voice cracked, and she spun towards him. "She's gone!" She looked at the phone desperately. "How do I call back? How do I recover the number?" "What did she say?" "Help me!" she screamed at him. "I need to call back!" He took the phone off her and searched for the number. "It's withheld," he said. "No! No! No!" She sank to the floor, shaking. "I could hear him," she said. "I could hear him shouting at her." He stooped beside her, trying to understand. Who? Who could you hear?" She began to pull her hair with both hands. "That man! I could hear that man! Stein!" He caught his breath. "What did she say, Karen? Where is she?" "She said she loved me." "Shit! I called her Mairead. He could have heard." "Did she say where she was?" "High Top, Delph, in Lancashire." Delph. He knew it from walks on Saddleworth Moor. "OK," he said. "I have maps from walking there. We'll find High Top,
and call it in. The Lancashire force can be there in minutes." "No!" She stood up too quickly and fell back against the table. He put out a hand to help her, but she knocked it away. "No, we can't," she said. "Karen, we can't. He said for me to come alone. I could hear him shouting. She was crying, Pete. She was crying. She sounded terrified. He said he would kill her if I didn't come alone." Mairead barely had time to say the things he had told her to say before he was grabbing the phone off her and shouting into it. She started to cry, sobbing things out to her mum, hoping she would hear. But Stein was laughing. He threw the phone away and pulled her head back by the hair. She felt him pressing his face up against hers and didn't know what he was doing. She tried to pull away from him. His hands were holding her head against him, twisting her face towards his. She started to blubber and scream. The door opened suddenly, swinging back on its hinges. Stein released her, turning towards it. She saw Nick standing there. He had a gun in both hands, a long rifle with a telescopic sight. It was the same gun she had seen him use when they went target shooting. He held it up to his shoulder, aiming. There was a flat, percussive bang. The gun jerked backwards, and Stein rolled across the floor, a hiss of air coming out of his lips. She scrambled away from him. Nick worked the bolt to get another round into the breech. His hands were jumping around, shaking, sweat running down his face. He was too nervous. Stein started to pull himself to his feet. "Run, Rach!" Nick shouted at her. "Get out of here!" He turned the gun around and swung the butt at Stein. It struck him across the side of the head with a cracking noise. Stein's feet slipped beneath him. She forced herself up and ran to the wall by the door. Nick shouted again, "Get out! Get out of here!" There was blood coming out of Stein's left leg, at the top, near the groin. He slid down the wall until he was flat out on the floor in front of Nick. Nick swung the gun into his back. A low-pitched grating noise started to come out of Stein's mouth. Nick took a step away and tried again with the bolt. She wanted to turn her eyes away from it. His hands were too unsteady, too slippery with sweat. She couldn't bear to watch, but couldn't turn away. She stood by the door, with the breath rushing out of her, transfixed. Stein began to move. He was like a massive bear, all his movements ponderous, slow. He began to pull himself along the floor, towards Nick, leaving a trail of blood behind him. His eyes were popping out of his face with the effort. Nick kept taking a step away from him, still trying to get the gun to work. When Nick's back was pressed against the wall, Stein stretched out an arm and grabbed his ankle. Nick turned the gun to hit him again, but Stein pulled his leg away so suddenly and with so much force that Nick spun backwards, head banging off the wall. His body hit the wooden floor like a sack of cement. The gun slipped from his fingers. Stein got both hands on his legs and began to pull the body towards him. There was blood on Nick's head, and his eyes were opening and closing rapidly. Stein twisted his fingers through his shirt, hauling at him with both hands. She started to scream. Nick wasn't moving. His head was twisted to the side like something was broken. Stein was dragging himself up his body, grinding his teeth with the effort. When he had his face above Nick's, his chest leaning on him, he pulled his head back, then drove it down into Nick's face. She heard bones breaking. Stein twisted to look at her, face bright with blood. She turned from the wall and ran. She could hear him headbutting as she ran, over and over again. He began to shout as he was doing it. She got to the end of the long passageway and tripped down the bare wooden stairs, almost falling, sobbing to herself the whole way. Even when she got past the next landing and down the next set of stairs back into the main room, she could hear him shouting above her, and the thudding noise as he smashed his head into Nick's face. She opened the front door. onto a freezing blast of wind and pitch blackness. For a moment she faltered. Stein was still cursing at the top of his voice. Then she heard a loud crash, as if he had thrown something across the room. She took a breath and stepped into the night. The M62 was closed. Karen banged her fists off the steering wheel in frustration. The signs were up at Chain Bar Junction, snow and ice in the hills, blocking it from Ainley Top. She let the car glide through the slush onto the slip road, then stopped on the hard shoulder. "Give me the map." In the front passenger seat, Pete was still worried. "We need to call it in, Karen. They could be there ahead of us." "They won't be anywhere ahead of us in this weather." "They could get a helicopter up there." It was a fixation with him. Call the thing in, get help. He didn't understand, because he had never been here before. He had led a life littered with grief and loss, but he hadn't lived with sociopaths, psychopaths and killers. He hadn't watched how they worked, how they reacted to threats. If Stein even caught a whiff of rotor blades or blue-striped vans, he'd go off the edge. "A helicopter is the last thing we need," she said. "Give me the map." He passed her the map. It hadn't taken them long to find High Top, because she had seen the name twice before. On one of the documents she had taken from Akhtar's place at Pudsey, and in the paperwork at Diana Hanley's stables. Akhtar's documents were in the abandoned car where she had left them, but she could recall the photo of the place. She remembered the whole address when she saw it on the map. High Top, Brunclough, Delph. Brunclough was a feature at the head of a narrow valley running from Delph into the Pennines. On Baines's walking map, there were a group of buildings there called High Top Farm. Above them was Stanage, the highest ridge of the moors, the watershed between Lancashire on one side and West Yorkshire on the other. The place was isolated. The road over the tops to Marsden, Slough and Huddersfield ran near to it, but it was minor and twisting. If they had closed the M62, there was no chance a smaller route would be passable. The M62 was the quickest way over, but there were others. She scrutinised the map. "We can get to it from this side," she said. "From the road leading up from Marsden." "That's the A62. It will be closed." Cars crawled past them on the slip road, wary of the slush. "I know that. But we can get up as far as we can, then walk. High Top is just over the summit. We can get to these buildings here, hopefully." She pointed them out to him. "Then leave the car and walk. There's no other way." "If we call Alan White." "He will do nothing. If we can't get there, he can't. It's as simple as that. And they would never put a helicopter up in this muck." She pulled onto the motorway and drove to Ainley Top. There were barriers across all the lanes, flashing multicoloured lights, 2 traffic cars. Past them, the road looked clear of snow, but the highest stretch was still 10 miles away. She pulled off and started threading her way through the back roads in the valleys between the M62 and Marsden. The night was dirty and dark, the sky full of cloud, but it wasn't snowing. There was no traffic crossing the valleys to Slough, and no snow in the fields around them. But it started to hail as they came down the long bank towards the A62, big pellets of ice that bounced off the windscreen like stones. She drove quickly through Slough, and almost immediately passed a flashing sign at the roadside. "Snow and ice, A62, closed at Stanage." She said nothing. Baines sat beside her, mute, looking away from her. Marsden looked bleak, hemmed in by the dark mass of the moors, with tight rows of terraces on steep cobbled lanes, high mill walls, and a bridge over a fast-flowing, swollen torrent, the River Colne. The hail was coming down thick, whipped across the road in sheets by the wind coming off the moors. The few people they passed
were scurrying around under umbrellas. They hit another illuminated sign at the other side of the village as the road began to climb. Stannage, snow and ice, road closed when lights flashing. The lights were flashing. "We'll get there," she said. Baines looked over to her, opening his mouth to speak, then closing it again. "Say it," she said. "Say what's on your mind." He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm frightened, Karen," he said. "I'm really frightened." "That's normal," she said. The hail stopped suddenly, as if it had been switched off. She tried to see the hills around the car, but it was too dark. As the road turned and the headlights passed across a field, she could see fresh snow higher up the slopes. The air in front of her looked crisp, frozen, with patches of ice shining on the road surface. "You don't seem frightened," he said. "I'm not thinking about it." "I can't help thinking about it. Why would he want her to call you? Why give you the address?" "Because he wants to get me there." "Why?" She shrugged. "To kill me?" He nodded, the crease in his brow a dark, deep line. "That's what I thought," he said. "That doesn't worry me." "It doesn't worry me either. We can deal with it. But if he wants you there to kill you, and he has Mairead, then there's no reason—" He stopped. She had been pushing this thought from her brain since leaving Heaton. "Why keep Mairead alive?" she said, voicing it. Pete stared out through the windscreen. "I can't think about that," she said. "She is alive." She had to swallow her breath to keep it from sticking. She drove in silence, struggling with the tension. The road was beginning to climb steeply now. At the side of it, drifts were beginning to appear. "I'm afraid of what we might find," he said. His voice was hoarse, holding back the emotion. "I'm really frightened, Karen." "I can leave you here," she said. "You don't have to come." "That doesn't solve anything." "At least you won't have to look." He glared at her. She kept her eyes on the road. Snowflakes began to float in the headlight beams. "Snow," she said. "I've done this before," he said. "You know that." She didn't answer him. She didn't want him to start talking about it, to put images in her head. "I found Millie," he went on. "I found her dead, floating on her face." Millie, his dead daughter. She tried to think of something else. "I haven't told you this," he said, "but I was on the phone at the time." She thought about Anna Hart's art gallery in York, rented for her by the government, because Nicholas Hanley had been displaying his amateur paintings there for years. It was an easy way to meet him. She thought about the weeks spent learning about modern art. "I was talking to someone when I should have been looking after her." The snow was quickly getting thicker. She slowed down. The road surface was still clear, but to either side of it, the drifts were tall, slush-stained piles thrown up in the headlamps. "I was talking to a woman. I was on the phone when I should have been watching her." It was no good. She had to silence him. "Be quiet, Pete. Please," she said. She spoke gently. "You have told me this. You've told me it all before." "I have never told anyone this before. I was talking to a woman. I was seeing someone else. That's why I was distracted." She stopped the car. "You have to shut up, Pete. This isn't helping." He looked at her, eyes grey and tired. "It was my fault," he said. "I didn't realize she had been shouting until I hung up. I ran down to her. She was floating there in the middle of the pool. My daughter." She rested her head on her hand, propped against the door frame. She started counting, mentally, waiting for him to stop. But he had already stopped. She looked over to him. "Can we get on now?" "I don't know whether I can go through that again," he said. She drove on. She felt angry with him. "You won't have to," she said. "Mairead isn't your daughter." The wheels began to slip. "Ice," she said. "There's ice on the road surface. How much further do we have to go?" He looked gloomily at her, as if she had heard nothing he had said. "There's a pub about a mile further on," he said. "It's just before the pass over the tops. It will be closed for winter. If you make it there, then we haven't far to the top." The car was an old Renault, not made for dealing with ice. It had been the first unlocked vehicle she could find. It took her nearly 10 minutes of stubborn coaxing to get it up to the pub he had spoken of. By then, she couldn't see the road surface for snow. The pub was a big place, but completely lightless and closed up. There was a rope across the entrance to its car park. She pulled straight through it and stopped. "We won't get any further," she said. "We will have to walk from here. How far to the top?" "Not far. In summer, it wouldn't take you 20 minutes. In this weather, we might not even be able to find it." She opened her door. "I'll find it. Are you coming?" He reached behind the seat and passed her a head torch he had brought. He fitted one over his own head. "You know I am." Mairead ran through the snow, trying to get away from the noise, thinking she would just keep going, however deep the snow, however far it was. She ran past the cars and up the lane. But before she reached the end of it, the cold gripped her chest in a vice, stopping her. She wasn't sure what happened if you froze to death, but she knew it was possible. There would be no cars on the road, unless Stein came after her. No one to rescue her. She would never make it down the valley without a torch and proper clothes. She turned back. She climbed the stone wall flanking the lane and dropped into the field alongside, remembering that you could see right up the lane from the windows of the room Stein was in. But the field was full of snow, almost to waist height. She sank into it, twisted her ankle, and staggered forwards, falling full length. Wet through, she ignored the pain in her ankle and headed for the lights from the building. There was a wind blowing across the field, so icy it made her face and hands sting as though they were burning. She couldn't feel the pain in her ankle, couldn't feel her fingers or her toes. She climbed another wall, further behind the house. In the distance, up at the house, she could still hear a noise, carried to her on the wind. It sounded like a dog moaning. The farmhouse was surrounded by buildings, too many of them to count or be properly aware of in the darkness. She picked the biggest, an old barn with a high, vaulted roof. There were huge padlocked doors at the front, and a smaller wooden sliding door at the back, also padlocked. She kicked the snow away from the bottom of the door and found a small gap where some planks were missing. She got onto her belly and crawled in. Inside, it took her eyes a while to adjust. There was light shining in from the house, through a cobwebbed, begrimed window, high up in the roof vault. She had expected the place to be empty, but as soon as she got to her feet, massive, glinting shapes jumped out at her. She held her breath and forced herself to stand still. The shapes became clearer. It was farm machinery, stacked around the walls and into the roof space, the kind of machines you hooked onto the back of a tractor. At the furthest end, almost buried beneath bales of hay, there was a tractor with both its big wheels removed, standing on chocks. The smell was stale and damp, a mixture of engine smells and wet, rotting hay. But it was out of the wind, and quiet. She began to look for a place to hide. There was a gallery running around the place, about 20 feet above the floor, with 2 ladders up to it. At the furthest end of the barn, the light was so poor she couldn't make out what was there. She walked into the darkness and felt with her fingers. There were sharp spikes protruding from something, a ploughing or raking machine, leaning back against a stepped mound of soggy bales. She squeezed past the machine and started to climb up. Her feet sank into some of the bales as though they were mud, and cobwebs stuck to her face. But she didn't care. She didn't care if there were spiders, rats, or mice. She just needed to get away from Stein. The hay was piled almost to the roof rafters. The gallery broke off either side of the pile. She rested on a level with the gallery and searched with her fingers until she found a gap in the bales. She squeezed through and pulled a bale down to cover the gap, leaving a hole at the top to let air in. She let herself sink back into the hole, let her breathing slow. Then she really began to shiver. She could hear nothing, not even the wind outside. It wasn't like she had read in books. The hay did nothing to warm her. She had never been so cold in her life. The clothes she was wearing were drenched from where she had fallen into the drift. Now the water in them was freezing, so they were as stiff as cardboard. She wasn't good at judging time without her watch, which she had lost somewhere that day, but guessed it was over half an hour since she had spoken to her mum. Her mum would come. She knew that. But would she be quick enough? She didn't know whether she could stand this for much longer. The cold seeped into her like a drug. The shivering stopped at the same time as the pain in her limbs. Everything became numb. She began to feel really tired. She tried desperately to keep her eyes open, to listen, but it was so difficult. She knew what was happening. She knew that this was what happened when people got hypothermia. She forced her mind to think of nothing but staying awake. She hoped that if Stein were not dead, he would never know she was there. If she kept very quiet and very still, he wouldn't see her, even if he opened the big doors and came in. She guessed she only had to keep awake for half an hour more, at most. Then her mum would come. She did what her mother had taught her to do when she was panicking. She started to count to herself. She concentrated only on the numbers and pushed all the other thoughts from her mind. The picture of Nick, lying there, his head horribly twisted, kept trying to jump before her eyes, but she wouldn't let it. If she thought about what had happened, she would start to shake and cry. She didn't have the strength for that. She had reached 2,747 when she heard a splintering noise coming from the doors. Someone was breaking the lock. She began to breathe quickly, trying to hold her breath and yet breathe faster all at once. She tried to bring her hand up to cover her mouth, but her arm wouldn't move. She saw a shaft of dim light pierce the darkness above her and heard a heavy sliding noise. He was opening the door. She tried to move her body forward a little, to be able to see through the crack between the bales. Her body wouldn't move. She wanted to scream. None of her limbs would work. She closed her eyes and concentrated, flexing her fingers in her mind. She tried again to move her legs. They moved suddenly, and sharp pains shot up her thighs. She brought her hand up to her mouth and clamped it over her lips. Her fingers were like blocks of ice. She placed a hand behind her and inched herself forward, controlling her breathing, going very slowly. The crack was tiny. She flattened her face against it and let her eye adjust. The door was in front of her, wide open, but she couldn't see the space immediately below her. The machinery leaning against the hay was in her way. She could see the spikes sticking out of it. She tried to move slightly,
to see around them. He was leaning against the wall of the barn, right by the door, resting heavily on a piece of wood or metal, clutched beneath his arm like a crutch. He had a gun in one hand, but he wasn't looking around. His head was sunk forward, and he was panting heavily. She could see blood all over his face, all down his trouser legs. She could even see the light reflected in little puddles of it, leading away from him, back into the snow. He had tied something tightly around the top of his leg, where Nick had shot him. She saw him move his head slightly and realized what he was doing. He was listening for her. She stopped the breath in her throat and froze. Her heart was beating so loud. She was sure he would pick it up. "I know you're here," he said suddenly. His voice was thick, the words coming between gasped breaths. "I know you're here. I know you're watching me. I can feel it." She thought her heart would burst with fear. A tiny strangled sob started to wriggle up her throat. She sank back into the hay and clamped both hands over her mouth. "Please, Mummy, please, come now." Karen could see the line of the road, snaking through snowdrifts for about 100 yards. After that, everything was black. She set off, almost at a run, trying to follow the road. Baines kept about 10 paces behind her. Within minutes, they were in the middle of a blizzard. She switched the head torch on and looked for a fence, a line in the snow, anything that would show where the road was. She could see nothing. All around her there was nothing but snow and darkness. She stepped into it, heading uphill. After a few steps, she sank up to her thighs. Baines came up beside her, took her arm, and shouted into her ear. "Over there!" He pointed into the night. "We walk over there, and then look for the next one." The wind was so strong, he had to shout. She took a few paces after him. There was a shadow in the torch beam, deep behind the flurries of snow. Baines was already moving towards it, getting ahead of her. She chased after him, stumbling across uneven ground, praying she wouldn't turn her ankle. It was a short, squat stone tower, about 15 feet high. The snow had drifted into it, almost burying it at one side. Baines made his way around it, until he found a set of steps leading up to a doorway. They stood on the steps, sheltered from the wind, bodies pressed against the tower. Baines struggled to get out the map. "It's a ventilation shaft," he said. "There's a line of them, running right over the top, and there's one near Hightop Farm, on the other side." He showed her on the map. "Ventilation? For what?" "There's a 300-year-old, disused canal that runs under these hills. Railway tunnels, too. The main cross-country line to Liverpool runs right beneath us." He banged his hand off the dirty stonework, then pointed through the gaping doorway. She looked in. The place was ruined, covered in graffiti, stinking of fungi and urine. There was an opening no bigger than a manhole to one side, with a thin grey vapour rising through it. She looked over the edge, into a cavernous black shaft. "I should have brought a compass," Baines said behind her. They stepped back into the gale and walked around the tower, looking for the contours of the land. At the far side, there were the broken remains of a chute leading from inside the tower back out onto the hillside. Baines shouted, "When they were excavating the tunnel, they brought the rock up through these shafts." He pointed to a steep slope down to the moor, a slag heap. Then he showed her it on his map. "We go that way," he said, pointing uphill.
They skirted the slag heap and made fast progress. The snow began to thin, revealing stiff, long blades of grass. Within 10 minutes, she was covered in sweat and breathing furiously. She kept behind Baines, following the beam from his head torch. The next tower was smaller, round rather than square, capped and unused. They couldn't get into it.
"We're getting to the top,"
Baines said to her.
"Not far now."
The wind was so strong now that he had to place his mouth right against her ear to be heard. By the time the ground began to flatten, she was out of breath. Then, as her feet started to move downhill, the snow stopped and the wind dropped off. No more than 300 feet above her, the clouds were racing past in long, broken trails like mist. Between them, she could see stars and moonlight. Ahead of her on the downhill slope was a series of dry stone walls. She could hear her breath, gasping, her feet crunching through the snow, her heart. At the first wall, she stopped, waiting for Baines to catch up.
"I can't see anything," she said to him. "Where is it?" "We're over the edge now," he said, panting. "It should be straight ahead."
She set off again, going so fast she almost collided with the next wall. She saw a diffuse pattern of light in the darkness ahead of her and headed directly towards it. Within seconds, she realized she was looking at a building, with lights on. She watched as currents of air broke the cloud above it. It was a farm complex.
"That's it,"
Baines said from behind her. But already she was beginning to sprint. He stood for so long, head cocked, listening, that Mairead thought she would faint. Then he began to move. She watched him lift his head and squint into the darkness, turning to search from one end of the barn to the other. She saw him sniff the air. He took a step forward, uncertainly, still leaning on the crutch, then brought up the pistol and swung it in an arc from one end of the barn to the other. Her legs began to shake.
"I can smell you,"
she heard him murmur.
"I can smell your frightened body."
Then suddenly he lifted his head and screamed at the top of his voice.
"Come out!"
She jumped back, unable to stop herself. The bale she had been leaning against moved, widening the gap. She could see him walking towards her now, dragging the wounded leg, waving the gun in front of him. Then he stopped and did something to the gun. She heard a click, followed by a sliding noise. He stepped forward again, limping. She pushed herself back into the hole, wanting the bales to bury her. But she could still see him. The gap in front of her was wide open. He pointed the gun at the base of the hay bales. He was standing right beneath the upturned machine. The first shot sent her heart into her mouth. The noise was a terrific, deafening crack. She moved her hands to her ears. He fired a second, then a third. He was moving the gun around, pointing it at different parts of the haystack. A scream began to slip through her throat. She saw him look up, directly at her. Their eyes met, and she lost control. Her brain reacted automatically, catapulting her forward. She was shrieking at the top of her voice. It was one step to the edge of the bales, and another to the cast-iron framework of the machine. She threw herself at it, leaping into the open, landing with both feet on the thick metal bar, then kicking off. She felt it move under her feet, saw another shot explode beneath her. Then she was flying through the darkness. She landed on her chest, the air driven out of her, then rolled, forcing herself to keep moving. She had crossed from one pile of hay to the next. She fell sideways, falling onto the front of the tractor, then down onto the ground. Her head banged off something hard. She saw stars, heard a crashing noise behind her. She pushed herself to her feet,